Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing for the fiscal year 2024 executive budget. This is a hearing on finance, joint with housing and buildings, joint with sanitation and solid waste management. At this time, we ask that you silence all cell phones and electronic devices to minimize disruptions throughout the hearing. We thank you for your cooperation. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Good morning and welcome to the fourth day of FY24 executive budget hearings. Today we'll begin with the Department of Housing Preservation and Development. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I chair the Committee on Finance, and I'm pleased to be joined by my good friend and colleague, Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, chair of the Committee on Housing and Buildings. We've been joined thus far by Council members Hanks, Lewis, Dinowitz, Hudson, Aviles, Caban, and Moya. Welcome, Commissioner Carrion and your team. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. On April 26, 2023, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY23 to 27 with a proposed FY24 budget of $106.7 billion. HPD's proposed FY24 budget of $1.36 billion represents 1.3% of the administration's proposed FY24 budget in the executive plan. This is an increase of $160.2 million, or 13.4%, from the $1.2 billion originally budgeted in the preliminary plan. This net increase comes from several actions. $147 million added for asylum seeker shelter and support, $20.1 million for DC 37 collective bargaining adjustments, $1.8 million in new needs, and a $5.2 million PEG reducing supportive housing rental assistance, along with swapping $7.9 million in NYCHA vacant unit funding. HPD also projects a decrease of 34 additional full-time positions since adoption of the FY23 budget. As of March 2023, the HPD's vacancy rate was 15.2%. My questions today will largely focus on the PEG's impact to HPD's supportive housing programs, delivery of services, and overall staffing, as well as HPD's role in sheltering asylum seekers and risks to our affordable housing from Signature Bank's failure. As has been noted, this council has serious concerns about the vacancies at HPD and their impact on the agency's core mission. We've heard from constituents and others around the city of sorely needed housing projects that are ready to go, but are caught up in a holding pattern because of processing backlog due to vacancies at the department. And now, earlier in a hearing this week, we were notified that HPD has been thrust into the role of running at least one emergency shelter for asylum seekers, as well as securing placements for other asylees that the administration is looking to send upstate, diverting further staffing and resources already in short supply from HPD's charter-mandated core responsibilities. So I very much look forward to hearing what the department has to say on these matters. I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Sanchez, for her opening statement.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Pierina Sanchez. I am chair of the Committee on Housing and Buildings, and I'm pleased to welcome Commissioner Carrion and your team to this important hearing on HPD's fiscal 2024 executive budget. The city continues to be in a housing crisis, as we've been discussing since the beginning of our term, but of course stemming much further back. The most recent findings of the Housing Vacancy Survey tells us it paints a picture of what is truly one of the most economic difficult times for renters in our city. One would need to earn at least $110,000 to move into a median rental in the city. The findings are also sharing what we know to be true in parts of the city, like the Bronx, where a vacancy rate is lower than 1% for rent-stabilized apartments. And a recent United Way report finds that over 3/4 of renting households cannot meet the true cost of living in our city, underscoring the urgency and severity of this crisis. Our discussion in the preliminary budget hearing centered around the department's lagging performance in delivering basics: affordable housing starts, affordable housing preservation, closing emergency complaints, inspecting housing. I am particularly interested today in learning about how the executive budget bolsters the department's capacity to preserve, develop, and inspect the city's housing stock. HPD's fiscal 2024 executive budget totals $1.36 billion, an increase of $160.2 million from the preliminary budget, which I was really excited to see until, as Chair Brannan mentioned, this increase is primarily driven by a $147 million investment for asylum seeker shelter costs and $20.1 million for the DC-37 collective bargaining agreement. Important investments, but not representing the kinds of new investments that this council has been asking for. Despite this budget growth, the executive budget introduces only $1.8 million in new needs in fiscal 2024, a modest addition in a $1 billion-plus agency. One new need, Unlocking Doors, is a pilot program that will give landlords a preservation bonus of $25,000 for unit repairs in exchange for renting to City for HEPS voucher holders. This initiative shows how important HPD and the city considers rent-stabilized units to be in the city of New York, and I look forward to learning more about HPD's plan for preserving rent-stabilized housing. The executive budget also includes net savings of $2.8 million in the current fiscal year and $13.1 million in fiscal 2024. The council is concerned that the administration has continued a progression of budget reduction to the NYC 1515 Supportive Housing Rental Assistance Program. It is problematic that while the council called for additional resources for supportive housing in its prelim budget response, the administration has gone a different direction to reduce funding for this critical resource that houses some of the most vulnerable New Yorkers. It is estimated that 4 out of every 5 individuals found eligible for supportive housing have to remain in shelter or on the street because of a lack of available units. We should be doubling down on supportive housing, not making cuts while calling them savings. We should do more to tackle the city's burgeoning population of homeless people and families teetering on the edge who are clamoring for more affordable and supportive housing. While the executive budget includes some revenue-generating initiatives as part of the program to eliminate the gap, I'm interested in learning about what more can be done to maximize revenue and maintain spending for HPD services and functions. A recent IBO report found that there is nearly $110 million in unpaid bills levied by HPD since 2017. And in our December 6th hearing on code enforcement, we also talked about HPD's low collection rates. This is money that HPD is effectively leaving on the table, and oftentimes in the pockets of landlords who are not properly maintaining their buildings. Whether on preservation, new construction, supportive housing, or inspections, HPD has a critical road ahead. As we indicated in the prelim budget response, the council is here to support the ambitious initiatives that will set New York City on a path to meeting the challenges we face, and I look forward to hearing from the commissioner and the agency about how we can partner for a strong adopted budget that builds on existing investments and goes further. Thank you to the committee staff who helped to prepare this hearing, Dan Krupp to my left, Chima Obucheri, Jack Story in the Finance Division, Taylor Zaloni, Jose Conde, Charles Kim, Brooke Fry, and Reese Hirota in the Legislative Division, and my chief, Sam Cardenas, and Legislative and Communications Director, Kadeem Robinson, as well as my constituent team who also always ensures that our hearings are informed by our neighbors. A reminder for members of the public who would like to testify, please make sure that May 24th is on your calendar. All public testimony on the executive budget will be heard that day, and you can appear in person at chambers or over Zoom. HPD is kindly reminded to keep your testimony to about 10 minutes so we can hear council member questions, and I will now pass it over to the Finance Committee Council to swear in HPD's leadership before turning over to testimony.
Thank you, Chair. We've also been joined by Council Members Carr and Osei. Before we get started, I also want to give my thanks to Daniel Krupp and Andrew Lane Lawless from Council Finance for all their work in preparing today's hearing, my committee counsel, Mike Toomey, my senior advisor, John Yedden, and all the finance analysts who work so hard behind the scenes to make these hearings possible. So I'll now turn it over to committee counsel to swear in the witnesses for their testimony.
Good morning. If you raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions? Commissioner Carrion?
I do.
First Deputy Commissioner Tiani?
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Caphart?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin.
You can begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Sanchez, Chair Brannon, and members of the New York City Council Committees on Housing and Buildings and Finance. I'm Adolfo Carrion Jr., Commissioner of the New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development. I'm joined by members of our agency's senior leadership team. Last year, when I first testified before the Council on HPD's executive budget, I shared that one of my main priorities as Commissioner would be to rebuild this agency. A robust and healthy workforce that both values public service and feels valued as public servants is critical to our ability to carry out our mission. Hiring and retention have been a top priority for us over the last year, and thanks to the support of council members, proactive citywide hiring strategies, and recent wins like the DC 37 contract, we are on track to meet our goals around expanding access to affordable housing, advancing fair housing, and keeping New Yorkers safe in their homes. Specifically, I want to thank the Council for promoting HPD's hiring initiatives. Our last hiring fair for the Division of Tenant Resources was immensely successful. The event was shared over 900 times on social media, including by a number of council members. 225 New Yorkers attended, and we extended offers for all 49 openings on that team. DCAS has also been hosting weekly city-wide hiring fairs, and HPD has attended every single one of them, making about 50 job offers over the last 8 fairs. Please continue to share these opportunities with your constituents. Your support goes a long way. 2 months ago, I shared that we hired 218 new employees in 2021, 442 new employees in 2022, and so far this year, we've brought in 242 new employees, obviously on a very good pace. As OMB has shared, we will continue to work with them to request additional headcount as needed, but our primary focus now is filling existing roles. We were also thrilled when the DC 37 contract passed in April, providing well-deserved raises and $3,000 bonuses to more than 1,300 of our staff, or about 60% of our workforce. Working with OMB, we provided pay increases to about 200 of our recent hires to make our wages fairer and more competitive. I will be sharing additional staffing updates in the rest of my testimony, but now I will turn to HPD's fiscal year 2024 budget and how it will, along with our growing staff, help us meet our mission. And then I'll be happy to take questions. As you mentioned, HPD's proposed fiscal year 2024 expense budget totals $1.35 billion, of which $226 million passes through to the New York City Housing Authority. So excluding this pass-through, it's $1.13 billion allocated to the agency's operations. Approximately 71% of our expense budget comes from federal grants, primarily for Section 8 housing vouchers and other rental assistance programs. The agency also relies heavily on funding from the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnerships Program, federal programs, which support activities such as targeted code enforcement, emergency repairs, tenant anti-harassment, and down payment assistance for first-time homebuyers. The balance of our expense budget consists of almost $324 million in city funds, with a relatively small amount of state and other categorical grants amounting to about $1.7 million. City funds are used to fill in gaps in programs and services that are not eligible for federal reimbursement or require a local matching contribution. This, of course, requires innovative design and implementation of new programs and services to maximize the city's resources. On the capital side, our capital commitment for fiscal year 2024 totals $2.5 billion, of which $440 million passes through to NYCHA for their Permanent Affordability Commitment Together program, otherwise known as PACT, leaving a balance for us of $2.07 billion for our project pipeline. Almost 98% of the capital plan is funded by city sources, while the remaining 2% is financed by the Federal Home Block Grant for affordable housing. Let me turn to expanding access to affordable housing in my testimony. To meet the demands of the current housing crisis and address cost escalations, we moved up more than $500 million in our capital budget from the out years so we can deliver urgently needed affordable housing. In partnership with the Housing Development Corporation, we're also investing $7.7 million for what we're calling the Capacity Accelerator Program. This was designed by us specifically to support our development team by hiring temporary staff to move our robust pipeline of projects forward. We're actively working to fill positions in the Office of Development, including 17 new positions, and we're going to use the Capacity Accelerator Program to deliver results, especially for preservation projects in our pipeline. We recently released a supportive housing request for qualifications in order to accelerate the creation of the 15,000 supportive homes that were promised by 2028. This is a plan we laid out in our blueprint, Housing Our Neighbors. This competitive process will establish a list of qualified developers to build supportive housing on city-owned land. For New Yorkers experiencing chronic homelessness and serious mental health or substance abuse challenges, affordable housing alone is not enough. Supportive housing provides effective solutions for keeping our neighbors stably housed. This helps. Our proposed budget also includes $3.2 million over the next 5 fiscal years for the Moving On program. This helps people who no longer need on-site services transition out of supportive housing and into permanent affordable housing. We also committed to speeding up and improving the process of connecting New Yorkers to the housing we create. In fiscal year 22, we placed more homeless households into affordable units than ever before. And we are on track to house even more homeless households this year. We, together with NYCHA, have issued all 7,788 emergency housing vouchers we received from the federal government, and more than 5,300 households have found housing with assistance from the city's housing navigators. And since overhauling our Housing Connect platform to be more intuitive and seamless, we've seen a huge uptick in users, hitting more than 1 million registered account users last month. I encourage the council to take advantage of our outreach events like HPD in your district, which many of you have used, and tenant resource fairs, so we can continue to get the word out about the affordable housing opportunities, including home ownership created by the city. I'll turn to advancing equity and fair housing now. While we reach more New Yorkers about affordable housing opportunities available on Housing Connect, we are also revamping our efforts to include more New Yorkers in the community visioning process at the start of HPD's neighborhood planning work. We recently launched the community engagement process for 2 public sites. One, Jersey Street on the North Shore of Staten Island, which I personally attended, and 388 Hudson in Lower Manhattan. Gathering input from New Yorkers with connections to those sites is critical to developing a strong project that incorporates the affordable homes and neighborhood assets the community wants to see. We look forward to launching even more sites this year, and in line with our equitable ownership requirement, ensuring that minority and women-owned business enterprises and nonprofits have at least a 25% ownership stake in those projects. Creating economic opportunity for MWBEs through the work we do is critical to our mission. We do this through our multi-billion-dollar affordable housing pipeline, as well as through the work of our Emergency Operations Division, which orders and monitors emergency repairs in response to immediately hazardous conditions in residential buildings. We have been actively seeking MWBE contractors with experience in demolition, heating, plumbing, lead abatement and removal, and other areas to keep New Yorkers safe in their homes. We are now strengthening our outreach in every borough to identify more firms for HPD's pre-qualified list. Qualified firms gain access to a steady stream of emergency repair work. Nearly 25,000 repair jobs a year are conducted, and we welcome the council's support in sharing this opportunity with business constituents in your district. In terms of keeping New Yorkers safe in their homes, elected officials obviously play an important role in the work that we do, from outreach and education to legislation and public accountability. The City Council has been very helpful in our recruitment efforts, including for our housing inspector positions. Thank you very much. As a result of our immensely successful hiring fair in January, we're now welcoming our third class of inspectors this week. In addition, New York City would not have some of the strongest housing maintenance laws in the country if it were not for the City Council. Since changing the definition for lead-based paint to the strictest standard in the nation, HPD has issued 30% more lead-based paint hazard violations. We're also on track to implement the new fire safety law that was enacted after the devastating Twin Parks fire. In fiscal year 24, HPD will start proactive inspections for self-closing doors at 300 buildings identified by HPD and the fire department as high-risk buildings. Communicating effectively about home health hazards, tenant rights, and owners' responsibilities is just as important as mobilizing our frontline staff to inspect homes and issue violations. And last week, after many months of designing, focus group testing, and gathering feedback, we launched our new HPD Online, an essential tool for New Yorkers to use to find building data about complaints, violations, litigation, charges, and a lot more. So I invite you to please visit. Our new website is streamlined to provide tenants, owners, constituents, and council staff with a better user experience and a better understanding of their building. These are just a few of the many investments we're making in technology to make HPD more user-friendly. And finally, as we enforce housing quality and safety in existing homes across the 5 boroughs, we also work with our partners to build housing for the future. Earlier this month, we and the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, also known as NYSERDA, announced the Future Housing Initiative, a new partnership to invest $15 million to fund the construction of high-performance, all-electric multifamily buildings that will achieve Passive House certification. The program will benefit approximately 3,000 affordable homes. This builds upon an earlier partnership between us and NYSERDA to invest $24 million in electrification retrofits for buildings in HPD's preservation pipeline, benefiting approximately 1,200 affordable homes. We've also kicked off a robust Act Now education campaign to outline steps building owners can take right away to get on a path to compliance with Local Law 97 and support the city's ambitious goal of reducing carbon emissions by 80% by 2050. From affordability to climate resiliency, New Yorkers are counting on us to deliver solutions to their housing struggles. And together, it's our duty to do that. I want to thank the Council for being a constant partner in fighting to get the resources we need and in advancing legislative priorities and reforms we need. I'll close with this. The housing crisis demands action from our partners in Albany. While the state budget did not include the tools we need to incentivize the creation of new housing and preserve the quality of existing housing in New York City, we are ready to work hand in hand with the state legislature to address this crisis, and we need your support. We're calling on the state legislators to unlock the tools that we need. Regulatory changes to facilitate commercial conversions and legalize basement apartments. Reformed tax incentives to replace 421A and J51 to help create and preserve affordable housing. Lifting the floor area cap to allow more affordable housing, especially in high-cost, high-concentrated areas, high-density areas, and long overdue improvements to HPD's loan authorities. The agency needs its decades-old loan authorities, go back to the 70s and 80s. We need it modernized to strengthen our response to the housing, climate resiliency, and energy efficiency issues the city faces today. We need the flexibility to better support homeowners and community land trusts and to preserve affordable housing. We need your help to advance these housing priorities so we can get stuff done and make this a city of yes for all New Yorkers. We look forward to continuing to work together to make the city a fairer city for all New Yorkers. And thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. My team and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've also been joined by Council Members Velasquez, Powers, and Abreu. I want to jump right in, and I want to start with asylum seekers. Increases in HPD's executive plan are largely attributable to asylum seeker shelter costs. The plan includes $25.4 million in FY23, $147 million in FY24, and $51 million in FY25. The council is concerned already at the vacancies at HPD, and our concern now is if the influx of asylum seekers is going to put additional strain on HPD's resources for the rest of its emergency housing portfolio. So I think we're trying to sort of rectify the dissonance there with the understaffing and the vacancies with HPD continually being asked to do more with less.
So we are obviously facing a multinational crisis that has literally come to our ports, to the Port Authority, to our airports. We've served already more than 65,000 people. And with the sunsetting of Title 42 at midnight last night, you could see already a surge at the border that appears to ultimately be coming this way again and increasing the pressure on New York City. The mayor has asked every agency that can assist in this effort to step up. HPD is one of a chorus of agencies that is working literally around the clock. We stood up teams, including my chief of staff, including my deputy chief of staff, who were pulled away from their normal duties to deal with this crisis. We were able to get temporary staff assigned to this, but this is a crisis that requires all of our attention. And so we have stood up a housing emergency center in Brooklyn, as you all know, and we'll continue to do everything that we can to treat these families that are coming to our ports in desperation, seeking refuge in this country as asylum seekers, to get integrated, ultimately find work permits. So we need the federal government to step up. You've heard the mayor talk very clearly about the failure of the federal government. And look, you know, New York City is home to 5 of 62 counties in New York State. And this is our problem as a state and as a city. We're tackling it as best we can. These families are receiving critical services, and we're going to continue our commitment.
So I understand that HPD is currently operating one HERC in Brooklyn.
Yes.
Could you tell us how many are housed there and what the capacity is?
Yes, there's 532 residents there.
And what's the capacity?
532.
Okay, so it's at full capacity.
It's at full. I believe it's at full capacity. Yes, it is.
Is there concern around, I mean, you mentioned pulling some of your highest aides off their normal work to help with this all-hands-on-deck effort, which is understandable, but are we pulling people off of normal HPD responsibilities to assist here?
We are not. You know, when the wave hit, we had to jump quickly, and then we brought on temp staff to be able to do the day-to-day operations. And I know you mentioned about our emergency housing infrastructure and how we handle that. That is unaffected. Whenever there is an emergency declaration or vacate order anywhere in the city for danger reasons, fire, we still have a process that is stood up for that and remain standing.
Let me just add
What
to
it-
that quickly. Just so, in terms of staffing, yes, we have, a higher level coordination, but we do have contractors who manage the day-to-day operations. So it's not HPD staff that are at the facilities managing day-to-day operations. And we also have the additional temp staff who help with that coordination. So just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, that's good to know. What is the current vacancy rate at the agency?
It's approximately 15%.
Okay. Okay, I want to ask about supportive housing. What's the status of the NYC 1515 supportive housing program?
You know, we as a city made a commitment that in 15 years, we would build 15,000 units. The city's and HPD's share of that responsibility was 7,500. Together, between all of the government partners, we've created nearly 10,000 congregate units. And we are on pace to not only deliver the 15,000 units, but deliver them literally 2 years ahead of schedule. The capital commitment for supportive housing remains the same to achieve that objective. And where you see the difference is in the rental assistance payments portion. But the delivery of the units, the delivery of the services to these needy New Yorkers is clear and remains exactly the same.
Did HPD ask OMB to forego the supportive housing PEG and instead reinvest the 20.5 million PEG in supportive housing?
Guardia, do you
Sorry.
want to explain?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please, council member?
Sure. Did HPD ask OMB to forego the supportive housing PEG and instead reinvest the $20.5 million PEG in supportive housing?
That is something we have to clarify. No, we haven't had that conversation. And just to clarify, as the commissioner mentioned earlier, the PEG you see is a reestimate of the housing assistance payments, so nothing to do with the production. Production is on schedule, but this is just to look at our budget and see the units that are available right now that have been, that are ready to be leased up, and those payments are reflecting that. And so we took a look at our budget and seeing where we are right now and realized that there is some underspending there, and we are projecting there will be some underspending in the out years. So we are merely adjusting for the underspending. The program across the financial plan still has over $200 million available to go toward those housing assistance payments for units that would be available at the time. But as far as changing the PEG that's something I will have to double check and get back to you, but
Okay.
that's not something I'm aware of.
But what is HPD's assessment of the number of New Yorkers who are likely eligible for supportive housing?
So I think it would be much more difficult for us to estimate. I think the Department of Social Services, that obviously operates the Human Resources Administration, and the Department of Homeless Services, and keeps the troves of data, probably would give you a better, more clear answer than we can.
Okay. I want to go back to staffing. The executive plan introduces a one-time PEG restoration for 34 positions in FY23 totaling $888,000, partially reverses the vacancy reduction introduced in the FY23 prelim. The restoration represents 50% of the cost of the original PEG. Will HPD baseline the PEG restoration and then return those 37 positions back to the budget?
There were 34 vacancies that were restored in the executive budget, and you might want to
I can speak to that. Yeah.
speak to that a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and just going back to the vacancy reduction, as we had mentioned before in our previous testimony, that we manage our headcount at the bottom line, meaning we didn't cut specific positions. So those lines are restored just our overall headcount. It was a one-time restoration, so it's not reflected in the out years. But we are in communication with OMB, and the agreement we have is that we will continue to fill our existing vacancies, and that once we max out our current headcount, we'll go back and we can negotiate for additional headcount. But to answer your question, the 34 positions that were restored was not baseline in the budget.
How many of these titles do you expect to be hired by the end of this fiscal year?
So again, with those positions, there were not specific positions that were reduced. It was just our overall headcount, whatever the number was, and just reducing our overall headcount by that amount. So it's not targeting or it's not affecting any specific positions that we can tell you what titles they are. It was just looking at our overall approved or authorized headcount and reducing by the number.
So you mentioned before, sort of in passing, temporary staffing. Why is it easier to hire and pick up temp staffing than to hire for these normal open positions?
So there are several things in terms of our hiring process. Of course, we go through the city's hiring processes, civil service process, and as far as the civil service guidelines, we work very closely with our partners at DCAS and at OMB. So there's a whole process in terms of onboarding staff through the city's process. As far as the temporary employees, that's through a contract with a vendor. Is much quicker. We reach out to the vendor, we have money in the contract, we can quickly bring staff on and through the contractor, as opposed to the city's regular hiring process. As you know, we need several levels of approvals when it comes to personnel actions, as opposed to when we are having temps come on for through a contract.
So even with OMB lifting all the hiring restrictions, it's still way easier to hire outside contractors than it is to hire normal employees.
In terms of the overall process and the timeline for bringing staff on board, the temporary contract is much faster.
Don't you think that's crazy?
Well,
So
if I can add real, so I would say that the same kind of labor challenges we're seeing across the market, regardless of the sector that you're looking at, also has occurred in the contracting world. So I don't think we would characterize it as much easier. Many consultant firms are able to keep in contact or retain a pool of experienced professionals. And so those are people who are looking potentially for a particular type of work style or experience. And so we provide them that opportunity through maybe a limited time contract to work on a limited project. I'll also note that these are also good opportunities for us to expose people to our work and our business. So it's not been uncommon for us to be able to work with someone who is with us in a contracting capacity and then bring them on later through the normal hiring process as a member of our team.
And let me just add, council member, it also gives us an opportunity to do targeted business opportunities for minority and women-owned business enterprises. And just recently, we issued a targeted request for proposals for minority law firms to answer a call to help us with closings. We had a good number of applicants, and we sought out firms that had not done business with the city in the past to begin to prime the pump for them. So it's an opportunity for targeted efforts when we're trying to right historic wrong. And I saw that as commissioner, and I insisted we have to do this as fast as we can. You know, the other thing that happens is, as First Deputy Commissioner Tagani suggested, is that when you prime some temps with an opportunity to come into the public sector, they can also ultimately become permanent employees.
How often does that happen?
Yeah, we see that happen on a regular basis where we have temp staff that have transitioned into permanent positions at the agency. There are times too, like especially with these positions, there are times where we have temps, people who are going through the process, and while they're there and they work for us temporarily, there are open positions that they apply for, and we see them come on board.
I mean, you know, the council wants to be partners. Like, we want you guys to have the staff you need to do what you got to do. It's just, there's a dissonance there with OMB sort of, you know, saying they've lifted all these restrictions and happy days are here again, let's start hiring people.
Well,
And we keep hearing that there's still
yeah,
serious challenges.
the pace of hiring has increased, and like you saw in my testimony, from 21 to 22, there was a dramatic acceleration, 442 employees. We're at pace. If we keep the pace this year that we have, we could probably be at 500 new hires. Now, you have to factor in, attrition, but the net environment that we're in is a net gain, and it's trending in the right direction.
Has it gotten noticeably faster since OMB lifted all the restrictions?
Yes, it's gotten better. It's gotten better since OMB lifted restrictions. There are still areas where we are still in negotiation on certain positions, but overall, it's gotten better.
Okay, I had a couple more, and I want to turn it over to my chairs. The two offices that we are particularly concerned about are the Office of Development and the Office of Housing Preservation. How many code enforcement inspectors are there below the budgeted head count? Could you talk a little bit about the vacancy rate in those two offices?
Sure. Thank you for that question. And admittedly, we have one of the highest vacancy rates in that office.
In the development office?
In the development office.
Why is that, you think?
30%.
30%?
30%, yes. We have about 115 vacancies in an office with a head count of 405. Part of the reason that it's difficult is we had a significant attrition during COVID. I mean, everybody saw it, so it was severe. And the largest drop-off was in the Office of Preservation. And preservation is the lion's share of the work that we do in a typical year. This year has been different. Last year was different. But in a typical year, we have a spread between preservation and new construction of about 65-35, 70-30. We saw that drop off, and it is literally in tandem with the vacancies. And that's why we're standing up the Capacity Accelerator program. But in the meantime, we're also hiring people, working with OMB on accelerating, on increasing salaries wherever we can. There's folks in the queue that we expect will be coming in very soon. We recently added 17 new positions in the executive budget in the Office of Development. And again, speaking of targeting, these positions will be dedicated to areas that we need to move. 3 will go to support Home First down payment assistance program expansion to create new homeowners in our city. 5 will go to support Home Fix for home repair to expand that program citywide and keep people in their homes. Let people age in place with dignity and keep their homes. 3 will go to support development of a new division of portfolio management and conversions to facilitate the successful completion of HPD finance deals. 6 are going to go to support our community development block grant disaster recovery funded programs for homeowners and for resiliency work. And we're also going to add 4 temporary staff for the Unlocking Doors pilot that you referenced, I think you both referenced in your testimony. I mentioned the Capacity Accelerator program. That's going to enable us to hire attorneys and project managers quickly so we can meet the demands of the pipeline.
What's the average, you have the rock star candidate, you're ready to hire him. He passes, everyone loves the person. How long from when you tell OMB you've got the candidate till he or she starts their first day? Average.
So on
Weeks, months?
Average is months, but in terms of OMB, the OMB process right now because the actions don't go to OMB until we've gone through the entire process of recruitment, interviews and all of that. So it's talking about the time at OMB for those actions that that are within the current salary guidelines and everything. The approval standard right now is about 10 days for interactions with OMB. But for those where it's outside the salary guidelines, those take a little longer, and those are the ones that we continue to have ongoing conversations with OMB about, and those take, it could take up to a month.
Yeah, we often offer a job to a professional in this very competitive environment, and we make a special ask of a salary reconsideration, and that can take a little while, yeah.
Okay, my last question, I want to talk a little bit about Signature Bank. It's one of the third largest real estate lenders in New York City, and the improper sale of its loans in the tumultuous period ahead for its assets could endanger tens of thousands of units of multifamily housing, has been reported. Is there a fear that the FDIC's auction of signature loans could attract buyers looking to squeeze tenants that are already in troubled buildings?
I think everyone should be rightfully concerned with the toppling of that bank and First Republic and other PacWest. It's starting to indicate that something is wrong. I think affordability, late rental payments are something that happens across the country, in New York especially aggravated. The FDIC is working very closely with us. There is no auction at the moment. We are in a working group with the FDIC, with the New York City Housing Development Corporation, and with our sister housing agency at the state level. We meet at least once a week. In fact, we are going to meet with the FDIC officials on Tuesday. They're coming to New York City to sit with us. And the big task right now is combing through the records and gathering data on these properties to assess the impact. So I will say it's premature now to determine exactly what the impact. We're starting to see, you know, some of the data is starting to indicate where the hurt is, but we still have a ways to go before we can conclude.
Does the city have any role in ensuring that any potential mortgage buyers enforce basic housing standards?
In our HPD finance deals, I think the short answer would be yes.
So
Right? Yes. The short answer is yes, we do.
and if I could just add, any building in the portfolio would have to meet code and habitability standards. So part of the data that the commissioner is speaking to is that we're looking at the data that we have on these buildings. We're collecting citywide data on physical needs assessment. We're bringing that to bear, and FDIC has asked us to bring that to bear because they want that to be part of the picture that they're looking at.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner, and your team. I'm going to hand it over to my co-chair. Quickly, we've been joined by Council members Brewer, Barron, Feliz, Brooks Powers, and Holden. Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. So, excuse me. So I just want to start with a couple of questions that are just based in the testimony. It's a quick few. So in the beginning of your testimony, you talked about extending 49 offers for openings on the team after a tenant resource fair. Was that the day of the resource fair?
Literally on the spot, yeah.
Cool. So District 14 up in the Northwest Bronx, we can come back and
I
do that.
encourage, you know, let me take this as a commercial break for all the council members. We obviously have a lot of positions to fill. And I've encouraged many of you personally and individually to take advantage of those opportunities and bring them aggressively to your constituents. I mean, these are good, well-benefited jobs, as you know. And not only on the employment side, but also on the MWBE opportunity side.
Right.
We want to bring it to your district.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I partnered with City Hall and DC 37 on a hiring hall.
Thank
so I will take every other opportunity. Just on this question about HPD's hiring, so the mayor has focused many of these efforts in communities that have high unemployment rates and economic challenges. Can you share with us the positions that have been filled in the agency? What are we seeing in terms of geographic distribution of where folks are coming from in the city?
I can tell you about the positions. I'm not certain about the geographic spatial distribution, but you know, you can kind of surmise because the hiring fairs and the hiring halls are taking place in certain geographies. So the folks who show up are from those geographies. But we have made a huge dent in clearly the offers we made in the Division of Tenant Resources, close to 50 positions that hopefully all those people will ultimately get through the process. I remember in my first testimony back 15 months ago that we talked about almost 147 vacancies in the Inspector Corps. We are now close to closing out those vacancies and having maybe 7 to 10%. As I said in the testimony, we brought in a new class. We have 80 new inspectors. We're bringing construction managers that help us with our emergency repair work, project managers that help us with working with our contractors, the minority contractors that we try to attract for that emergency repair work. So we're trending in a very good direction. I don't know what the impact of the hiring halls is on other parts of the agency.
Remember, we can look at zip code and geographic data and come back to you.
Great. All right, thank you so much. And picking up where Chair Brannon was asking about the Capacity Accelerator program, the temporary staff that is being hired through this program, how do their salaries, their compensation, how does it compare to civil service staff?
Similar, yeah, it's similar. So we haven't hired yet, but typically what we do with temporary staff, we base the rate on what we pay the civil servants as well.
And excuse me, will there be pathways for those temporary staff to go through? Hello, council members. Will there be pathways for the temporary staff to become permanent staff through the civil service?
We encourage that.
We encourage,
yes,
yeah.
for sure.
Great, thank you. Okay, so now I want to also ask a number of questions about the asylum seeker shelter. So you talked about the existing shelter, focusing on the new need in the in the executive plan. How many asylum seekers are estimated to be housed with the $147 million that was added for fiscal '24?
So, you know, as I said earlier, with the sunset of Title 42 last night at midnight, and the surge that we're seeing at the border, and the pattern of behavior that we saw from the governor of Texas over the last months, and the governor of Arizona, and the funny stuff, in quotes, that happened with the Florida governor, it's hard to estimate where we will land. You know, I think what this demonstrates, in effect, is the commitment in the budget that if the trends continue as they are, we are prepared as a city to continue to serve these people. Let me just add that a footnote that, you know, a lot of these folks have been on a long journey, right? A long journey through jungle and desert and just adversity that I can't even imagine. Part of that journey has brought them to New York. That journey could be to go somewhere else. Many of them have target cities. I saw on CNN last night, they asked one gentleman that was on a rail car coming in and walking across the border. He says, where are you going? And he was able to say, Baltimore. I'm going to Baltimore. He has somebody there. And a lot of these folks we're finding. So we do what's called reticketing at our centers. And our contractors, DocGo, and what's the other, Garner?
Garner.
Part of their charge, besides taking care of these folks' basic needs, is finding out, okay, You know, do you have family and friends elsewhere? So it's really hard to measure right now.
I mean, my question is less what we anticipate because that's not knowable, but how did we get to $147 million being the proposal? What kind of costs are estimated to be covered by that $147 million?
Yeah, I think, frankly, council member, that's way above my pay grade in terms of, you know, the multiple agencies that are, you know, being considered and their work and their contribution to this work. So that's one where I would respectfully come back to you with some more clarity.
Okay, so when it comes to temporary staffing as well, you'll come back with that?
Yes.
How many staffers? Okay. So one thing that we have been hearing is that shelter placements could be outside of New York City, and of course there was a lot of news this week about conversations, to put it euphemistically, with Orange County and Rockland counties. But can you share more information about what the administration is thinking regarding placements outside of New York City?
The lane of our responsibility as HPD has been narrowly defined to deal with the standing up of the Jefferson HERC, which is running well right now. And we have an infrastructure of attorneys and people who work on contracting that, like every other agency, is being tapped to figure out solutions. I mean, you know that we, as a city, have stood up already 130 shelters? 130 standalone independent shelters for this phenomenon. It's astounding. 65,000 people. So it's kind of, as you go, you know, figuring it out, but we're including, obviously, locations outside New York City. And like I said earlier in my comments, you know, there's 62 counties in New York State. We're 5 of them. This is not a New York City only challenge. We're going to pay the people who come to New York City. They're going to get treated with dignity and respect, unlike in many other places around the country where they're being rejected. We're embracing them. We are feeding them. We are helping them find homes ultimately, where to go, and we're going to maintain that commitment.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm specifically, and we are specifically following up on these questions because we asked at the general welfare hearing on Monday, and they referred the questions to HPD, so it would be
That's very clever of them.
be very helpful to get you know, some of this information and what the administration is thinking. But just reiterating the call that we need the federal government to step in, and we need the state to invest more here and help us meet this challenge. And we
Chair,
as a council have to say that at every opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. And Chair, I will say that the voice of this body, and having sat behind that podium there many years ago, matters. The city council's voice matters. The ask of the federal government, the ask of the state on our housing crisis priorities, our legislative and regulatory fixes. So we treasure this partnership, and I understand it better now when sitting on this side, how important it is for us to work together.
Absolutely. Thank you. And just one more question about that we may not have the answer to, but it's still important to ask about the procurement process for this $147 million. Are we talking about emergency contracts, which we know to be more expensive, or will these be standard RFPs?
I believe they're emergency contracts.
They're emergency contracts
Yes.
that we're working on.
Because the normal process, obviously, is a bit slower.
And if I can shed, so it's been a multifaceted response on behalf of the city, and so there has been an RFP that went out looking for potential locations. We are looking at emergency contracts, as the commissioner has said, and I'm sure other colleagues in government has said. As we see the situation come to the 5 boroughs, we try to assess and respond to make sure that there is a safe place for everyone. So we're using all tools, both RFPs, the source locations, emergency contracts, any tool we have.
Thank you. And just wanna put a finger on the, I don't know what the thing is that you say, but it is Thank you. Finer point, yeah. I want to put a finer point on that. See, this is why
thing,
you're
the
the
final
finance
point,
chair,
yes.
and I'm just along for the ride. But I do want to put a finer point on that, which is that emergency RFPs are more expensive, and we're talking about such an expensive proposition for the city of New York. We don't have the federal support, the state support, so just pointing at that as an area that if we save on procurement, we can do more, right? So just one more question on the shelters. Does HPD, have you thought through what the communication process will be on notifying neighborhoods?
So, I'm sorry, under,
The notification process for neighborhoods?
yeah. I'll let the folks who've been involved in those conversations speak a little bit, but I know that we are working with the host communities. Certainly, the Jefferson Herc was a pretty robust conversation with the local officials. We toured the facility with them several times, fielded the concerns and questions. There were some neighboring buildings that had, questions, but we're definitely working with the host community.
I think the only thing I would add there is that both City Hall, the various agencies that are working on it, are looking to work with the elected officials on the ground, going further, looking to work with the community organizations on the ground, trying to build a community around these locations so that a broader circle of services and support can be provided, and that kind of connection and network continues to be built out as we work out the different contours of the plan.
Thank you. I have two more sets of questions that I want to ask, but we have a lot of colleagues here, so if we could just keep them really, really short, see what I can get through. I just want to take a few more minutes. So on supportive housing, the 1515 targets, understanding that the production targets are not changing, but we do have unspent supportive housing funds, rental payments, because if they haven't been built yet, we're not spending those funds. So have you pushed to reinvest the underspent funds on supportive housing elsewhere toward congregate units or higher service rates?
Do you want to address
Yeah, I can
how
talk
we
about it.
handled?
Yeah, so we look at everything in terms of the savings. As you know, this is something where, the city is going through some tough times right now financially, and so all city agencies have been asked to look for savings, look for efficiencies, and look within our budget. So we explore all different possibilities, and this is something where we saw as a way that we can help as far as managing the deficits in the out years, because it's something where it's money that's not being spent, but it's something where we always have conversations with OMB about ways we can find to reinvest. Even if you look at our PEGs, we also have a program where we swap funding sources. So that's another thing we do. We look at our budget and see what are some of the things that we're paying for with city tax dollars that we can now pay for with federal dollars because they're not eligible. So like one of the programs we have there, as the commissioner mentioned, with our Moving On program, where it was a one-time funding we had, $800,000 for a year, but now we're using federal dollars and baseline our program across fiscal year. So those are all the things we look at. We talk about OMB, and just want to share that these are very tough decisions for us to make, but we understand that there's a need there.
And I'll just reiterate that we just put out a renewed call with our supportive housing RFQ. It's our ability to expand the field of potential partners. It's us making a statement that we want to do more of this work. We've committed to accelerating this work. And as OMB has said before, and we have said before, we consistently talk to each other about what our needs are. And as we build the development pipeline to expand, they have committed to working with us to make sure that the money is in place to do that based on the conditions at the time. Yeah. So we're excited. We're very hopeful that once we build out that development pipeline, we'll have the resources.
Okay. Thank you. And the need is the starkest, right, among supportive housing, folks that need supportive housing in the city of New York, as we know. So, just going to continue to push on that. Don't want to see money that is allocated for supportive housing today shouldn't go anywhere except to do everything we can today so that we can ask for more money later, right? Like, let's not throw money that we have today to later. Okay, so one more, just on the Unlocking Doors pilot. So one of the areas that the council is calling for greater investment in fiscal '24 in our response is preservation. In the exec budget, HPD has a new need reflected for $616,000 over fiscal 24 and 25 for the Unlocking Doors pilot, which aims to preserve 400 rent-stabilized units by giving landlords a preservation bonus of up to $25,000 in exchange for agreeing to rent to city FHEPS voucher holders in the renovated units. So I see that we see that there's $10 million for this at DSS for these preservation bonuses. And so first, what is HPD's role? And second, how is eligibility for this program being determined? And let me couch this by, referencing a state pathway for hardship, right? So rent-stabilized owners have the ability to petition, as I'm preaching to the choir, but for the rest of the public. So rent-stabilized owners have the ability to petition to the state for hardship. We do not have enough money, we're working at a deficit, open up their books, and there's a pathway. In the last year of available data, I believe it was 2019, there were 2 hardship petitions that were sought and granted, and no others, right? So we're not seeing petition hardships at the state level, but we're here creating a program that is granting assistance for these rent-stabilized units. So how, I'm not, and thing one. Thing two is maybe there, of course, are some folks that are experiencing hardship, but haven't claimed it. So how is HPD thinking about eligibility for these funds, and how will landlords be selected?
So I'll answer your second question first. This is a application, first come, first served construct that will allow an owner of rent-stabilized property with rent-stabilized units to come and apply to modernize, improve, rehab 3 units in their property. And the idea is to try to spread it around as much as possible and in as many neighborhoods as possible. The target population for the tenancy is the neediest people in New York City, right? These are folks who are experiencing homelessness. They will be recipients of city FHEPS vouchers. And we will be assisting the Department of Social Services. So we're a supporting actor in the administration of the program. And we will have temporary staff, because it is a pilot program that will be dedicated to application processing and unit inspections. And we're hoping to launch the program this summer. And then to the spirit of the first question / explanation you gave, what we're seeing across the entirety of the portfolios is a lot of stress, and we need to figure out ways where one, these units can become available, but the conditions that exist don't make them available, and so it's an opportunity for us to test this. Like I said, it is application first come, first served driven program.
Thank you. Okay, we'll leave it at that. And my last question for now is this, right? The pilot implicitly affirms the importance of rent-stabilized units, as you've just described. Mm-hmm. If the city is willing to give $25,000 to landlords to keep these rent-stabilized units occupied, what is HPD's opinion about the proposed rent increases at the Rent Guidelines Board, which are looking to be very high, 2 to 5% on 1-year leases and 4 to 7% on 2-year leases? What other strategies is HPD thinking about for the preservation of rent-stabilized apartments?
So, I said at the beginning, preservation is the lion's share of our work. It's an opportunity to preserve the naturally occurring affordable housing that exists in our city, where so many New Yorkers live. One of the critical tools that we lost since last June is J51 that allowed owners to fix up their buildings. There is a bill at the state level that would resuscitate that program, would protect tenants, would ensure that these investments could be made. So we need that tool right away. Preservation is very important for our agency. It is the area of our work that suffered the most during the pandemic. So we're rebuilding that part of our agency, but we need the tools from our partners in Albany to make it happen.
And your position on the increases?
You know, the Rent Guidelines Board is an independent body from HPD. We recognize that we have an affordability crisis and an affordability emergency. I will say that 95% of all the subsidized new construction we create goes to extremely low income, very low income, and low income families. So, and that's below 80% AMI, but 2/3 of that goes to families of extreme and very low incomes. So the lion's share of our work, 95% of our work, is targeted in the right direction. And you know, that is going to continue. We don't subsidize middle income housing. We want to assist home ownership, and we think it's good for wealth creation, but our target, our focus is on the lowest income New Yorkers. We also have other tools, as you know, rental assistance programs that we lean on the federal government for. We've created, we hope, I mean, there is a bill in the state legislature being advanced for more vouchers. So as much as we can gather as a city to help the lowest income New Yorkers, that's what we're focused on.
Okay, thank you so much. I just, want to put a marker on the open door, unlocking door, what is it called?
Unlocking, yeah.
Thank you.
Open door is a home
another
ownership.
Yes, but unlocking door, beyond first come, first served, it would seem wise to put some other requirements on the program, making sure that the apartments really need it, that the landlord is a good landlord, things like that would be helpful to see.
Yeah, part of our responsibility is exactly that. The quality of the unit, we inspect it. After the work is done, we certainly will look at the histories of violations and the general physical conditions of the building. So people will not be living in a dire situation. They're going to be living in high-quality units.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner. I'll now turn it back to Chair Brannan to call on some colleagues.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. I just want to acknowledge we've been joined by a class from the Academy for Scholarship and Entrepreneurship from Councilman Riley's district in the Bronx. Welcome.
From the Bronx. A lot of Bronx pride around here.
We've also been joined by council members Ayala, Stevens, Ressler, and Farias. And now we're going to start with council member questions, and we're going to start with council member Hudson, followed by Osei.
Thank you so much, and good morning. I just want to revisit some of the questions on supportive housing. So you mentioned $3.2 million over FY24 through FY27. Do you have a breakdown of the investment per fiscal year?
So we don't have that. No, sorry. We don't have that right now. We can get back to you
Okay.
with that breakdown.
And then also, how many units you're looking to?
Oh, so for our NYC 15 program,
Sorry, for the Moving On program?
for the Moving On program. So no, I'll get back to you with that as well. But for the Moving On program, just to clarify, it is to assist individuals, and so we can give you the breakdown of the numbers. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're clear on what the purpose of the program is?
Yeah. Yeah, transitioning out of,
It's a graduation
Graduation,
Yep.
yeah.
to permanent affordable housing,
yeah.
independent living.
And then, how many units of supportive housing will be brought online under the proposed budget?
So for the NYC 15 program, supportive housing units, we're still on target. Our share of that production is 7,500 units. And
Sorry, 7,500, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
So HPD's share of congregate units is 7,500, and we're still on target to produce that number of units by 2028.
Okay, thank you. And then, how many units of justice-involved supportive housing will be funded?
Justice involved. How many units of what? Did you say justice involved?
Justice-involved supportive housing?
Let me look. We'll have to
Is
get
that
back
all,
to you.
is that all-inclusive or separate?
I'll have to get back to you on that in terms of the breakdown.
Ahmed, do you have any?
No, I think we'll have to come back to
Yeah.
Okay, all right, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you,
you.
Councilmember.
Okay, we have Councilmember Osei, followed by Brewer.
Good morning, Commissioner. Nice to see you. I'm not sure if you remember, since you have been a commissioner for almost 2 years now, but in 2018, around 2019, there was a program called the Bed-Stuy Housing Initiative, which pertained to a couple open lots, vacant lots that were controlled by HPD in Bedford-Stuyvesant and the district in which I represent. There are two sites, one on Utica and Fulton and another on Nostrand and Marcy, which have not even begun construction. And I hear that in your testimony that, yes, there are $2.07 billion allocated for capital projects. What is the timeline on these two projects? As we're all aware in this room, there's a housing shortage here in New York City. These have already been approved by the city to turn into affordable housing. And I was wondering what the timeline would be on constructing housing on these HPD-owned sites.
So with regard to specific sites, I'd need to obviously look into where exactly in the pipeline and in the life of the project that is. So we can circle back to you on the details. But more generally, we're doing a lot of work in Bed-Stuy. In fact, I don't know, Ahmed, you want to talk a little bit about the Bed-Stuy plan and some of the neighborhood planning efforts. But we'll if you give us the exact locations, we'll circle back to you on the timeline.
Again, it's a part of the Bed-Stuy Housing Initiative.
Gotcha.
That should be easy for you to find. It should be on Fulton and Utica.
Yeah,
as
no,
well as-
it is easy for us to find, but not right here, right now.
Yeah, not for here right now, but I mean,
we'll
you
get
could
it.
definitely
We'll
look
circle back
into
very
that.
quickly.
And I would love to hear about what else you're doing in Bed-Stuy, but this is a top priority within the
got it.
district. This is what the community board has been pushing for years now, and I was just wondering what the delay and timeline would be on those whenever you do have an answer. for
Copy that.
Absolutely. Let me just say on the delay and the timeline, so we are continuing to push out RFPs. In fact, the last RFP that we designated and made public was in Bed-Stuy. It steps on Saratoga. That's 238 units, both targeted for extra low and low income New Yorkers and seniors. And
Yeah, it's outside of my district.
I understand, but for the neighborhood of Bed-Stuy, we've put together a pretty comprehensive plan, and we're trying very aggressively to move those parcels. We'll come back both on the individual site, but overall, because of our pipeline constraints, resource constraints, and work that we're trying to do to make changes to how our federal funding comes through so we can finance and do more, we are working to push with the resources we have, but absolutely can get back to you on details on the Bed-Stuy sites in your district.
Thank you. Another question that I do have is in regards to, I guess, the staffing vacancy, and I'm glad to hear that there is progress that has been made, especially with the new contract with DC 37. Could you talk to us about some of the starting salaries for housing inspectors, a construction project manager, as well as a member of the senior repair crew?
Sure. Do you have any details on that?
Yeah, I mean, for the inspectors specifically, one of the good things we were able to do is that we increased the starting salaries for our inspectors. Before we were starting in the 50s, now we are at 61 $1,000 is the starting salary, so that was very helpful, and that's why we, with these job fairs we're going through and bringing on,
Definitely.
we've seen the difference. For the other ones, we have to get back to the specific salaries for the different titles. But
Thank you for that. And in your progress in hiring, what does the retention rate look like for those who are recently accepted into some of these job positions? Have some folks left, and do you know of some of the reasons in which they've left?
I'll say from my level, because, I sit with my leadership team every week, and we get sort of a rapid fire reporting on the temperature of the agency everywhere. Before you walked in, before you arrived, I was sharing with the committee that when I came 15 months ago, we had 147 vacancies in the inspector corps. We're down to soon just about 7 to 10%. So we, and I think what I can say is that in this surge of hires, part of it because we've been attending every job fair, all 8 of them. We've had our own job fair at our site at 100 Gold Street. The number of people have come in is significant, and I don't think we are far enough forward to start seeing people leave. They just got a job with great benefits. So I don't know if we have any stats on
Yeah, I mean, I guess speak broadly about just looking at where we were a few years ago, so in the last few fiscal years, we saw that with the pandemic and everything, we have more employees leave than we had come on board, and that has changed now. And so now we have more new hires than we have people leaving. So net for this current fiscal year, we're about 25% of what we did for all of last fiscal year. So that's progress, and even in terms of employees who have left versus who have come on board, we've seen a net of about 100 employees. And even just going back to where we were at this time last year in terms of our active headcount, we've seen about a 4% increase. So right now we have about 2,285 employees, whereas last year around this time we're like just a little over 2,200. So we're seeing progress and we're seeing retention. That's why, as the commissioner mentioned before, we're very excited about the DC 37 collective bargaining agreement because we see the impact that's having on staff and our retention, and we'd like to keep that pace.
Thank you, and great work on the hiring. And my office is already in talks about partnering on doing a hiring event. But please, please, please get me a response in regards to the Bed-Stuy Housing Initiative. I would really appreciate that.
You got it, council member.
We have Councilmember Brewer, followed by Barron.
Thank you. Ahmed Tajani knows my first question is going to be about Harborview. So what's the story with Harborview? 124 units, affordable housing. I signed off on it. Quinn signed off on it. Harbor all came about because of Hudson Yards. ¿Qué pasa?
So since the last hearing, we've talked to NYCHA. We're working with them on a broader set of goals around development. I don't have an answer or timeline on Harborview today, but it is part of the larger conversation of where they're going forward with development.
Okay, I heard that answer before. So I need 100% affordable, though. That's still on the table?
That is still on the table.
Right. I think George Sarkisian deserves a Medal of Honor because he and I sat through, along with Councilmember Hudson and others, about 4 hours with Palente on 10. I call it TIL, and I call it HDFC. So my question is, what's the budget? And there you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of vacancies. What's going to happen? It's a mess. I'm not saying it's your mess, but it is a mess.
Let me just say first,
Really, George deserves a lot of credit.
I'm sorry that you had to sit through that.
I don't mind sitting through it. They love me.
Yes.
They don't love HPD.
Yeah.
So the question is, how are we going to help them and the city?
Okay. So I think what I'd like to do is have a separate discussion, not necessarily in the form of a hearing, because, the hearings are constricted by time and rules and all that stuff, to help the council understand, with all due respect, the narrative of what happened, a program from the 1970s.
I was there when it started with
Yeah, me
Philip
too.
St. George in the room.
Me too. Oh, I wasn't in the room, but
I was in the room.
Yeah, I just became a grandfather, so I'm old, like
I'm older.
Now this is going to become a competition about who's older.
I know how old I am.
Yeah, but I think
I was with Philip.
I think you win.
I do. I'd like to win this one, too.
We are committed. We are fully 100% committed to creating homeowners in every one of these former Till, ANCP buildings. Some of them are still in the original
I know.
form.
Okay.
And let me give you a quick, if I may, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair. We have 53 buildings with almost 700 units. 22 of those buildings have completed construction already. And of those, 11 have converted to cooperative. 21 of those 53 are in construction, and obviously the conversion will occur right after the construction. So you take 53 off the table. The number of buildings remaining in the ANCP pipeline are 78 buildings that represent about 1,360 units. 33 of those buildings have assigned sponsors. 33 of the 78, so we lop those off because there's a sponsor, they're in pre-development. The tenants have agreed that they want to be homeowners for the cost, put it in quotes, of $2,500, different from the original $1,970, $250.
Right.
So we're down to 45 buildings that represent about 780 units. They're all pending engagement, if you will. As we hire staff, we're going to engage those tenants. Of the ones that are remaining, we know that there are about a dozen buildings that were the subject of that public conversation that was had, that long conversation where you were at. Those people are unfortunately being fed a lot of disinformation, misunderstanding about the purpose of the program and the impact that it will have on their lives, where they can become homeowners, and in some cases, at no cost to them almost. And they will be secure in New York City, in Manhattan neighborhoods in some cases,
Okay.
in Bronx neighborhoods in some cases, mostly in Manhattan, they will be homeowners.
Okay.
So what we said, and our Deputy Commissioner for Development was here talking about this homeownership, and I don't want to eat up your time, so
I'll be glad to do it. They're not, go ahead, sorry.
I will just finish with this. We, and anybody who represents a Till building that is resistant, let's come to the table with the tenants.
Okay.
Not with an advocacy group that is
Okay.
spreading misinformation and lies, which
Okay.
is what they're doing.
All right, I understand that. We can have a longer conversation because Alicia Palente is not going away.
Yes.
And I have a lot of money in this. I put a lot of money into these programs, and it's sitting there. Because of the issue is we don't want a big mortgage that they are then saddled with into the future. That's the issue, as you know.
Absolutely.
I mean, I can.
We agree on that.
We know what the issues are. I don't know how to address it right now, but it does need more discussion because they're not going away, just so you know. And it's amazing who's in there. I mean.
We're inviting them to the table.
Okay.
The
But
tenants.
inviting and solving are
They're
challenging.
They're welcome to come to my conference room, and I will be there personally.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. Now, the other quick question, Mitchell Lama. So Julie Wolpert is a superstar also, working hard on these issues. There's a proposal, I think, on the table. Dick Heitler, who was at HPD for many years, has other ideas. Can we also have further discussions? We got to save Mitchell Lama. We got co-op, we got rental. I lost 32 Mitchell Lamas on the west side. I got about 4 or 5 left. I know Mitchell Lama. I hate to say it, but I was there when they started also. Okay. So, but do you have some plans on making sure that Mitchell Lama, particularly co-ops, if you want to have that conversation, they all want to buy out, at least in Manhattan. So you have some ideas. 15 years, they don't necessarily like that for the finance. They want to buy out and pay taxes and sell for their kids who live in Florida. You know how that goes. So what are your ideas? Just, I know time is of the essence here.
Top line, we're committed to Mitchell Lama's intent, original intent. This is a program, we have 93 developments in our basket. 2/3 of them are co-ops, so these are owned by the tenants.
Right.
We like that, and we should like that. These are paths to the middle class. affordable housing, many high-cost neighborhoods, and in neighborhoods across the city.
So I got 150 West, 150-160 West 96th Street, they want to buy out, and Turin House, they both want to buy out. So I mean, you have fights in the elevators about who wants to and who doesn't. You got to make a good deal that they want to stay in the program.
Yeah.
So far, that's not happening.
So we're committed to continuing our work with the Mitchell Lamas, to keeping them affordable, to
Okay.
keeping them for working.
It's kind of like the TIL program, you know, it sounds good on paper, but it's a real struggle to get it right.
Yeah. We're doing a full court press on the Mitchell Lama program with our partners, HDC. And as I said, the aim is to protect these assets for New York City.
I know, I want to protect them too, but the people who are living there
Understood.
want to make money. And I'm saying it's the right thing, but they see dollars, 96 and Broadway, you can't make, but, you know, they're selling for $25 million around the corner.
I remember when Co-op City went through that existential
I know,
crisis.
but it's a different group on the Upper
Oh, yeah.
West Side. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much.
Okay,
I could go on.
Councilmember Barron, followed by Brooks Powers.
First of all, Mr. Chair, I'd like for you to correct your opening statement. You said, and I quote, "Good morning, Chair Sanchez, Chair Brennan," but you forgot to say elder, because there's two elders. You forgot to put the elder, the two elders. Could you guess which two?
Elder Barron
And
and Elder Brewer.
that's what I'm talking about. There you go.
Blessings to you,
please,
Elder.
Please make that correction. Respect your elders. This is a
Thank you, sir.
traditional thing in our culture.
Yes, sir.
Number two, I'm really concerned about the 400 and some odd million that goes to NYCHA if they're in RAD or PAC. See, the mayor is supportive of privatizing public housing. So one of the incentives of privatization is to only give capital funding to those developments, which is few at this point, that's in RAD and PAT. That's not right. I think they're using the funding, our public funding, to encourage developments to privatize. Go
Can I
ahead.
respond?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. I just want to, for the record, state very clearly that the mayor and this administration is not interested in privatizing public housing. And in fact, we were successful last year in creating a vehicle with the help of the state of New York to allow for the financing of
See, now,
public housing
I let you in, but that is not true.
That is accurate, yes.
No, not Mayor Adams, because even prior to becoming mayor, he was supportive of RAD and PAT.
So for the record,
privatizing.
we have a fundamental,
No, there ain't no fundamental
difference
disagreement.
of
It's on record. No,
looking at
this is not a fundamental disagreement. It is on record that he stated out of his mouth that he was supportive of the RAD and PAT program, and it is reflected in his capital allotment. But go ahead.
I think, and we probably will eat up a lot of time with this, but I think the interpretation of RAD and PACT as privatization, I think, is the fundamental misunderstanding. That we could talk
on,
about
Adolfo.
over a cup of
Adolfo,
coffee
come
at the diner. You have a nice diner over
No,
there.
I ain't even inviting you out to talk about that one. Come on, there's some things we'll discuss, but
Yes.
it won't be that.
Oh, it will be,
And,
because
you know,
I
matter
have
of
to
fact-
convince you that you're
Matter
wrong.
of fact, the reason why they go into the public trust now is because RAD and PAT was so privatized, so now they're talking about public trust. But RAD and PAT cannot be the only places that money is going into NYCHA, because there are great needs. As you know, it's almost, $40 billion need, capital need. So to not include, other developments, unless they're in RAD and PAT, it's just unconscionable. It's just not correct. And I hope that we can do something about that.
And I'll
That's number one.
encourage you, sir, to take up that conversation with NYCHA specifically, which I'm sure
I have already.
you're engaged in.
I
Yeah.
have already. but it's where the money in the mayor's budget is designated to RAD and PAT. That's my problem. Why don't they just dedicate it to NYCHA and then let NYCHA choose its developments?
It's a pass-through to NYCHA for their work.
For RAD and PAT. It's in the budget.
Yes, and it's in my statement.
It's in the budget. It's in your statement. So let's fess up here. The other piece, this is probably going to hurt me more than anything has hurt me in my political career, and that's to compliment you and say that we're working very well with you in my district. And this is hurting me, Adolfo. This is hurting me tremendously.
I want to see the pain infliction.
This is taking me out of my character. You know, I reserved this moment to beat up commissioners.
That's why I started
off. But that's why I started off with Rad and Pat, so I could do a little hit before I
finish on a positive.
But on the real side, since Sean Donovan and now you,
yes, sir.
And East New York is not gentrified. And East New York has had several 100% affordable projects, and we worked well with you and your team on that. The question is when they take, you know how they cut capital money? They push it out. So they don't tell you they're cutting it. So we push that out to 2024, we push it out to 2025, then 25 comes, so we're pushing that out to 27. So there's a way of you never ever getting it. And in some instances, because you know the developers are getting subsidies, and some of the capital, the bonding for the capital projects, a lot of that is being pushed out. And sometimes our projects, when we go to closing, you know, we have a real problem. So we close in June. We can't close in June because we pushed it out. Now we got to close in January, and then we got to close in next June.
So a piece of good news, which was also in my prepared testimony, but in order to deal with the backlog, the pipeline issues, the preservation work that has suffered so much, especially during the pandemic, and the rising cost of development, we actually did the reverse of what you were describing. We took $500 million from future years and we put them into 24 so we could accelerate some of the work we're doing in your district and around the city. And we welcome the continued partnership. We're doing a lot of stuff in your district, which is really transformative. So I appreciate that.
And I'll be talking to you about a particular project in my district, 421 Van Sicklin. It's a very important project. I think it's a HDC, and they've been struggling over the years. We got them off the list of being, you know, thrown off and given to somebody else. But I want to call, and my office is already calling your office, but I would like for you to really come and help us with that one. Because of your office, we did sustain it this far. But you know, the real challenge sometimes in those developments is whether enough rent is being collected so you can get the proper loans that you need.
Yep.
And then could we get a break in the water bill or a break in this bill and that bill? There is one in my district that went very, very well. Elva McZeal was excellent. They had $500,000 in water bills and $4 million in taxes, and it was forgiven. Yeah. And they were able to now own, you know, their own development. So that's the kind of work we would like to have spread throughout the district. Finally, black developers, not diversity, not inclusionary, what other term they use, minority, MWBE, black developers, not subcontractors, but GCs, general contractors who are black, is a real problem because they don't get the same kind of opportunities as others. So how do we stand on that in terms of numbers?
Yeah, no, I'm so glad that you bring that up because I think I said it at my first hearing with you all last year. We have worked over the past 15 months during my tenure very aggressively to do a number of things to change the game. We operate in New York City a multi-billion-dollar affordable housing industry. As you see the capital numbers, you see the expense numbers. People in our city have built very good, well-intentioned businesses on the work we do, and that's a good thing. We are specifically targeting the M in MWBE, the minority developers, which are black, mostly black and some brown, to be honest with
Well,
you.
black and brown is all right, but minority can be a whole lot of things.
Well,
Sometimes white women.
No,
Minorities can be a whole lot of
There's
things.
a distinction. There's minority and women.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But I'm saying that just ethnically, minorities can be a broad
thing.
sweep, yeah.
So we're one of the things that we have to do every year is we have to tell the federal government how we're going to use low-income housing tax credits in what's called a qualified allocation plan. And it basically says, look, this is how these credits are going to land in the neighborhoods and impact people's lives. And these are the rules that we're associating with the disbursement or the distribution of these tax credits. And what we've done is we've added points for minority and women-owned businesses for the first time. In other words, you come to us with a project, with a development. Most of our developments are private sites. Everybody knows that, right? So you come
Just in the interest of time,
Yep.
I'm not talking about minority and women-owned stuff. I'm talking about black developers. However, the last thing, Mr. Chairs, and I'll stop. 421A, I know the mayor is very supportive of 421A, correct?
Yes, and
All right.
as am I.
And that's a real problem, because 421A historically has done 80-20, and even at 20, in terms of affordability, historically, and even at 80, that 20% wasn't really affordable, and they got major tax breaks and major breaks on property, purchasing property. 420A was such a failure that the state put it on hold because people don't want that anymore. We'd be better off letting them pay the taxes and let the funds go into a affordable housing fund that not-for-profits could get instead of these rich developers in 421A. They're getting richer, and you can check out the statistics yourself. Over the years, the affordability is dismal, especially when we define affordability and not 421A.
We got to move along here.
So much to cover, Mr. Chairman. If I could just briefly respond. The tax incentive that invites the private sector to invest in high-cost areas of the city has generated thousands and thousands of affordable housing units. Now,
I'll stop, Madam Chair. I'm going to stop.
No, but wait, let me just say.
You say thousands and thousands.
Yeah, and I'll tell you.
They fell way below, and I have the statistics. I'll be glad to have that coffee with you and show you the real statistics.
All of a sudden, I'm going to the diner.
Yeah, I want the coffee now, because when you say thousands of thousands, that
Yes.
means that you don't want to say the real number and
No, I'll say
how much they really made as compared to what they really did with affordability. So you say thousands of thousands.
I will say
it's been thousands of years almost.
I will say for the record that I love arguing with you, council member, because it's.
But this is not a love affair. This is trying to get some results.
Yeah,
up
and
in here.
and what we need is a tax incentive that works, that creates.
That doesn't.
It doesn't. It didn't. And that's why we're supporting a new tax incentive that will deepen the affordability, and we hope that the legislature will step up and have that conversation. Let's just have that conversation, because we are leaving a lot of units on the table that could be in high-cost neighborhoods, give people opportunity, and forget about the 130% AMI. That's gone, and rightfully so. So the question is, where do we land? And I look forward to that conversation, and the administration does.
Okay, Councilmember Brooks Powers, followed by Ressler.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony today. Looking forward to having you back in my district.
I promised you I was going to come on my Harley, so.
Yeah, I've been waiting. I think it's
coming.
almost 2 years now, but it's okay.
No.
In the council's budget response, we called for an additional $5 million in the executive budget for renter and homeowner support programs like Home Fits and homeowner help desk. As you know, my district contains so many, it's really diverse because we have our renters, but we also have homeowners, low-income homeowners, black and brown homeowners who could benefit from a boost to programs like these. A couple of things around that. One, why wasn't this request for an increase accepted? How many full-time staff are assigned to providing support to low-income homeowners? And what provisions are being made in this budget to improve support for homeowners? And I ask that you not take all the time because I do have another question for you.
Okay, I won't filibuster.
Please.
So top line, this is a very high priority for us, and I think you've heard the mayor talk about it. We've made a historic investment in homeownership, in supporting homeownership. And I don't know if, I don't know the $5 million that you mentioned, maybe somebody can help me with that, but I know that what we have done is we've dedicated $53 million over the next 5 years in the financial plan for efforts related to home ownership. Almost 30 million of that is going to the Home First Down Payment Assistance Program to encourage people to become first-time home buyers. And we want to take that program and double the number of people that we have served historically. Secondly, we're investing $16.5 million in Home Fix. And it's in the budget. It's obviously, as you know, the home repair program, but it immensely helps with keeping folks in their home and making sure that they're safe in their home and that they can keep their home, especially older New Yorkers. And we're bolstering our homeowner help desk and expanding it citywide. So we're taking that investment to $7.2 million to help owners with access to technical, legal, and other assistance that they need to keep their homes intact. In addition, we're dedicating almost $1.3 million in the new capital funding over the 10-year plan for some other home ownership, like multifamily home ownership programs. And then in terms of staffing, real quick, let me just...
We can take that.
You can, yeah.
So just in terms of our current budget, we have 40 staff across programs that are dedicated to home ownership. And that includes additional staff lines we just received, as the commissioner mentioned earlier, with the 17 positions that were added to our budget. 3 of those went to our Home First Down Payment Assistance Program. Another 5 went to support our Home Fix home repair program. So we do have 40 staff right now across our various home ownership programs.
Thank you. And Chair, if I could just, thank you. So I just want to briefly talk about prevailing wage requirements for developers that receive financial assistance from the city. As you know, I inherited a number of development in Far Rockaway and have grown very concerned about the lack of prevailing wage happening on these projects where people are building these multi-million-dollar projects, paying people $15 an hour. So can you walk us through prevailing wage requirements for construction or building service workers? And how does HPD help ensure that these requirements are being met? How does this budget help HPD ensure these requirements are being met? And what are some of the challenges of extending some of these prevailing wage requirements to smaller developments?
So let me have First Deputy Commissioner Tagani address that.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. So let me start first with the regulatory and compliance piece. We have a team called the Economic Opportunity and Regulatory Compliance Team. It's 4 different divisions that look over both labor and workforce and employment and wage requirements. There is a regular communication and reporting that goes on between the contractors and developers who do work on HPD projects and the city, and specifically HPD. They are the ones who look over invoices and make sure that they are in compliance with what they're supposed to do, local law, and we are regularly enforcing that, making adjustments if necessary, making sure people are doing what they've agreed to do regardless of the project. That's both on our development work and that's also on our procurement work as well. On the development side, depending on the funding, we always comply with whatever the wage requirements are. There are federal projects like our SARA projects that do come with prevailing wage requirements. I think the bigger picture about the balance and costs of developing affordable housing these days, we work very hard to make sure that we have enough money to make the projects happen and ensure that there are good paying jobs and we are following all the regulations that we need to. The other balance of it too is that for building service workers, there is a requirement that on projects that receive over $2 million in city funds, there is prevailing wage for building service workers. That's another requirement that—
Does that extend for the construction side?
The building service workers?
Like, no, for like the construction workers, like when they're actually doing the construction, if it's over a certain amount, does the requirement extend for prevailing wage for that too?
My understanding is, and I'm happy to get clarity and come back to you, based on the funding stream, there are different requirements. For instance, when we use home funds in our SARA senior projects.
Sorry, not to cut you off, just in the interest of time, but like the projects, for example, in my district, most of which have money from HPD. So because they're getting public dollars and it's on public land and it's over $2 million and it's more than 120 units, is there a requirement for those type of projects to have prevailing wage?
I think we can go through every project, look at the different positions and talk about the requirements of each one. This way you have the full picture. But this is why we need a 4-team unit to make sure that compliance happens. This becomes a complicated set of questions for us. That being said, we have the people in place to make sure that those rules are followed on our projects. So we're happy to follow up and go through every project in your district to lay that out.
And then in terms of this budget, like how does the budget help HPD ensure that these requirements are being met? Like, is it meeting the need now, do you find, or is there additional resources needed? Are you operating with less resources than you generally would?
If I can use the acronym because it's very long, EORC team actually has hired back up. We have a couple positions still necessary, but our budget also is providing for new technology so that we can do our work more efficiently, a new dashboard, and basically a system that will allow us to better talk across units. So I would say that the money that we have in the budget actually puts us in a position to do more effective work in the future.
And then the last question I had asked before, I'm just reiterating it because it was a lot. What are some of the challenges of extending some of these prevailing wage requirements to smaller developments? I often hear when developers are coming to us, in order for it to be affordable, we can't do this or we can't do that. So from your expertise, what do you feel that some of those challenges are for extending the prevailing wage requirements to smaller projects?
I think at this point, our development projects are seeing a number of different complications. They're dealing with high interest rates, a conservative bank and lending environment, labor shortages. There are carrying costs with land as we work to try to prime that project ready to go. There are legal costs. There are a number of different factors that drive up development budgets much more than we've seen in the past. That's part of the reason why we had to move capital budget dollars from the out years to the near years to be able to meet the development goals. So we know that the production needs to be at a certain point to meet the crisis, but that does come with a price in the current budget environment. So there are a number of those factors that exist just in the market. There are a number of factors that exist with sourcing out supplies and construction overall. Insurance is also not only something that impacts existing buildings, but also the different phases of construction and buildup. And as an agency and with our sister agencies, we're trying to tackle this in different ways. Wage, salary, competition for labor, that's another input into it.
Thank you, and I would love to work with you more closely, especially on the projects in my district, to try and reconcile some of this, because when you think about it, the developers are getting public land, they're getting subsidy, and they're building out something that's going to make them money into perpetuity, but then you have people from the community either not getting hired or getting hired minimum wage to do very labor-intensive work with no benefits. So we should be looking at labor work. We should be looking at when labor is not on the projects, making sure that there's prevailing wage. but that needs to be a priority so we're not exploiting workers that are New Yorkers here as well. So, but thank you, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you,
on this.
Councilmember. We look forward to working with you.
Councilman Ressler, followed by Dinowitz.
Thank you very much to Chairs Brannan and Sanchez. Commissioner, I have some good news, which is that I got to see your first deputy last night, and so I got much of my rage out on him then.
Oh, great.
So,
I noticed a little different look this morning.
yeah, I think he's still recovering, I'll be honest, in lots of different ways. But it's good to see you. I
Likewise.
wanted to focus on, firstly, head count. So we were doing a review of the city record and found, and I think you mentioned this at your last hearing, at the prelim budget hearing, that 442 folks were hired by HPD last year, which is great. But we also found that 405 folks left HPD last year, so we netted 37 new people at a time when everybody in the housing world is acknowledging that the biggest challenge to us meeting our housing goals is the fact that there's nobody at HPD, and that the place is suffering from extremely high rates of vacancy. I think there are 400 vacancies right now. If we include the 100 positions that you eliminated, they're really 500 positions down.
Let's put the nobody at HPD in quotes as poetic license. There's some of us are there. 2,285.
But when we're talking about a net reduction between
Yes,
the vacant
yes.
positions and the eliminated positions of 500 odd bodies, that is a huge reduction. And great public servants like Anne Marie Santiago can only help to keep our tenants safe if she has inspectors to deploy and a team in place. So what's the current headcount in HPD?
Why don't I have Gardier address that, but I will say this, which you missed at the beginning of my remarks, which was we are making lots of progress, and you'll see the trend. And some of the wins that we've had with getting a fresh DC-37 contract, some salary increases for new hires of $3,000.
I mean, Commissioner, I looked at the city record for
No, I
the first 2
understand.
months of this year, and I found that while you hired 128 people, 58 had left. So that is a net gain of 70. We are moving...
Which is better than the 30 some odd. right?
37 that you gained in net all of calendar year 2022, but it's still way too low. So could I just...
I agree with you.
Yeah, I
that-
hear you. Some progress
it's
has been
trending.
made, totally inadequate, but some progress. Where are we on the current head count?
So we are 2,285 right now. So
2,285, so we still have 400 odd
We still have
positions
400, yeah.
that we are actively looking to
And
fill.
we're actively
Do we have a
looking-
timeline by which we anticipate HPD meeting its headcount goals?
So we're still actively involved in different hiring fairs. We are on a vacancy
It's
reduction
okay,
spree.
it's okay if the answer is no. I'm just looking for no timeline? Okay,
There-
so just on a couple other topics, if Chair Sanchez and Brandon will give me a little bit of latitude, on supportive housing production, where I am deeply concerned about the lack of productivity. We all know that we're facing a homelessness crisis in New York City. Last year, or in the PMMR for the first 4 months of FY23, HPD started 381 new units of housing for homeless individuals, including 250 supportive units. In the same period last year, we were doing far better. Overall, we're seeing a 27% decrease year to date in the PMMR for all homeless households for new housing starts and 50% among all housing starts. So we're seeing big declines. I'm attributing most of this to the lack of staff that are at HPD, but what really concerned me is that the PEG in the November plan took away $15 million in funding for supportive housing. OTPS was reduced by $14.7 million from FY23 to FY26 for supportive housing, which I think we would all agree in the wake of Jordan Neely's death and acknowledging the mental health and homelessness crisis we're facing as a city is one of the most important investments we make in city government. So what's the roadblock to us generating more supportive housing units, to getting back on track to reaching our 15,000 unit goal for over the next 15 years? How can this council help HPD achieve the goals that we are unfortunately so far behind on?
Let me do a top line, because it's hard to unpack all the numbers you threw out, and
I go fast, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
you
from
do
Brooklyn.
very
It's
fast.
just how we talk.
It's a Brooklyn style, you know. At the beginning of the hearing, I shared our commitment and that we're on pace to meet our 15,000 units of supportive housing goal under 15 years. And we've already created, just in Congregate alone, close to 10,000 units, another 3,600 and some more are in the works, that have been completed with our partners. We will meet that goal. It's not being defunded. We have the capital to get it done. You mentioned housing starts. And I don't know if you were referring to the set-aside units that become available in new construction of those housing starts. Last year, we had a banner year in new construction. Over
520 units of homeless housing, 500, including 500 supportive units, which was great.
Yeah.
My concern is that the PMMR data showing how we're doing for the current fiscal year is way behind. And I'm happy to hear that we're on pace to hit our 15,000 goals. We should be focused on exceeding it, considering there's 60,000 people in New York City that are eligible for supportive housing and desperately need it. And the idea that we're taking resources away from supportive housing at some meaningful scale, $15 million, I just think is wrong-headed. It may be penny-wise, but it's pound-foolish, and it undermines the long-term safety and stability of our city. I have one last item, and I know Justin's going to kick me if I keep talking. So you wanted to say something, but can I ask that you do it briefly?
I do. Just very quickly, our fiscal year is still going on, and as people know, while we close at different times throughout the year, our main closing season is toward the end of the fiscal year. So we actually do a lot of deals. We have people doing deals right now.
Yes, but I'm comparing data year over year for the same 4-month period in the PMMR and showing that we're way behind our progress for the last year. I hope that you're going to speed things up and have a really great closing, and I'm rooting for you. If we can help in any way, you let us know.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to have a great closing season this year.
Well, look, keep us posted, and hopefully more stuff in District 33. The last thing before I get punched is this. Bedford Gardens. The 80% rent increase that Kraus has proposed that would affect 50% of the tenants in this very low-income housing development is disastrous. I've been disappointed by the communication from HPD through this process. I just want to say very plainly on the record, my hope is that there's a long-term financing deal that can secure long-term affordability, keep Kraus in the Bedford Gardens in the Mitchell-Lama program, and limit the rent increases that we're facing now. The tenants in our community, low-income, Black, Latino, Jewish households, would be forced into shelter if a fraction of this rent increase were to be imposed. And I am counting on HPD to be a good partner here. We are counting on HUD to be a good partner here. We are very eager for more information and hoping you're working on the long-term solution that we really need.
We are. We share the same goal. We're collecting information. We're meeting with HUD next week to compare notes. I did receive your letter yesterday and from Congresswoman Velasquez and Borough President Reynoso, and I appreciate your advocacy on this. I know that we had a meeting with the elected officials and some of the members of your staffs several weeks ago. We are committed to making sure that development continues to be an asset in the neighborhood.
I appreciate it, and I want to thank you all for your service and the hard work that you all put into trying to address the affordability crisis in New York. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Member Dinowitz, followed by Ayala.
Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Sanchez. Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. In contrast to Councilmember Ressler, I did not get my rage out last night, so here we are. Well, it's good to see a fellow Bronxite here. I have two things I want to ask about. I'm sure you can guess what one of them is. It's about our Mitchell-Lama program here in the city. And I was a little surprised to hear you say that you're doing a full court press on Mitchell-Lama. I'm interested to know what that looks like. We had a hearing here last week, Housing and Buildings hearing. We've had hearings, obviously, every month, and the costs are skyrocketing. As you know, Tracy Towers, 22%, and they have holes in their ceiling. Elevators don't work. Cannon Heights in my district, I just received maintenance statements from 3 months in a row, went from $800 a month to over $1,200 a month. And that's over a 50% increase. It's going to be going up a total of 78%. It's completely unsustainable. And when we asked last week, the answer keeps changing every so often. Well, maintenance, it's hard to maintain these buildings, and now the answer has been the cost of insurance, the cost of these umbrella insurance policies, which appear to be more expensive for some reason for Mitchell Lamas than they do for any other co-op in New York City. And so I'm wondering if included in your full court press is addressing the insurance costs that are, from what you say, causing these maintenance and rent increases to skyrocket.
So there is a real crisis in the Mitchell Lamas that we have to address, and but it really cuts across all residential real estate portfolios in New York City, that rental portfolios.
But it's not hitting other rentals as hard as it's hitting Mitchell Lamas.
It is. So and it turns out that Mitchell Lamas are on the much more affordable side in terms of the monthly costs to tenants. But
sorry, but I don't know any shareholder anywhere in my district whose maintenance is going up almost 100%.
Nobody wants to see an increase. No, you know.
Well, 78%. I mean, 78% is not like a reasonable increase. Come on.
It's gigantic. For the record, and for all our benefit. The rent increases that come to us for consideration are from the Mitchell Lamas themselves. And let me just finish. So 2/3 of the 93 developments that we're responsible for in New York City are owners, are shareholders, are co-ops, right? And so the board comes to us and says, oh my God, we can't keep up with costs, we can't pay our mortgage, our insurance costs just went up, we need to, we're requesting permission to do a rent increase. We look at their books, and we say, in order for you to sustain this business operation, because every building is a business operation, you need to do the following. We agree. It gets reviewed by several parties. To point out insurance in particular, we have seen Cannon Heights annual insurance costs go from $200,000 a year to $900,000 a year in 1 year. That jump. So they came to us and said, we need to increase our rents. The full court press includes what kind of financing tools should we be considering? What insurance instruments are out there in the industry, including maybe something that we can create locally.
So
Section 8
you're creating an. I mean, it's been years. It's been really years that these Mitchell Lamas, and I'm only interrupting you, out of time, not out of.
I understand.
And full respect, especially fellow Bronxite, but it's been years, and we've just said, well, insurance, and this is what it was last week at the hearing. Every time it sort of feels like you throw your hands up in the air and say, well, insurance costs are going up, so there's nothing we can do. And I would just push back a little. Tracy Towers did not request an increase. It was their management. I believe it was a management company, but I think, look, I grew up in Mitchell Lama, right? Like, I understand this is, I was middle income family growing up. I lived there as a single adult. I was a teacher, like a union job. This is something I relied on. My family relied on, and in turn, I think residents in Mitchell Lama rely on you to provide guidance and support. And I do need to hear more about what's being done to push back against insurance costs. I have one more quick thing, and I do want to continue offline, but I do have one more quick thing about your term sheets. We have a lot of families in New York City. We have as-of-right developments that use your term sheets to create affordable housing. And it's I think we all agree, important to create affordable housing, but your term sheets incentivize the construction of a lot of units, but not a lot of bedrooms. And what does that mean? If you look at your ELA or mix and match term sheets, a lot of developers will opt to create 70% of their units as studios and one-bedroom apartments, regardless of where it is. So for example, we have developments that are adjacent to or across the street from schools and down the block from family shelters. family shelters. And the developers, because of the term sheets, are constructing buildings which don't really meet the need of the neighborhood. They're not constructing apartments for the people who would go to school, or apartments for the people to get them out of the shelter into permanent living conditions. So my question is, what efforts are being made by HPD to incentivize the production of more bedrooms rather than shoving as many units into a building as possible so that more families can stay in or move to New York City?
So we as an agency work with developers, for-profit, nonprofit, to try to ensure that the unit mix is responsive to the local needs. The reality that we face is that there are, in some areas of the city, many three-bedroom units that sit unable to be rented, and the stuff that's flying, the units that are flying off the shelf are the ones and twos. And if you look at the typical household, and I know that we have our Deputy Commissioner for the Office of Policy and Strategy that oversees the New York City Housing Vacancy Survey, which we're engaged in right now. We're in the middle of the survey. The majority of renters in New York City are single and two-person households, the majority. But what we try to do is ensure that we get the unit mix that answers the local need.
I appreciate you saying that, and I think I would love if that reflected the experiences that have been in my neighborhood. It sounds like you do recognize that a building next to a school and next to a family shelter has, different needs than maybe something in another neighborhood where there are more need for single units. Your term sheets don't reflect the nuance that exists throughout all the neighborhoods in New York City. And so it sounds like, whatever we can figure out, we do, but it doesn't sound like there's any structure in place that to build something that meets the needs of the more localized individual communities.
We do require a unit mix.
Yeah. No, I see it on the term sheet. It's a minimum of 30% two-bedroom, minimum of 15% one-bedroom, a maximum of 25% studio for your Ella and mix and match. But look, developers are there to make money, right? And they're going to put as many units. And look, you as HPD, you are very proud of the number of units. If you look at every press release you put out, we've created this many units, not this many bedrooms. So a developer is going to do 30% two-bedroom and then 70% one-bedroom and studio. So I would just say, I know my time's way up, and I appreciate the chairs granting me extra time, but I do want to emphasize the fact that we have different neighborhoods in New York City with different needs. Every square block is different, and I would hope that HPD, as they develop new incentives and new housing arrangements, recognize those nuances and those differences in our neighborhoods so that we can retain and attract families here in New York City.
Okay, we have questions now from Councilmember Ayala, followed by Velasquez.
I'd also like to note that we have weekly meetings in our Committee on Housing and Buildings, not monthly.
For the record.
In case you wanted to show up, Eric. But he's right. I'm just listening to what he's saying, and it's my experience as well. We've had a number of projects that have been approved in my district as well, where the number of units are not really reflective of the population. And I get it, like we're building for citywide needs, not specific community-based needs. But to build in a community where we have higher density, where, historically Black and brown families are larger, the number of one-bedrooms and studios that we see is really just not making sense to me, and I think that developers, they want to develop as many units as they can, right? Not necessarily units that are specific to larger families, and there's a need for those. But I have a couple of questions. Regarding the mandate on, sheltering the asylum seekers, How does that impact, if at all, your ability to house families? Because I know, I don't think most people know that HPD runs shelters anyway, right? But those shelter beds are usually for families that are displaced through fire or building the conditions that are
Emergency shelters, yes.
Exactly. And actually, people usually say that those shelter settings are better than the city shelters, the DHS shelter sites, which is really interesting. But how does that impact then your ability to house a family in need who might find themselves displaced because of an emergency?
So there's no impact between our efforts as a city to address the needs of the asylum seekers that are arriving here in droves. And, as I earlier said, we're obviously very concerned about the sunset of Title 42 last night. We expect that a surge will continue in northern cities, and this city in particular that's carried the lion's share of this. But our infrastructure for emergency housing stands, is well equipped. We have the 3 shelters that we run in 3 boroughs. And you know how it works. The American Red Cross is involved for the first couple of days, 3 days. They get put up in a hotel, and then families are offered the option. Many of them don't take it, to go into a shelter and wait while the repairs happen in their units so they can return home. Many of them find family members elsewhere and friends that they can stay with. But let me just, for one hot second, go back to the unit mix that you mentioned, because one of the opportunities we get is to use the public sites that we have. And, we own more than 800 properties around the city, a lot of it land, a lot of it tied up already in RFPs and RFQs looking to develop. And that's where we have a very unique opportunity to work with the local elected officials, let alone on the private sites, which we do. And I don't want people to come away from this hearing thinking that there is no discussion about the local need of unit mix. There's absolutely. And different members insert themselves in different ways,
Yes.
aggressive or not. And so I encourage you to come argue the case on behalf of your constituents, press the developer as needed.
Ahmed is shaking his head because he knows that I've argued my case plenty of times.
But the RFP, the public sites give us a very special opportunity to craft the development in a very, tailored way to the needs of the local community.
Yeah. Because, I get, like, it sounds nice when we say we build 1,000 units, right? But if the 1,000 units are not necessarily, addressing the needs in communities like mine where we have, larger families, then it becomes problematic for me.
I think that for HPD, the big culture shift is the reason why we have a community planning team, the reason why we have neighborhood strategies is because we try to go into each project. We use the term sheet as our base map, as our guide, and then we go from there to see how we can move the numbers around. And not only with the unit count, but also how we're using non-residential space, how we're also bringing in conversations with DOT or fire or parks about how the project fits in that neighborhood. So the culture shift is to do what you described and use the tools as the baseline and then see where we can go from there.
Okay. All right.
And a quick plug again, we need your help in Albany. We, for our loan authority, it's in my prepared testimony. Take a look at it. I don't want to eat up time, Chairman or Chairwoman. But our loan authority will allow us to do things like working with Community Land Trust in your district. It'll help us to finance other uses, community facility uses in our residential developments. We can't do that right now. So there's tools that we wish we had, and our loan authority is stuck in the 1970s and 80s.
Absolutely. Well, so we all know, everybody in this room knows that we're facing a pretty challenging housing crisis. But I've also been here for quite a number of years and know that we've also voted on quite a substantial number of projects that to me seem to be kind of on hold somewhere in the abyss, not sure where they are in the pipeline, why it's taking so long to finance and start construction on those units. Could you share a little bit about where you are in terms of the pipeline of number of units that are scheduled to be breaking ground or whatever in the next year?
So last year, we had a banner year, over 10,000 new construction units. We expect to see that pattern continue. And this year, we established a target of about 18,000 units. We're super confident that we're going to meet that and possibly even exceed it. And if things remain in the direction they're going, which we think they will, and with the capacity accelerator program that we're applying to our development team and bringing in new staff, I think we're going to continue to see more unit generation, and that's obviously a great thing. So the delays that happen in projects is one, many of them are tax credit deals for new construction, and they're all queued up in a line of trying to get it, that tool. So another commercial break for HPD and the administration. We need help from the federal government to free up tax credit capacity. And I'll just say that we have a regular conversation going with our congressional delegation, the House members and the senators, about advocating on our behalf and making and delivering on what's called reducing the 50% test to 25% on what is it,
No, this is the bond.
the bond cap, which frees up the tax credits. Yeah, and this stuff is obviously very complicated, and that's why we have a deputy commissioner for development who's been here 1,000 times and is known as an expert. But we need you all to help us get that message to Washington, to help us with the tools.
I mean, I'm always excited and happy to help. I need somebody to call me and say, hey,
We'll give you the words
when we
and
need
the
it.
message.
And I'm happy to do that. But it does put us in a really awkward kind of position because we feel a lot of pressure to pass all of these zoning projects. And what happens then is, like, now I have a pipeline of projects that are on hold in my community. 5 years pass, 10 years pass, and now I'm renegotiating something that took me, a significant amount of time to negotiate, because now the term sheets are no longer applicable, to those construction projects, and even the AMIs that we're negotiating may not be applicable, in 10 years, 5 years. So that creates, so when we're rushing, so we're voting them out, and then we're consistently hearing, well, we need to build, right? So you need to pass this ULURP, you need to pass this ULURP. But if we're passing them at the rate that at a faster rate than we're building, then we're creating this bottleneck that in essence makes us inefficient, because if the projects sit there for long enough, then they may no longer benefit the community that we intended them for.
So we invite the discussion with you and with the developers, and we're talking constantly to developers about making the necessary adjustments to continue to keep the projects affordable and relevant to the district.
Yeah.
So, we encourage you to do that.
And the only thing I'll add is the key part about your vote in getting through the rezoning period. It puts us in a place to work with the pre-development team through the due diligence process, through putting together the budget that we need so we know what we're building. We certainly, as a city, with your partnership, will work on making those tools more flexible at the state and federal level, but we do need to get through the ULURP to get through the rest of the work so we can get to the closing. And that is certainly a key piece, which is why we're trying to move through those ULURPs as fast as we can.
Okay. I have another question and then just two comments. But so regarding the pilot program that is being proposed to help incentivize landlords to make the necessary repairs to their apartments in exchange for City Fep's rental, why are we paying a landlord to incentivize them to do something that they're legally required to do under the law? Because legally, they cannot deny that apartment to a tenant because that would be considered discrimination, right, as a source of income discrimination. So my question is, I think the city identified last year, the newspaper, identified last year that there was a total of almost 50,000 registered vacant units, of rent-stabilized units in New York City, wouldn't it be more effective to work with HCR to try to identify those landlords and, and start some level of communication that way, as opposed to using city resources to incentivize the law?
You want to? Thank you for the question, Councilmember. I think there's a couple of ways to approach this piece. I think taking a step back, there's units out there in the building stock that either need a lot of attention, repair, have extensive physical needs. Sometimes there is a tenant in place, and after an extended period of time, that apartment needs to go through repair just so it can meet basic habitability, basic code requirements. In order for us to put someone who has a voucher into an apartment, we have to make sure as a city that that apartment is safe and secure for them to move into. Owners in various degrees have told us, both in the nonprofit and the for-profit world, that the cost of doing that work has gone up. As we've talked about today, in new construction and rehab, the cost of doing that work has gone up tremendously, both on minor repairs and more extensive building system rehab. So like we've done with the Landlord Ambassador Program, like we've done with our preservation programs, we recognize that there is a class of unit that we can put back onto the market if it has some funds to go through some repair. Whether that comes through a loan or a grant, we tried different methods. This is a new attempt at trying to look at apartments that will meet basic criteria to allow for us to take someone who has a voucher, put them in a safe home, and recognize that there are units out there that are beyond a certain point of rehab.
Yeah, many of them are in NYCHA. You should start there. I don't have a problem using taxpayer dollars to fix those units, right? And yet this budget shifts funding from that program that would renovate those units from NYCHA. And, at least in the preliminary budget, I don't know if it was put back in, but that's a better use of taxpayer dollars, is renovating those. And I'm not saying, listen, if you have a landlord that's I own one building and I have really great intentions and I can help, but it just seems to me like the wrong message to send, to use taxpayer dollars to incentivize something that is legally required, and especially at a time when we're not really doing the level of enforcement on income discrimination cases that we could be.
Well, I will say, on income discrimination, we've actually now have put a tremendous investment, and we'll be building up and doing that work and working across multiple jurisdictions to see that we are doing more testing in the field, especially supporting the 7,700 vouchers we put out to help people. But on the rehab work, I think we want to use this as one tool to get the entire building stock. It's the reason why we're desperately in need for help for J51 and looking for support from the council and the state on that. But this will not in itself solve the crisis. We want owners to put units out there for everyone who is looking, and we want to be able to make sure that we have even additional opportunities and pipelines for voucher holders so that they can move from a temporary status to a permanent status of shelter. Like with other pilots, we may decide to go a different route or a different strategy, but we're working with DSS to see if this could be a tool that can help lift those numbers.
Okay, all right. We're trying to figure out the fastest, most efficient way to reduce the census count at DHS, and doing that, right?
We are engaged daily, weekly, working groups. We're coming up with new names for task force, but
again,
all joking
you have
aside, we are working extensively.
Almost
on it.
50,000 units somewhere in the universe of rent-stabilized, the rent stabilization world, that are registered as vacant. This is an opportunity to really work with the state to identify where the heck are those units, why are they still vacant, and then come up with a comprehensive plan, because that's a lot of units.
I think, especially when we look at the vacancy numbers, and my colleague can go more deeply into it, that number represents units at different stages in its life cycle as well. So, owners who are moving through rehab to put the units back in place. Sorry.
And let me just interrupt for a minute. And
It's also called warehousing.
Councilmember, we love you. We really do.
I know that, we've run out of time. I'm getting a very strong signal from the chairs. And at some point, what I'd like to do is go back to this issue of the so-called warehousing. or the units that are out there. There's a whole universe of units that are totally uninhabitable, that are not on the market, that are at different stages of renovation, of lease-up, of development, that are being marketed. So some of these reports paint an inaccurate picture of what's actually available out there. So, but we can get into the weeds at another point.
Well, that's fine.
We look forward to it.
That's fine. I just have one last comment rather than anything. But regarding the third-party transfer program, I've been very clear about my interest in seeing more and more of those units. If at the end we need to transfer them, my preference would be that HPD really consider transferring to the CLT programs first, that they have first right of refusal, because it allows for long-term affordability and a different kind of of system. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to acknowledge we've been joined by some members of the City Council in Vienna, Austria. Thank you for joining us today. We are about 45 minutes behind, so let's set a good example for our friends from Austria and show them how we do things here in the city. We have questions now from council members Velasquez, followed by Farias.
Hi, and good afternoon. Great seeing very familiar faces. Very quickly, Open Door, can you tell me how many units do you expect to have by year end with the Open Door program?
I think we will, unless you can help me here. Yeah, so I'm told we have a few projects in the pipeline. We don't have an exact number, but we can circle back to you on that.
Okay, and then I know a lot of your work is working along with other agencies like DOB and FDNY. When it comes to DOB, how can we get to close quicker on our projects when it comes to DOB sign-offs, and how are you working to expedite that?
So I think, that's a good question, and we're sort of doing an all-of-government effort here to try to fast-track. There's a number of acronyms and working groups out there. I think one of them was called BLAST. We were hoping that rocket ship would blast off, and that's what we're working on. We're trying to ensure that it is quicker, easier, and cleaner to do development and to deliver for New Yorkers. A lot of the delays obviously hold back the economy, the work, the tax base, the income taxes, the economic activity that happens in places all over the city, commercial investments that follow residential development. All of that, we're working very closely with DOB. In fact, we've had ongoing discussions about how to clean up the process, and doing things in tandem, so we don't necessarily have to wait for one step to happen, so that the next step and have better cross-agency communication.
Have the PEGs impacted that relationship, and has it caused any delays when it comes to closing?
We haven't lost any staff. The headcount we increased by 34, right, or restored. You want to talk a little bit about?
Yeah, so the PEGs did not impact that at all. We didn't lose any with these PEGs. It didn't impact staff or anything of that nature.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then I guess when it comes to FDNY and their smoke alarm sign-offs, there's also significant delays when it comes to closing on that. How do you work with FDNY, and is there a capacity to expedite that as well?
Thank you, Council Member. So both here at HPD, we have a team that works specifically on the building construction and architectural sides called BUILDS. They have points of contact with the other regulatory agencies and sign-off agencies. When it comes to construction work, we collectively work through a team at DOB called the Hub that has a specific staff dedicated for affordable housing projects and sign-off. So through that coordination, we try to keep tight. Obviously, all agencies are dealing with staffing shortages and working to expedite their processes and to get stuff built. report that the mayor signed off on and has been tasking us to do more work on is going to expedite and streamline some of those processes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Commissioner. I'm going right into it. I'm not even waiting for it. Hi. So, I have a couple questions that I want to get through. There's about 3 or 4 of them. Are private housing entities operating in New York City required to submit annual reports on their operations to HPD?
Private housing entities, the short answer is yes.
And do you happen to know offhand if this is like containing information on vacancies, rent increases, maintenance expenses for all units, or violations, repairs, et cetera?
You familiar with? Yeah, we can get back to you with the hairy details on.
Great.
But there is a lot of reporting that goes on from private owners to government on just about everything. And
Okay.
yeah, we have.
Awesome. And are all New York City housing entities required to fill out the HPD's e-rent roll every year upon registration with HPD?
E-rent roll? Yes?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
And can you specify the admin code or rule that requires HPD and private housing entities operating within NYC to file rent tolls with HPD?
Could you restate the question? I'm sorry.
Sure. Can you specify the admin code or rule that requires HPD and private housing entities operating within New York City to file rent tolls with HPD?
It's referenced in the regulatory agreements that
Okay.
we established with affordable housing developers.
Okay, great. And I do also like to give compliments to Councilmember Barron earlier. Thank you for all the work that we've been doing in the community on the variety of issues that we've had meetings on, and with your team. You folks have been really great. Specifically, the work surrounding Parkchester Co-ops and Jamie Towers. Selfishly, I'd like to ask a question. If there are any updates on Jamie Towers' project manager assignment for the elevator modernization, and if that staffing shortage is still there.
Yeah, I'm not aware right here, right now of
Okay.
any update, but we can follow up right after the hearing and update you.
That's great. And then in terms of the staff shortages that you folks have been seeing, have those been directly impacted by the PEGs and reductions that have been called by the admin?
The PEG has not impacted
all.
our staffing, no.
Okay, great. And I'm giving 33 seconds back.
Your example.
You get an award.
Yeah.
Stellar.
We now have Councilmember Lewis, followed by Stevens.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to say, when Councilman Barron could say for the record that you're doing a good job, it's a new day in New York City.
Thank
So
you.
congratulations to you and your team.
Thank
Good to see you, Commissioner. 2 quick questions. The AEP program has been helpful in keeping landlords accountable and making sure that they're maintaining their buildings. But in addition to that, making sure that they stay in compliance. But for those that don't stay in compliance, it's a good enforcement tool. So I wanted to ask, how many staff, including inspectors, are assigned to the AEP program? And do you have the capacity to expand in the proposed FY24 budget?
Let me take a look at.
While you review that, I asked that question because there's 5 landlords on the worst landlords list.
Yes.
And when I counted the amount of violations they have over, like, close to 10,000 violations in totality. And I just wanted to know, do you have the capacity? Because we may have more landlords in the future.
Well, we do have the capacity, and
Okay.
with your partnership, we've expanded this, and we select 250 of the most distressed buildings in the city, and enforce. Talk about a full court press. I mean, we show up in full force to fix things at these buildings, and then we hold the owners accountable. And then there's a whole series of violations and fees associated with that get leveled against these owners. We just launched HPD Online, or a relaunch, which now gives the you, your staff, the public, the ability to quickly look up property addresses and see if a specific building or if the building they live in is in the AEP program. So that's a tool that you all should use, and then you can follow up with us
Right.
on timing of when things are going to happen.
Right, but you've hired 242 employees for 2023. So I don't know if of that 242, you've already assigned some of them to.
So thank you for the question, council member. The AEP program specifically right now has 40 active full-time employees.
How many do you need to?
So, we can get back as far as the vacancies. I don't have that right now, but I know that as far as active headcount, we have 40 staff on.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my second question is in regards to the influx of Article 11 that the council is about to pass, that members have supported. I wanted to know how much staff is assigned to the TIP unit for FY24, and if those staffers have been identified in the 242 that you've hired.
TIP unit?
That's the tax.
Oh, the tax incentive.
Yeah.
We don't have a breakdown for all of the office development, but we can also get back to you with the specifics on that particular unit. But,
So I think the larger
preservation
question is, does the agency have the capacity in the TIP unit to support the influx of Article 11s that we're passing in the next couple of weeks to ensure that in FY24, you have the staff available to support all of those Article 11 requests?
So yeah, for the current pipeline, we still need people. We're still out there hiring, but for the current pipeline, we do have staff to handle.
But for FY24, you're not aware
For
yet?
FY24, we still, that's why, as far as our vacancy reduction sprint, out there hiring and trying to staff up. But as for the current pipeline, we do.
Right,
And-
thank you.
And Councilmember, also when we mentioned the capacity accelerator, this is one of the areas of this will help.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Stevens.
I will keep it quick. And just wanted, before I start, be associated with the comments that Councilmember Dennis was saying just around the units. And often in my district, I'm always being proposed with a lot of studios and 1-bedrooms, and my district often have a lot of families who are struggling to find multiple units. But one of my questions is just around, what does your coordination look like with other city agencies? Because one of the issues that I'm continuously having is I have transportation deserts and food deserts, but I keep getting units built in places where there's not a lot of access to anything. And so just trying to understand, what does your coordination look like? Because even I have a couple of projects where I'm pushing back because I'm like, you're putting a senior building here. The closest supermarket is 8 blocks away. There's only one bus line. How are these seniors going to survive? There's no medical facilities, and just really trying to understand, like, how are we also coordinating with other city agencies to ensure that the units that we're placing also has the things that people need to thrive?
So, one of the things that I emphasize since I started as commissioner 15 months ago, and I know that there's a team of people that already were in this mindset at HPD, is that we are much more than a housing production and housing preservation agency. A lot of the work that we do is neighborhood planning, and we work very closely with neighborhoods around the city to try to craft a strategy for the area that addresses the full spectrum of human needs. Like, for instance, like you mentioned, senior housing in a faraway place may not always make sense, in certain spots. When we work with developers and they come to us with ideas about, we're going to have a community facility space, we engage them in a process of how to use that space. If they come to us with, and they have the right to develop a commercial space, we encourage those uses in our developments. We do have the neighborhood planning team, which maybe you could speak a little bit to.
And just because you guys are eating my time, so I do know about the neighborhood planning, but I know a lot of the projects that I'm talking about were in the pipeline before I got here, and the consideration was not taken. Because like I said, I am literally pushing back, like, how are you putting 200 seniors here? What are they gonna do? And even thinking about when we're doing these units, how are we really making sure that people can thrive here? And before we're doing that, we should be thinking about what are the economic development we need to push into this community before we just put units in. Because I think even when we're talking about units, it seems like it's more of an emphasis on units than actually does it make sense for people to be here. And just because for lack of time, and I know I'm the last one, and I don't want to just, we can continue this conversation offline. But my next question is, obviously we are in a housing crisis and thinking about affordable housing. However, do you have a target number for development for home ownership and affordable home ownership? That's another thing that I'm really big on and trying to get more in my district. I have a couple of projects coming in. Is there a target number in the same way we have for affordable housing, and how do we make sure that we are doing these things simultaneously and not just focus on affordable housing?
So I think before you arrived at the hearing, we were talking about this in a large investment that we've made in homeownership, and probably the largest share, $30 million over 5 years, is dedicated to creating first-time home buyers through down payment assistance. And so that's a big emphasis for us. We also have the former TIL ANCP and the several thousand units that we can generate that are really home ownership opportunities, and unfortunately so many of them have been missed. And then I think, I forgot who it was that asked about Open Door. I think you mentioned Open Door, Councilmember Velasquez. That gives us an opportunity as well, and that program, we want to see it accelerate, because the multifamily model for home ownership is a good model. It's a good starter for young people. One of the problems that we discussed in the Bronx often was our kids leave, they go to college, they come back, and there's nowhere for them to go. And I met this lady who was a school teacher, lifelong school teacher, raised 4 boys in Central Harlem. They all left because, they went, one of them went to Atlanta, went to Philly, went to the DC area, because they could find homes. We want to generate that kind of housing in neighborhoods all across the city, and especially in the neighborhoods where our kids, they want to come back to those neighborhoods. So we're committed to expanding home ownership opportunities.
But my question was around, do you have a target number of like how many in the same way you do with affordable housing? Is there like a number or a blueprint or plan that's like actually going to be dedicated to it?
So overall, our numbers are based on our capacity. Right now, we're hoping to aim for 18,000 units overall. Homeownership has fluctuated from time to time. I think it's about 25% of our production. We are looking at projects. It's also based on what tools we have out there. So where we have the Open Door term sheet that we've continued to work and make it more applicable to the market. We've also put a lot of money in the first-time home buyer to put people in a position to buy in the private market. So we're looking at both strategies, both seeing with the market, putting people in a position to buy what's being created in the market, and also creating what we can on public land and through our term sheets. But those tools continue to be a work in progress.
And just in
it's part
terms
our
of
bigger number.
capital, sorry to interrupt, First Deputy. Just in terms of capital, we've made a $1.27 billion commitment over the next 10 years to encourage home ownership development through Open Door and some other tools.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you so much. And with that, I think we're concluding colleague questions for HPD. I just, to close on my behalf, just want to note, and thank you for ending on that note about capital for homeownership. But we're continuing to push forward through this council $4 billion per year. And so, of course, we noted the increase that was made in the executive plan, but we're just at 18% of that $4 billion per year at this time, and we're going to continue to be pushing HPD to do more and more and more. And I had other questions. I'm going to refrain from asking them at this time, but can you commit to sending us responses, written responses to our follow-up questions?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Chair?
Commissioner and your team, thank you so much. Ahmed, always good to see you. Thank you very much. We look forward to working with you in this budget.
Thank you very much, council members.
Okay, we're going to take a break, and then we will hear from the Department of Buildings. 10 minutes.
Wow.
Hi, Camila. You know.
we'd like, sir. Sit in the back row.
We're gonna skip 2 seats.
You guys should space it out. That was a joke.
Okay, good afternoon. We are now ready to begin the second executive budget hearing of the day, focused on the New York City Department of Buildings. I'm Justin Brannan, Chair of the Finance Committee, and I'm joined again by my good friend, Chair of the Housing and Buildings Committee, Councilmember Piorina Sanchez. Welcome, First Deputy Commissioner and your team. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. Just to set the table, on April 26, 2023, the administration released the executive financial plan for FY23 to 27. Included the proposed FY24 budget of $106.7 billion. The DOB's proposed FY24 budget of $217.1 million is less than 1% of the administration's entire proposed FY24 executive plan. It's an increase of $29.3 million, or 15.6% from the $187.8 million budgeted in the FY24 preliminary plan. This net increase is driven by $23.4 million in contractual spending for DOB Now and other services, $4.8 million for DC 37 collective bargaining adjustments, a $1.8 million one-time new need for sidewalk sheds, and a PEG that raises $6.8 million in revenue and reduces spending by $750,000. The DOB also projects a decrease of 133 full-time positions since the adoption of the FY23 budget. As of March 2023, the DOB's vacancy rate was 18%. My questions today will largely focus on the PEG impacts on DOB staffing numbers, along with enforcement and inspection efforts, failure to file penalties, and the Project Advocate Program, which I just recently learned about. Not unlike with HPD, the staffing vacancies at DOB and the corresponding delays in providing services are of great concern to this council, particularly in code enforcement and inspection. In addition, I'm interested in learning more about the DOB's Project Advocate Program. This appears to be a system where people can pay a premium to skip the backlog and effectively receive concierge service from a city agency, while others who can't afford the concierge service are left mired and waiting their turn online. If everyone's tax money goes into DOB, then everyone should receive the same treatment. And I hope the department can clear that up for us. I'll now turn it back to my co-chair, Councilmember Sanchez, for her opening statement.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannan. My name is Piorina Sanchez, Chair of the Committee on Housing and Buildings, and I'm pleased to welcome First Deputy Commissioner Valencic back to the Council. We look forward to hearing from you today and your team, and as well as the new Commissioner, Jimmy Otto, when he does come to testify. I want to start with something that has been, of course, heavy on us, on all of our minds. DOB has been in the spotlight since our preliminary budget hearing in March. The parking garage collapse on Ann Street, just blocks from us here at City Hall, killed a longtime worker on the site on April 25th. The garage had 4 open violations with DOB at the time of the collapse, including for defective concrete. Our understanding is that the private owner had not yet corrected the violations at the time of the collapse. This committee and the council have long been concerned with DOB's very high vacancy rate, still at 18%, even as other agencies are making progress. And what this means for timely inspections, re-inspections, and safety. The garage is a somber reminder of the real-life, everyday impact of the Department of Buildings. Chair Brannan has already discussed some of the budgetary actions in DOB's budget, which are marked by 1 new need for sidewalk sheds, a range of revenue-generating and expense-cutting PEGs, and roles of contractual spending that has been delayed. I would like to underscore that the fiscal 2024 budget proposed in the executive plan at $217.1 million is $21.7 million less than the fiscal 23 budget at adoption last June. Today, I'm looking forward to hearing much more about where we are in backfilling inspector vacancies and making sure that safety is paramount. I'd also like to learn about the ongoing implementation of Local Law 97, which still appears to be short-staffed at DOB. Finally, I am concerned about IT projects like DOB Now that have seen delays and hurdles to implementation. The mayor's vision for a city of yes has to be one that's able to do business effectively while assuring public safety and compliance with all applicable laws and regulations. Thank you once again to the committee staff who helped to prepare for this hearing, Dan Krupp, Chima Obuchere, Jack Story in the Finance Division, Taylor Zaloni, Jose Conde, Ricky Chawla in the Legislative Division, and Sam Cardenas and Hadim Robinson in my office. A reminder for members of the public, once again, if you would like to testify, please make sure that May 24th is on your calendar, as public testimony for the executive budget will be heard that day, and you can appear in person, here in chambers, or over Zoom. Thank you, and I will now pass it back to our Finance Committee Chair.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. I'll now turn it over to our committee counsel, Mike Toomey, to swear in the witnesses for their testimony today.
Good afternoon. If you raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions? First Deputy Commissioner Valenchik. Deputy Commissioner Neal. Deputy Commissioner Patino. Thank you. Please begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Brennan, Chair Sanchez, and members of the Committee on Finance and Housing and Buildings. My name is Kazimir Valenchik, First Deputy Commissioner for the New York City Department of Buildings. I'm joined today by Sharon Neal, Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Administration, and Guillermo Patino, Deputy Commissioner for External Affairs. We are pleased to be here to discuss the fiscal year 2024 executive budget and the department's priority for the upcoming year. Construction and real estate are the backbone of New York City, a built environment unlike any other. As the primary regulators of this vital industry, the department helps facilitate the creation of new residential and commercial spaces for our growing city, all while promoting safety of tens of thousands of active construction sites and the city nearly 1.1 million existing buildings. Through its work, the department strives to strike the right balance between compliant development and safety. To further its mission, the department enforces the city construction codes, the zoning resolution, and New York State multiple dwelling law to protect those who live, work, or visit the city. The fiscal year 2024 executive budget allocates approximately $217 million in expense funds to the department. Of this funding, approximately $159 million is for personal services, which support 1,833 budgeted positions, and nearly $58 million is for the other than personal services, which primarily support contractual services, equipment, and supplies. This funding is critical to supporting the department's mission and priorities. Of note, the most recent program to eliminate the gap, which assigned a 4% target to the department, did not result in a reduction of headcounts, as the department was able to achieve this target by increasing its revenue plan. Proposed increases to the revenue plan will be achieved by assessing penalty where building owners fail to file required elevator and boiler compliance filings, by implementing a new fee for the review of site safety plan, by updating department cost validation index, which is used to assess permit fees, and by spending less on temporary services contracts. These proposals will not impact the services the department provides to New Yorkers. One of the key areas of the department is focusing on the people who work hard day in and day out to support the construction and real estate industry and to keep New Yorkers safe. As of today, there is 16% vacancy rate at the agency, which primarily includes inspectorial and administrative vacancies. We will pay close attention to recruitment and the employee experience to ensure that we can recruit and retain talented professionals. Along those lines, we also plan on working hard to find efficiencies to ensure that the agency is being as productive as it can to meet the needs of New Yorkers. We will not shy away from supporting innovation, including new technologies in the construction and the real estate industry, particularly where that innovation put the talented professionals that work at the agency at the forefront of their respective fields. Despite recent increases in construction activity, The department continues to review plans for new buildings, major renovation, and minor renovations expeditiously. Last year, we completed initial plan review for new buildings and major alteration faster than in previous years. We are on the track to maintain and improve upon the strong service levels this year. We will build on this achievement by implementing recommendations regarding the development and plan examination process that stemmed from Adams Commission, which was convened later last year. This recommendation, which developed with input from the industry expert, include developing most standardized plan examination objection, enhancing the training offered to our plan examiners, and finding great efficiency during the plan examination process. We will soon be announcing a slate of short-term recommendations that the department will implement over the coming years, and look forward to updating you further on these efforts. While seeing the industry hard at work is encouraging, we remind construction professionals to always keep safety at the top of their minds. The department will continue to focus on construction safety with the goal of driving down serious injuries and fatalities on permitted construction sites. This will be accomplished by continuing our proactive, unannounced inspections of larger construction sites, during which we ensure that workers and supervisors have received the construction safety training they need to work on such sites. In addition, we will continue the construction safety campaign that was launched last year, which involves enforcement sweeps and educational outreach to all active construction sites, regardless of size. To date, we have already visited over 9,000 sites to inspect for unsafe conditions and to distribute multilingual educational material to construction workers about avoiding common worksite hazards. Last week was National Construction Safety Week, which the department used as additional opportunity to remind the construction industry that safety must always come first on construction site by holding safety-focused events and connecting directly with workers and contractors and construction sites in all 5 boroughs. During Construction Safety Week, the department also launched a new program, the Community-Based Inspector Pilot Program, aimed at better integrating our staff in the communities that they work in to help address community concerns and improve safety. Inspectors and community engagement staff assigned to this program are conducting educational site visits of all actively permitted construction projects in certain community boards, with focus on work sites that do not receive regular department inspections, such as smaller sites and sites that have not received any recent 311 complaints. The department will also continue the important work of implementing the Climate Mobilization Act, which regulates greenhouse gas emission at larger buildings beginning next year. While these important milestones have been met, including releasing the Local Law 97 of 2019 Advisory Board report and finalizing the first comprehensive set of rules that support the implementation of this law, a lot more work remains to be done to ensure that this law is implemented successfully. This year, the department plans to issue additional rules to ensure that building owners have the guidance they need to comply with the law, and the department will continue its effort in partnership with New York City Accelerator to conduct outreach to the building owners, design professionals, and other impacted stakeholders. We are committed to providing the sustainability team with resources it needed to implement this historic law to help New York City meet its ambitious goal of reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Finally, the department will work diligently to address the quality of life issues created by sidewalk shed. As the mayor announced during State of the City earlier this year, we will work to incorporate new design for sidewalk sheds into New York City construction codes, with the goal of selecting designs that are more pedestrian-friendly. The fiscal year 2024 executive budget provides the department with $1.8 million in additional funding to support this effort. Additionally, the department will work to ramp up enforcement against building owners who have allowed sidewalk sheds to remain in front of their building for far too long, taking away valuable space from the public and negatively impacting businesses. This will be accomplished by introducing new penalty that will be imposed against building owners who allow sidewalk sheds to remain in place without starting repairs to their facades. The department will also be adding additional inspectors to its ranks, who will be on the lookout for sidewalk sheds that have overstayed their welcome. I look forward to working closely with the Manhattan Borough President and this committee to push for common sense reform to address this important issue. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. We look forward to working closely with you over the coming year to achieve our collective goal of improving safety, both on construction sites and in our built environment. We welcome any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's jump right into it. The executive plan includes a $5 million PEG in the current year associated with underspending in personnel services. So March 2023, we had the vacancy rate at DOB at 18%. Could you tell us what the current vacancy rate is?
The current vacancy rate, 16%.
16. And how does that break down amongst inspectors?
Inspectors' vacancy rate is about 15%, and the most of the rate is the biggest vacancy rate is on the construction inspector sides.
And what's the lowest?
8%, I believe, on the plumbing.
And what? On
the plumbing, I'm going to check for you this number. 6% plumbing inspectors, that's the lowest.
Plumbing?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And how many additional inspectors are you hoping to hire by the end of this fiscal year?
So we're looking at about over 70 inspectors by the end of the year. So we're actively addressing this by attending job fairs, marketing yourself.
Sure.
So it goes on the construction site, and we always advertise yourself that we're looking for people with construction experience with certain educational degree. So that's our intended goal, and that's how we're.
Have you noticed an improvement with the amount of time it takes for OMB to approve a new hire?
I believe we did.
Just to echo what the Casimir is saying is we've been pretty successful at the hiring halls. So we've attended 5 of them. We interviewed about 65 qualified candidates. We ended up offering 23 positions to inspectors. So we're hoping that those folks will be onboarded. We have seen less of a yield in our inspectorial hires this fiscal year. Actually, over the last 4 years, our inspectorial hires have been less than what they were the previous 4 years. So, but we're on average hiring about 17 to 20 inspectors every quarter, which they then they attend our inspector training academy. So hopefully we'll finish the year in our last class with a larger class than what we've been seeing this fiscal year. With the 23, hopefully we'll be able to get them through the hiring process. Our plan examiner positions and technical positions, which are basically engineers, architects, and inspectors, were always exempt from the hiring freeze through this period. We just were not seeing the yields that we were hoping to see.
There is a baseline PEG reduction of $750,000 for a temporary contract. What's the use of temps currently in DOB, and how will the baseline reduction impact operations?
So on average, we have anywhere from 40 to 50 temps. They primarily fill clerical positions or other positions associated with special projects. Most of the time, they're backfilling vacancies. So we're hoping that we'll be able to meet this PEG reduction by being able to hire up in the administrative titles and the clerical titles that we have vacant currently.
So there was a recent report from IBO that talked about over $2 billion in uncollected fines in the city of New York, and about 627 million of those seem to be DOB fines. do you attribute this to that we need more staffing and folks that are collecting that revenue and going after those folks that haven't paid their fines?
Yes, that's, I'd like to say that we're taking this seriously, this consideration of outstanding fines. But anecdotally, we have to take in account that DOB civil penalty much higher than any penalty of any other agency. And normally, what we do on our part when we make an aggressive efforts to collect this penalty by doing by collecting this fee when person or the entity apply for the permit with us. There is a local law in effect which allowed us to prohibit certain permits when penalty exceed the amount of 25,000. So it's we're also partnering with Department of Finance to find a way to collect those civil penalty by applying liens over the property. So, but in general, to answer your question, obviously, DOB civil penalty always much higher than any other agency. That's why outstanding, maybe that's attributed to the outstanding larger number.
What is the typical process for? I had a constituent who came to me with an issue where the person across the street from them had built an illegal driveway, not just a curb cut, but like a dug down into their basement and built like a pitched driveway. Totally illegal, not allowed. DOB wasn't able to stop it in progress, even though they were made aware of it. This was years ago. They were made aware of it. They didn't do anything to stop it as it was happening. Now the guy just has an illegal driveway. Who's better than him, right? So I guess every quarter does he receive a fine, and as long as he pays it, he's allowed to, well, not allowed to, but he can get away with keeping this driveway? Like, how often can you fine somebody?
No, that's a wrong perception, that paying fine does not mitigate the violation, especially with the Department of Building. Any violation of Department of Building, besides payment of fees associated with violations, it has to be corrected. So obviously we have, I would be happy to, if you share the address, so we'll take a look on it and see what we could do, because we can issue aggravated violations, we can take person to court, so there are a variety of measures and tools available to us to react on this. We cannot physically stop, you're probably correct, so it's like we cannot interfere with the construction, but if it's so affected the neighborhood, it's so endangering adjoining building, seems to be it's extremely dangerous since they excavated the site, probably undermined the foundation, weakened foundations for adjoining buildings, so it's totally unacceptable what was reported to you, and I would suggest to report it to us immediately and we will take appropriate actions.
I want to ask about this Project Advocate program that I was completely unaware of, but correct me if I'm wrong. DOB has a Project Advocate program which gives developers the option to pay DOB $50,000 to receive concierge service from the agency. Is that right?
Yes, we have, first of all, we have to distinguish, we have Project Advocates being always on staff. This has been available to all throughout the, prior to me, but I don't know how many years back. So each Project Advocate was assigned to each board, and normally board has 1 or 2 Project Advocates whose duty is to assist our customer to obtain the permits, process violations, give them a guidance, meet with customers to provide necessary support as it goes, facilitate the projects when it needed, help elected officials. So we noticed that success of this program, and it was decided to extend this program in 2 following directions. One of the directions was major building development, and that's what you're referring when you're saying for the fee, because we're providing this service anyway, so we decided that it was decided at the time, so if we can collect the fee and provide service to the developers, so in return, besides that we're collecting a fee, in return the developers may build faster. When each day on the construction site has an associated cost, and by reducing the cost of construction, essentially this saving may be passed to us, to consumers, so making our development faster and cheaper. So the goal of this program was to help developers to develop those buildings and As I know, right now, we have 37 buildings enrolled in this program. As of today, we collected over $2 million in payments from the developers. Out of 37, I believe over 20 buildings are affordable construction. So this is one direction. And in addition, we organized our group of the project advocates who are assisting small businesses. And this group of advocates works for free. You are not paying for any services. It's any small business can apply for similar service and receive the same support.
And the money the money that comes in from revenue from the Project Advocate program, is it earmarked for anything in particular?
So I can comment on that. So the major projects plan, which is what Kaz was referring to, it's specifically geared towards major projects. So the fees associated with that were directly attributed to supporting that team. So we negotiated with OMB how many staff members we needed to do plan exam, coordinated efforts to make sure that those projects were on track. The fees collected for that service is specifically to fund those staff. There was a previous Project Advocate program that placed project advocates in the borough offices to help make sure that we're facilitating projects that may get stuck, or they may need to have interactions with other agencies or within the department. Those are also funded through increases in fees. So we are a revenue generating agency, and we collect fees associated with the cost of providing those services. So we are not, just gouging people and making up fees. It's a very structured process that we have to define what the services are, what the cost of those services are, and we go through OMB and we negotiate to try to figure out the balance between how much we can charge for the fee and how much it's costing us to provide those services.
Yeah, I got no problem with a concierge service for big developers as long as they feel it's working. I just think my concern is the perception that it creates sort of a class system where if you have $50,000 to pay, you get white glove service, where you're some guy who's trying to get a permit to, renovate his kitchen, can't even get anyone to answer the phone.
But to answer your question, as I said, we have equal service provided for free. As I said, this is for small business services. A substantial number of people allocated into this program, and they do this absolutely with no fee. And on top of this, we have a small army of project advocates in each borough who is assisting people to push to help them to facilitate their projects, to get consultation and to obtain required services.
So I would also just add that we are providing expedited services in terms of meeting our service levels. So I would say that the major projects demand a different level of services and complexity than somebody who's doing a kitchen renovation. So if someone is hiring a design professional to submit a permit, that level of effort to review that project and have it reviewed by the borough's plan exam staff, that is happening in a very quick pace, as well as scheduling sign-off inspections. So we are definitely meeting our service level needs, and I would argue that the major projects are a completely different scale and scope and require different levels of attention and interconnections to make sure that our agency is keeping a pace with what the project demands are as the construction project changes through the construction project schedule.
Would you, I don't want to put anybody out of work, but would you love to see a world where there isn't a need for expediters?
We do, but that's a whole industry, and
Well, I know, but I feel like it's an industry that exists
Right.
because of bureaucracy.
correct. And there is no much bureaucracy right now because we're implementing DOB now. So essentially, expediting industry converted yourself into professionals such as code and zoning consultants. So in order either to complete your filing process with us through DOB now, you have to have rudimentary, although it's really easy, but consultation to complete the project, to obtain optimum efficiency of the project, to optimum benefits. As you know, in New York is a very tight environment, and everybody trying to maximize their potential of their developments and their construction. So it's to obtain this. So what I see right now, a lot of expediting firm converted yourself into this type of industry, which also advise construction project of phasing, appropriate positioning yourself with Department of Buildings and certain points of development. So honestly, I do not envision world without this profession, but there is significant change because as an expediter, as a paper pusher does not exist anymore. So there is no such thing.
Okay, last question for me is going to be about sidewalk sheds. The FY24 exec adds $1.8 million for a contract to develop 3 to 4 alternative sidewalk sheds as a step towards updating relevant sections of the city's admin code. What has been the process regarding this RFP so far, and can you give us an idea when it's expected to be released?
We're actively working on a request for proposal. Right now it's budgeted for $1.8 million.
Yep.
So our vision for RFP, it will be a request to submit design of 2 sidewalk sheds, new design, lighter. We establish loading characteristics. It will be a heavy-duty shed and light-duty shed, which will be used for lowest stories construction, and heavy-duty, obviously, for probably 7 and higher, 6-story and higher buildings. In addition, we're under consideration to propose to submit alternative means of protection, such as non-sidewalk level, which means it's encapsulation in place, installing cantilever protection. So, but we're currently arguing and discussing actively how to do this. So it's either request a specific design, like a netting to encapsulate element in place, or just a request, place a request for the loading and let industry to invent themselves. So that's what our major idea is, how we're working on this RFP. We're expecting RFP to be ready for sometimes next year. Okay, so and the expectation that by end of next year, so it's beginning of year after, so beginning of 25, we will have submission for the design which we can evaluate and for use in New York City.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Sanchez. We've been joined by Councilmember Williams.
Thank you so much, Chair. So I want to start with some follow-up questions just from your testimony. So in your testimony, you said there's a 16% vacancy rate at the agency, but a run that we got from OMB, some updates we got from OMB at the end of March, put the vacancy rate around 18%. How many hires have you had since the end of March?
So regarding, I will start it. So regarding 18 discrepancy, it was a discrepancy. A real vacancy rate for us right now, it's 16%. Okay, so I don't know if you will be able to update information.
What is your active headcount and budgeted headcount at the moment?
Sorry. So the budgeted headcount is 1884, and our active headcount is 1576.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't have the actual number of hires since the last hearing.
That's fine, that's fine. That is 30 more than, we had 1545 from the end of March, so. Okay, so I started off my testimony talking about the parking garage collapse, and I think that just draws attention to what are the protocols for DOB violation resolution? So can you enlighten us on that? What is the protocol for ensuring that a hazardous violation is corrected? And what are your targets? How do you measure success?
So in general, to maintain the building, it's responsibility of the owner. And when Department of Building visited the site and observed deficiency in maintenance or any other deficiency or violation of the code or zoning resolution, we obviously issue violations. Depends on the conditions, depends on the situation, and depends of the hazard of the violation. Violation could be hazardous, which we call class 1 violations right now. Based on this fact, the owner required to take remedial actions to correct this violation. If it's class 1, it's probably immediate danger. And the owner required to take action as soon as possible. Just keep in mind, if we see conditions really present a real danger, there is other tools at our disposal. We can issue emergency declaration. An emergency declaration it's also could be emergency and immediate emergency. And based on this, we can ask HPD to take actions almost immediately. So hazardous violation when issued, it means there is opportunity for owner to use his or her time and hire a professional to evaluate the conditions and take those conditions and remediate those conditions. And in order to correct the violation, I just want to bring it up to first our discussion, the initial discussion, that paying the fee is not a correction violation only. Paying the fines is just a fine for violating, for not maintaining building in the proper way. So it's obviously the owner must complete the repairs, must submit it. We have administrative enforcement unit which collected evidence of repairs, and after that, this violation considered closed.
Thank you so much. And so emergency declarations that cause HPD to step in via their emergency repair program, were there any class 1 violations that would have merited an emergency declaration at this particular parking garage?
I trust our inspector that the judgment of inspector was not. It was issued violation only. And in reality, if inspector observed the inspectors in doubt, is a violation is can be corrected timely or can be corrected over a certain period of time when required immediate attention. We have forensic engineers available on duties who inspector can call and receive a consultation.
Thank you. And I got to say thank you to Deputy Commissioner Patino, and there's just a level of comfort. I've had a number of fires, for example, in my district, and to see when the DOB engineers are on site and they are walking through and they're looking at the conditions, it's very clear that they know what they're talking about. So it's really important to understand, for class 1 violations, how often are we going to HPD? How often is HPD stepping in and making the repairs? And, just getting a sense of how, essentially, are there other locations like that garage in the city of New York that we should be mindful of?
Thank you so much for praises. Yes, we have dedicated individual who work 24/7 and responding on when it's requested by fire department or when it's conditioned warranting this request. In general, we issued inspector observe first the way the procedure work. Inspector observed the condition, and if conditioned warranting, obviously next step is to call our engineers. Our engineer will evaluate condition, and based on an engineer's evaluation, immediate or simple emergency declaration issued. In general, emergency declaration could be remediated by HPD within 30 days. Immediate emergency declaration must be, attacked immediately, obviously. So that's a procedure how it works. How many? I don't have numbers on me to say how many we issued, but we work together with HPD closely. Identifying where it's most of a proactive approach, how we can efficiently address this. And you have to keep in mind that in certain instances, in spite of our ED issuance of ED or AD, that's what we call emergency declaration in a minute, owners step in and ahead of time hiring engineer. And when we see this action, we put AD on hold, and this give opportunity owner to remediate. And if we see no actions, obviously HPD will be called for next step.
Absolutely. How much funding is allocated for the emergency response team at DOB? What's the budgeted headcount for this unit, and are there any vacancies?
I don't have the specifics on that unit's vacancies, but we'll be happy to get back to the staff to give you an answer on that.
Okay. We'll be following up on that. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. And so turning to the DC 37 contract, you know, and DOB's higher vacancy rate, a higher vacancy than other agencies, have you had any conversations about appealing for a share of the equity fund to cover DOB titles?
There was a conversation that I had with one of my colleagues who did suggest that we include, I believe, engineers in that, but I don't know ultimately what ended up happening as part of that discussion with OLR and with the other agencies.
How many, what are the titles that are hardest to recruit? Engineers?
We have a difficult time hiring our technical titles, which consist of plan examiners, engineers, and architects across multiple title groups within that main functional category, and inspectors.
Do you think that our salary and benefits part of the problem here? Does DOB support raises to wages to speed up this? Well, let me leave it at that. Does DOB support increasing the wages?
Of course.
I'd like to add to this that I also see this in spite of this. Let's say if we're talking about inspectors, I would be happy to work with council members if it's possible to lower experience requirements, because we're still having, like, on the lowest side for inspectors at least 1 year. Based on our experience attending job fairs, a lot of people possess technical degrees or technical education, but do not have construction experience. And we willing and able to train the people. Okay, so it's like similar to fire department when they hire individual trained to be firemen. We would like to train our building inspectors itself. So it could definitely help them to hire more.
And who would these conversations have to happen with? Is it DCAS?
So it's a three-prong approach. So we did work with the council to have the level 1 inspector job specification amended for that level 1 title within the title series. That has shown to help us with our recruitment efforts. We've hired about 70 inspectors since the first class that we hired at the end of 2019. It represents about 25% of the folks that we did hire. We are seeing some success with those folks being promoted to level 2, as well as filling plan exam vacancies as well. The effort to have the charter changed for that title started with the council changing the charter, and then also working with DCAS on the civil service specifications, which also needs to be submitted to the state, and also working with OLR to make sure that they were in agreement on that. And as you know, our salary scales are all collectively bargained, so we have to do our best to try to recruit and retain staff by supporting our staff, making sure that people are given the resources and the support that they need. We offer robust training programs. Getting folks hired is one piece of it, but also the other piece of it is trying to get people to stay.
Thank you. Turning to specialty inspectors with specialties, what is the current active and budgeted headcount for DOB specialty inspectors, and does the department believe that there are adequate resources to meet the demands of inspecting specialized projects, specialized aspects of the city's building and construction codes? what is the well, actually, that's a separate question. And particularly with the specialty inspectors, I'm asking about areas like facades, local law implementation, local law compliance, boilers, cranes, and parking structures.
Yes, so it's, we have right now, like, for electrical inspection, we have budgeted head count 57, actual head count 53. For construction inspection is 411, and actual 352. Plumbing and gas budgeted 68, and actual is 62. Elevator inspection is 37, actual head count 33. Investigation budgeted head count 23, actual head count 11. Boilers inspection is 23 and budgeted head count 22. And cranes and derricks unit budgeted head count 11 and actual head count 10. Construction is the
Construction
biggest,
is very
yes.
low. Got it. Okay, thank you so much. So turning to Local Law 97, in the department's follow-up to the preliminary budget hearing, the council learned that there were 11 budgeted positions in the department to handle Local Law 97 implementation, and only 4 of those positions were filled as of the preliminary budget hearing. So what is the status at this time? What is the department doing to fill these vacancies? And does the department believe that the budget includes adequate resources to support requirements of Local Law 97?
So currently, Local Law 97 is located within our sustainability unit, and our sustainability unit consists of 53 individuals working for this unit. Out of 53, and the budgeted head count for this unit is 74. So it's going to grow, and we're aggressively hiring for that. And this is on my personal note, I'd like to say that this is a unit I'm less worried about vacancies, because we got people who they would like to work for the unit because they fans of the idea. So that's why we have all this pool of applicants, and we're really happy to explore this pool to our benefits. For Local Law 97 right now we allocated 11 positions, and 4, Sharon, please correct me, and 4 positions budgeted, and we kind of aggressively hiring. We probably this number will triple it as we go along with implementation of rule and advisory board report.
Yeah, so, and there's actually 11 positions, 7 are active, and 3 are being hired in the pipeline now.
Thank you. So we've talked about this at a number of hearings. There was a report that DOB is working on with NYSERDA about compliance options for Local Law 97 that has been delayed. It was once expected in April, and now the timeline is June. So what is the current expectation for when that report is going to be complete and available to the public? And what should building owners be doing right now to get ready to comply with Local Law 97?
Yes, we're actively working on it. As you know, just to let we know that at the end of last year, advisory board report was issued, and this year alone we issued first set of rules. Those rules identify helping homeowners to calculate the emission limits for each space in the building, and starting from this rule is set a foundation for new rules, which help to allocate the penalty associated for not building the required limits, and in addition, consideration for RECs, what we call. So it's for elements which you can, for penalty which you can pay to buy additional, to buy credits toward compliance with the Local Law 97.
So you mentioned in your testimony that the department is working on issuing additional rules. It is May. The compliance begins for many properties in 2024. So are you confident that building owners will have the information that they need in order to comply in time for the first compliance period?
Absolutely. I have full confidence. We're performing extensive outreach, and people receiving information even with the Econ Edison bill. That's how we're planning. We set up a site. It's a beautiful website, Accelerator NYC. We give plenty of information for people to understand how the law will be applied. and where we're heading. So people can take some preliminary, owners can take preliminary actions to brace yourself for compliance. And I'm fully confident with the amount of kind of conversation this law generate. Everyone well aware about this law and really happy to hear that. And we have a lot of good suggestions, a lot of good arguments, and we're happy to hear all.
Okay, thank you. My last set of questions before turning it over to colleagues on DOB Now. So the budget rolls $11.6 million from fiscal 23 into 24 to reflect project delays for DOB Now, which is the department's public-facing information system. We understand that OTI has the project under review due to concerns over its cost and range of functionality. So a couple of questions. What have been the obstacles hampering the DOB Now project, and what is being done to overcome them? How much has already been spent on DOB Now, and what have the largest contracts been for? What are the next steps in the OTI review? And I'll leave it at that and continue with questions after.
I'll start answering this question and ask Sharon later on to help me with the numbers. So just to let you know, the DOB Now program is allowed totally to revamp old system, divided paper-based system based on a mainframe allocation. So it's totally revamped this system and allowed us to review plans, to give it to our customers such a strong service level. So it's never been heard to the department that our goal to review applications within 2 days. So this system is allowed. On top of this, DOB Now is allowed us to implement first primitive steps for implementation of artificial intelligence, for automatic plan review, for issuing automatically licensing and the permits. So it's the system overall. I'm a big fan of DOB Now personally, so that's why I'm so enthusiastic. But I just would say that overall, it's give us opportunities which we never had before, give us access to social fabrics of the submitted documents, give us access to documents that we collected and analyzed what our weaknesses, where we should send an inspector, which area we should be talking to our applicants. So this is a lot of good, plenty of great things happen with DOB Now. What holding sometimes implementation of the program, it causes delays because we constantly updating our code. Building code of City of New York must be updated each 3 years. And new rules, new changes, new local laws, everything must go back to the DOB Now. So it's whatever we're talking, whatever is in DOB Now right now, if we implement a new code in 2024, in 2025, new changes need to be applied. We're implementing new fines and new fees. We're changing our fee structures. It's again, we have to kind of take a step back and change the system. That's what causes overall delaying development of the program. In terms of to answer the question regarding cost, so what's the overall number?
Right, so this, in FY24, the funding was increased by $11.6 million, and all of that was to address code updates, legislative changes, as well as the extension of production support associated with new scope. 5.6 was the rollover from original project scope work that was allocated in 23 that's going to roll into 24.
And the largest contracts, what have they been for?
The largest contracts are its systems integration contracts. We're using Microsoft Dynamics, which is being configured for our business process flows. So most of the, when you're referring to the delay in the project, it's reprioritizing the original scope, and then to also address additional items that we need to incorporate based on mandates. We've been working closely with OTI. They've been scrutinizing and reviewing the project plan, and we're continuing to work in collaboration with them to make sure that the project stays on scope.
Thank you. So what at this time can property owners, contractors, and others that do business with DOB expect from the platform? Have there been any delays due to DOB Now changes? Have there been any delays caused?
No, I don't. They should not expect any delays. And if anything, it's simplification of the process. It's easiness of the process. The process assure make the project much cheaper than it could be to reduce the cost. Because as mentioned before, it's like some, in certain instances, not in certain, it's like in most of the instances, you don't need any longer expediter, you don't need intermediate matter. You can hire always as an option, but you do not need it as, because system quite simple, self-guiding. You just go through the system and fill required information. So it's, in general, the public should be, do not expect any delays or any complication as long as you have rudimentary knowledge about using computer.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for answering my questions. I'll now turn it back to the chair.
We have questions from council members Brewer, Carr, and Stevens.
Thank you very much. I always thank Guillermo Patino for everything, and I want to say that I would want to point out that you had a great person when Laura Popa did Local Law 97 for my district, so thank you for everything. Scaffolding, I guess you call them sheds. So my question is, I know you talked about it earlier, but my question is, you're obviously doing the RFP. Those that have long-term, placement, shall we say, sometimes in my district up to 20 years. 15 West 86th Street is an example. I think it's about 17 years now. So the question is, how do you, because according to your testimony, you're going to be looking to see inspecting, are they doing the work, are they not doing the work? But how do you determine whether or not they're doing the work? Because sometimes they could be doing it one day and not the next day. And because when we call to complain, we're always told the scaffolding, the shed has a permit, so there's nothing I can do. So how are we going to address with limited staff to work being done, not being done, scaffolding up too long? What's your game plan for that?
Yeah, we have a game plan, absolutely. So it's, when the work being done to us, first of all, is obviously permit should be issued, application should be filed. And after that, it goes to the next concern. You notice that the person do not work consistently in the project. And as you mentioned, they work on one day, they do not work another day. And with that is certain set of new requirements we're discussing right now, which will be implemented really soon. And with that, anytime we're planning to, first of all, we're planning to reduce, let me start it back. Any permit issued with Department of Buildings is active for 1 year. What we're planning to do, permits for the shed to be limited to 90 days. Each time when you renew permits, obviously you're doing through DOB now, we have a record. There is a consideration right now since 90 days, apparently at least on a 10th renewal of the permit, it will be stopped. At this time, you will have to see the technical person, either commissioner or border commissioner, or deputy commissioner or other technical person to discuss status of your project. And at this time, we can obviously reconsider saying, okay, so it's time for you to stop. We're not going to issue permit. We're going to leave it for yourself, this ability. Second, we're going to extend, implement new fees for long-standing shed. The more time you renew the permit, the more costly it's going to cost person to renew it. So there is a creation, what we're doing right now, we're creating incentive for people to comply, because what's the system which exists right now, it's cheaper. Instead of performing repairs, it's better to rent a shed and keep it a shed for a long time, which you're complaining of.
So these rules are in effect now, is what you're saying, or will they be in effect?
Will be in effect. We're just right now, we're currently working and making sure it's implemented.
Okay, I guess you'll keep us up to date because many of us have long, just quickly, fire and DOB. So my understanding, the fire department staff anyway is not happy, but have you already taken over some of their responsibilities, or is that in the works in terms of inspections?
No, nothing being taken over. Discussion is continued and proposal is being considered. We're working closely with fire department. We're exchanging opinions. We work closely on technical matters because our actions is
But it hasn't happened yet?
It hasn't happened,
Okay.
absolutely.
Quickly, the other thing is plan examiners. I know that area pretty well. So the question is, according to my understanding, architects, engineers, they make I don't know, 90,000 out of school, 65 maybe at DOB. Do you have the ability, without going through that long rigmarole that you just described, to increase their salaries? I don't know how you're ever going to get plan examiners, because I know you have a shortage. When I say plan examiners, I mean the architects, the engineers, and so on, without a salary increase. Is that something that is possible or not?
We're trying to create promotional opportunity for our examiners. So
Yeah, but to get new ones, though, you're not going to get new ones at 65.
to be a plan examiner, you have to be trained first. Okay, so
Okay.
it's what worth make it our examiner worth being trained through the Department of Buildings, working for the department. That's what make them value of the examiner street value much higher than what we paying. But what we're working right now, we're trying to create more promotional opportunity for our examiners within the department, so we can increase.
I'm
this,
just trying to help you out, because they're not coming unless you pay them more money, for architects and engineers. Quickly, drones. Are you working with drones in terms of scaffolding? Is that something that's part of your RFP? Is that being discussed? What's the status of the drones?
Yes, we're looking in implementation of drone program. You have to understand that drones is not replacement for scaffolding.
No, but it could start the process so they're not up so long.
Okay, exactly, that's what it
I just did it with the drones. I have some sense of it. Go ahead.
correct. But there are some issues with the drones right now. It's illegal and
It is illegal, but we do it anyway.
exactly. So
Yeah.
it's, I'm
All right,
sorry.
thank you. I could go on, but I'll stop. Thank you.
Okay, now we have Carr, followed by Stevens and Wrestler.
Thank you, Chair Brannon and Chair Sanchez. Deputy Commissioner, it's good to see you and the team again. I guess my questions are going to focus on Local Law 97. My understanding is that the finalization of regs pursuant to the local law are soon to be completed, if not already. So if you could kind of confirm a tentative timeline on when that would be coming public, and if we'll have an opportunity to maybe have some discussion with you and the team at the Sustainability Office before that happens.
First of all, I'd like to say that REX is currently in the work, is not yet completed. It's just an inception phase. We currently consider, except there are some limitation on REX implementation, if I remember correctly, is only to offset electrical emissions. And it's not yet implemented. We are not finalizing the rules. I definitely welcome any discussion. As I said, we're getting in our discussions, we're getting the most of our knowledge and understanding of the issue, and help us to kind of, a lot of people has an opinion on this. Definitely, I would be happy to have this.
Thank you, I appreciate that. But given that we're really just around the corner from the enforcement of this local law mandate, and we're not finalizing the regs, are you concerned about being able to enforce this in a timely fashion and allowing folks to know what the consequences of not being in compliance are as we approach that start time?
I do not have a concern about this. This is, I can say precisely on that. But, we're expecting this set of rules to be completed by summer of next year. So it's definitely will, REX, based on the discussion, and there is some limitation on REX use. I don't want to go in details of this since it's in the work. But as I said, it's like if you're willing to, if you have a desire to participate in this discussion, we definitely will be happy to have you on board today.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, listen, I have manufacturing buildings in my district that are definitely under threat from the mandates here. As many members of the team know, we've been in discussions about that for a little over a year now. Same thing with residential buildings, not so much in my district, but in other parts of the city. I get emails from the co-op community all the time about this, and so I have a lot of concerns about implementation and what that will mean for businesses and residences across the city, but I appreciate your answers.
Right, and it's fair concern, and the same with us. We have these concerns, and we're already being contacted by all those individuals and owners, and we're trying to make sure that accommodation is available, and at the same time, we find the compliance to achieve zero carbon rules.
Thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you.
Councilmember Stevens.
Hi, good afternoon. I just have a question, and it's super hyper local because I have a development in my district, Concourse Village, and we've been having a lot of issues. And so just around like the emergency action, I'm just trying to figure out how do you get something declared emergency action, and what and what are the circumstances that would get that to happen? Because this structure, they have a podium that is really decaying. So one, I guess my first question is around how often are we inspecting buildings to ensure that the safety of these structures? Because the podium in this building, in the development in the structures, has been decaying over a number of years, and we've had to remove the cars from the parking lot. It first started at the underground, and now we had to remove all the cars from the parking lot on the top ground because of just the weight constraints. And so I'm just trying to figure out how often are these inspectors inspecting the building, and why would we wait for a building to get this far along before we started to take measures? And then I have another question after that.
Absolutely. So it's first step in any inspection, obviously, you should call 311. That's the best, the most reliable way.
Well, no, I'm not even talking about 311. I understand the process, but I'm saying how often do you inspect buildings? Because this one is at a place where it can, they said, possibly collapse.
Oh, okay. So it's, I have to look specific at this address. Because, as I said, there is a procedure, depends what kind of violation issued, if there is emergency conditions or emergency declaration issued, so we need to understand the status. I would not speculate theoretically if, as you mentioned, assuming that there is emergency declaration issued, we're trying to inspect the structure weekly. If there is emergency declaration issued and we're waiting for owners to react or...
What's a co-op? So...
It's owners, so it means
yeah,
we're waiting for co-op to react. So if there is ED, emergency declaration issued, our inspector is supposed to be looking at this once a week. But if you give me a specific address, I need to know.
Yeah, I can definitely give you the address, but I'm just trying to also just understand the process because, like I said, it has over the years gotten worse, and so that's why I'm trying to figure out like how often do you inspect buildings, what does that look like, and just trying to get a better understanding of how do we get to this point where it got so bad, where we're at a place where we had to, like I said, first it was one level of garages, but now we had to remove all the cars from the development because they said the weight was too much, and so I'm just trying to figure out how do we get here because clearly there was something missing. Mm-hmm. And so I'm figuring out how often do you inspect buildings, what does this look like, and trying to understand this process better.
Right, but it's still, I need to understand what's involved in this because, as I've said, if it's emergency declaration issue, we do this weekly. We could do this more, if you call 311 and saying structures shaking and cracking, we send an inspector within 4 hours. So it's, that's why I mentioned 311 call. If you like the way you describe it sounds terrible. So it's, I would say if you place a call and with such description, inspector will be there within 3 to 4 hours.
So you guys don't inspect buildings unless someone calls 311?
We do routine inspection in the buildings.
How often is that?
On a class 1 violation, we do this. We do it once between 30 to 60 days. We return normally to the building. So if you...
And then after that, then what happens?
It's, we issue another violation that other tools available to our disposal. We can issue aggravated violations, and after aggravated, we can take owners to court and if you see immediate danger and owner is not reacting, in this case, emergency declaration issued. And in this case, we can refer this for HPD execution, and HPD will take necessary action to perform the repairs or shoring of the structure. Just normally that's what is being done.
And just if chairs is okay, I just have one more quick question, and I don't know if it's going to be quick, but I'll ask it quickly. But the other issue is like, in order to get to there, someone owns the other property, and so the owner of the property you have to walk through to get to the structure that's holding up the building is denying access. But how does DOB work when in those situations? Is it a way to because it's an emergency situation, to just kind of go in and do the repairs? Because that's been another issue we've been having where there's an owner of part of the property who's like, no, you guys can't come through my property to get to the area that you need to fix. And so there's been a lot of back and forth. And my issue and concern is that by this fighting and all this is taking as long as it is, the building's gonna fall. And so just trying to figure out, how do we prevent this?
Yeah, that's unfortunately this case has happened, and we see it. I wouldn't say often, but we do see those cases. And in general, DRB do not interfere in the private dispute, but in the cases you're reporting where conditions can be risen to the level of emergency. In this case, in order to resolve this dispute, we just go issue emergency declaration, and if owner unable to fix it, we ask HPD. In this case, so if it's really dangerous and present danger to the surrounding. Or alternative options is obviously it's to go to court and judges issued access warrant, what it calls, and we see this. It's people sometimes doing this quite successfully.
Okay, I'll follow up with your office offline because I still have a ton of questions just around the issue, and hopefully we don't have a tragedy before that happens. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Ressler, followed by Velasquez.
Thank you so much, Chairs Brannan and Sanchez. It's always good to be with you both. Appreciate your leadership. And to the First Deputy Commissioner, one of Brooklyn's finest, we appreciate your service to the city, even if we'd rather just have you focused always on Brooklyn. You know, other parts of New York deserve your attention as well. So there are a few things I wanted to ask about today, but I just wanted to start firstly by focusing on headcount, as I remain, as I was at the preliminary budget hearing, deeply concerned about the lack of staffing at DOB, both from a public safety standpoint and because if we're going to reach our housing production goals, then we need you all to be properly staffed up to make that happen. So data that I was looking at found that we have 334 vacancies, 18% vacancy rate. If we include the nearly 100 additional positions that were eliminated, we're talking about what would be a 23% vacancy rate. So, and if you, over FY23 and FY24, 133 DOB positions were eliminated, 11% of the headcount. 11% of the DOB headcount has been eliminated by this mayor. Construction hasn't gone down by 11%. Safety needs at our construction sites haven't gone down by 11%. I don't understand how we're expected to do everything that is on your plate without the staff. So I am deeply concerned about it. The question I'd like to ask is this: what can we do to help you get more people in place as quickly as possible? And how do we convince the mayor that we need to restore these egregious cuts that have been made to the Department of Buildings?
Thank you, first for Brooklyn. I just want to say that I feel very confident to work with the amount headcount I have it right now. And as I said, I see, I would be definitely welcome more personnel on our staff. This is definitely would help us a lot too. But I don't see as increasing headcount would give us more advantage. I see more opportunities in improving our efficiency with amount of inspections, with applying more technology. And you're asking what could we do so we can work together to apply, maybe generate new set of laws, which will give us opportunity to do inspection a little different way. We're doing apply more authority to the professional engineers and licensed architects. So share responsibility. For some, I always see department as a compliance, in compliance and auditing. And because we license multiple professions, and after that, if doesn't make sense for us not to trust those professionals to complete the work, certify the work. New York State licensed professionals, engineers, and architects. So it doesn't make sense for us not to trust them to verify and complete the work and transfer auditing functions of those professions, verifying their honesty would be more appropriate ways for future Department of Buildings. And that's why I see where we can have a lot of resources which could be implemented and give us a lot of help. In this case, we probably didn't need even so many people.
I really appreciate that. If I may, Chair, just very briefly on Rex and then just a local item. I'm concerned about Rex, I think, as was Councilmember Carr, but perhaps we're concerned about it for different reasons. He's a friend, but come at this one on different angles. I'm very concerned that if we were to, as of now, DOB has put forward rulemaking to limit RECs around electricity. Based on the current rules, 2/3 of office buildings using RECs would comply without having to make, with local law 97 mandates, without having to make any further adjustments. And it seems to me like we're allowing buildings to buy their way out of making efficiency upgrades, which is not the purpose or the spirit of the law. We want people to reduce their emissions. We're not trying to generate revenue. So I know that Chair Sanchez has been doing a masterful job leading on this effort, and I mean that earnestly. But does DOB have a timeline for when it intends to do additional rulemaking to limit RECs?
Yes, we're actively working and planning. I believe it's summer of next year, our expectation.
Well, sooner is better.
Sorry, summer of this year.
Summer of this year?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Okay, I hadn't heard that. Thank you, Guillermo. Okay, then very briefly, not asking specific questions, but rather just because you are the best problem solver I know at the Department of Buildings. The Bossert Hotel had its scaffolding taken down on Montague Street, but it's come back up, and we could really use your help in navigating how we get it down. Guillermo's already working on it, but I feel like this may be a CAS special. And then the second one is building that you've come out and visited before, or the big empty site at Smith and Douglas. We finally have, I think, an opportunity to move forward on the demolition of the adjacent buildings. We are close to getting this all resolved, but I think we could really use some help on that one as well. So if you would allow us to follow up with you after this in the next week or so, we really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the work you do. Deeply appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Velasquez.
Hi. Going off the inspecting of properties, but a different take on it. Unfortunately, in my district, it's used as a mechanism to attack each neighbor. So we have multiple calls going to same addresses, usually like 40 times in one address, and little to no violations are done. Is there an opportunity for you guys, and I know and a call comes in, you have to inspect because, you never know. However, this is egregious now in my district, and is there an opportunity where we can see if it's the same caller with the same address within the last month or so to either not show up or to record this as a violation, or what can we do to basically stop the harassment, because that's what's being done?
Yes, we're well aware about cases like that, and we see this property. Sometimes they're using Department of Buildings as a punishment for each other. Neighbors with fighting between each other. The following you could do. You can always alert us that there is a location where you feel that complaints being filed as a part of the harassment campaign. What we do on our part, we have triage. We are not blindly going all complaints. We have triage officers working who are looking through each complaint, verifying address, looking through Google Street View property profile, and looking for validity complaint and assigning priority for this complaint. So obviously we can alert our triage officers that obviously part of the harassment, so they will know if they see it's repetitive, so we're not going to send an inspector. In addition, what we noticed, we lately starting to implement when we send the same inspector. So we know the same person being assigned to this address, he or she well aware of what's going on, so they can make a judgment not to make wrong calls and punishing people. That's obviously available to us. And third, of course, I saw the cases where people go to court and attorneys file harassment complaints. So that's probably not preferable, but that's what we could do. That's what's available to us right now.
Perfect, and if we could work offline, I can definitely identify.
Please refer to right, as I said, we're going to do.
Because it's just becoming a nuisance at this point, and it's using city resources and abusing city resources, especially when you guys have so much on your plate. So I would love to work with you on that. Thank you so much.
Sure, of course. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner and your team, thank you so much for joining us today. We look forward to working with you. Chair Sanchez?
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we're taking a break, and then we're going to hear from the Department of Sanitation. Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the final executive budget hearing of the day. We'll be focused on the Department of Sanitation. And I'm now joined by my colleague, Councilmember Sandy Nurse, Chair of the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management. In addition to the folks that have been here for the first two hearings, we've been joined by Council Members Menon and Richardson Jordan. Welcome, Commissioner Tisch and your team. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. On April 26, 2023, the administration released its executive financial plan for FY 23 to 27 with a proposed FY 24 budget of $106.7 billion. DSNY's proposed FY 24 budget of $1.86 billion represents 1.7% of the administration's proposed FY 24 budget in the executive plan. This is an increase of $33.4 million or 1.8% from the $1.82 billion originally budgeted in the preliminary plan. This net increase comes from several actions, including $23.2 million to cover rollout of curbside organics collection in Brooklyn and the Bronx over FY 24, $3.2 million for a waste containerization pilot, $4.6 million for DC 37 collective bargaining adjustments and minimum wage increase, and $2 million for vending enforcement covering 40 new uniformed positions. DSNY projects a total growth in headcount of 372 positions since the adoption of the FY23 budget. My questions today will largely focus on the PEG and other plan adjustment impacts on the DSNY's budget, along with resource allocation and the council's budget response items. I think, as you know, I'm a big fan of the DSNY, but obviously I'm concerned with the department continuing to be asked to take on new responsibilities while grappling with rounds of PEGs. In addition, this council is interested in learning more about the equitable distribution of basic baseline resources across the city. I'd like to recognize my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Nurse, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Brannan, for your remarks. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Commissioner Tisch and everyone else here. I'm not going to go over the budget numbers, but just wanted to say, to the credit of you all and to the city, undertaking and planning an array of projects from citywide curbside organics collection, implementation of CWZ, changes to refuse set-out times, the new waste containerization pilot. It's a lot. It's impressive. These are projects and initiatives that are important. They're long overdue and an important step in our efforts to reduce rats, become a cleaner city, and work toward our zero waste goals. So we just want you all to have what you need to do the job. To cover all parts of the city. We are a little concerned and wary that the city not lose sight of the vitally important sanitation services, such as maintaining an equitable approach to cleanliness in every neighborhood. And we see this as especially important as you're taking on additional things like highway cleaning and street vendor enforcement. We just want to ensure the agency is not spread too thin. So looking forward to diving into it today. I just want to give a special thank you to my team, Anel Hernandez over here in the corner, is the brains on the committee, as well as Andrew Lane Lawless and Ricky Chawla for your support in preparing for today's hearing. So I'll turn it back to Chair Brannan.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to Committee Counsel Mike Toomey to swear in the witnesses for their testimony.
Thank you. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions? Commissioner Tisch? First Deputy Commissioner Lohan? Deputy Commissioner Anderson? Deputy Commissioner Marola? Deputy Commissioner Antonelli? Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannan, Chair Nurse, and members of the City Council Committees on Finance and Sanitation and Solid Waste Management. I am Jessica Tisch, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Sanitation. I am joined today by First Deputy Commissioner Javier Lohan, Joseph Antonelli, Deputy Commissioner for Management and Budget, Gregory Anderson, Deputy Commissioner for Policy and Strategic Initiatives, and Ryan Marola, Deputy Commissioner for External Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on DSNY's fiscal year 2024 executive budget. You may not know it yet, but there is a revolution taking place on the streets of this city. This is a trash revolution, a complete overthrow and overhaul of our old way of doing things. We have, through the implementation of both new set-out time rules and several operational changes, dramatically reduced the amount of time that trash sits in bags on the sidewalk awaiting collection, and fundamentally transformed the impact that waste has on public space in New York City. Before these changes, New Yorkers could set out their waste in bags at 4 p.m. the night before collection, and nearly all collections happened on the 6 a.m. shift, letting trash bags sit at the curb for a minimum of 14 hours before they would even start to be collected. Some collections would be scheduled for the 4 p.m. shift, meaning our daily 24 million pounds of waste could sit on the sidewalk, blocking pedestrians, attracting rats, and blemishing our neighborhoods for as many as 32 hours. This is the #1 reason New York City has for too long been called Trash City. Today, bags of waste can be set out no earlier than 8 p.m. The first collection crews leave the garage at midnight, and nearly 30% of all collections in high-density neighborhoods happen on that first shift of the day. The remainder are scheduled on the day shift, which now starts at 5 a.m. instead of 6 a.m. And for the first time in memory, no trash collections are scheduled for the 4 p.m. afternoon shift. This represents a massive overhaul of how the Department of Sanitation approaches collection operations. In addition, we implemented these changes in a largely cost-neutral way, working with labor to make changes that would have the greatest impact. Now, it's difficult to see things that aren't there, but think back to March or last summer or any other time in the last 2 decades, and imagine walking down a dense residential block at 4:30 in the afternoon before trash day. There were piles of bags stacked all along the sidewalk, and twice as many if it happened to be recycling day. Those bags had no hope of moving anywhere before 6 a.m. the next morning and would often linger on the sidewalk until late morning. It was disgusting. On a street with businesses, bags would be out at all hours of the day, oozing trash juice on the sidewalk until collection by private carters in the early morning hours. Fast forward to today. Every week that passes, we see more containers and less trash on the streets during the highest trafficked hours of the day. That's the beginning of a revolution. In neighborhoods where there has been more compliance with the new set-out time rules, these changes have made a dramatic difference in the experience of our streets and our neighborhoods. DSNY worked with New Yorkers and property owners and managers citywide to encourage that compliance. We offered a 1-month warning period in April and issued 22,600 warnings, focusing on commercial and high-density residential areas where the problems are the most pressing. Agents and officers are now revisiting these same places where we issued warnings to make sure that they got the message, and if not, issuing a summons. DSNY will continue to conduct enforcement on these new rules, not for the sake of enforcement, but with a focus on the most egregious violators and the large buildings and commercial properties that have the greatest impact on the public realm. We are doing our part to clean up New York City, but every New Yorker has a role to play in maintaining the cleanliness of our neighborhoods. In a city this size, it can't just be the 10,000 members of the sanitation department doing the important work. Property owners and commercial establishments are responsible for the cleanliness of their sidewalks, public areas, and along the curb 18 inches into the street. We have a renewed focus on enforcing basic cleanliness rules, the kinds of things that keep our streets clean. But enforcement only goes so far when the penalty for an action is too low. Right now, fines for violating basic sanitation rules are set by local law at just $50, an amount that is, in my opinion, far too low. This was reduced from $100 by the City Council in 2021, sending the wrong message that cleanliness is not a priority in our city. I am calling on this council to reverse course and create stiffer penalties. I am eager to work with you to make this happen. As Deputy Commissioner Anderson testified last month, DSNY strongly supports Intro 544, sponsored by Councilmember Osei, which would increase penalties for larger properties for failing to set out waste properly. We support reasonable increases to other penalties as well, to create a strong deterrent for egregious or repeat offenders that see fines as just the cost of doing business. We need more tools in our enforcement toolbox to uphold this shared responsibility. In the last month, DSNY has implemented 2 important new partnerships with our fellow agencies to make New York City cleaner. First, we are now working much more closely with the police department to address the scourge of abandoned vehicles on our streets. This problem, like illegal dumping, does not affect every neighborhood, but in those areas where it does, the impact is profound. Abandoned vehicles fall into 2 categories: derelict vehicles with no plates and little resale value under DSNY jurisdiction, and all others under NYPD jurisdiction. Too often, New Yorkers would file a complaint about an abandoned vehicle only for that complaint to ping-pong back and forth between both agencies and land in a bureaucratic morass with no resolution. Next week, a new citywide abandoned vehicle task force will hit the streets to address this issue comprehensively. The NYPD has detailed 6 uniformed members to DSNY to enable the 2 agencies to work much more closely to address abandoned vehicles. And already, joint operations between the 2 agencies at the precinct and district levels, which used to happen just once or twice a month, now happen several times a week. Overall, derelict vehicle removals by DSNY are up 21% this calendar year to date. Removals of abandoned and derelict vehicles in partnership with NYPD are up 132%. Second, DSNY has assumed operational control of graffiti removal operations conducted by the Economic Development Corporation. For approximately 2 decades, graffiti removal in the 5 boroughs has been handled by EDC, despite the fact that 311 complaints about graffiti are and have always been routed to DSNY. Now, DSNY both takes the complaints and directly coordinates removal activities, streamlining the customer experience for all New Yorkers that report graffiti conditions. For the first time, more service requests are resolved each day than are received, and we are working to eliminate the backlog of more than 2,000 service requests since the beginning of the year. Since April 1st, when our work started, crews have cleaned nearly 800 locations in total. We are also reorienting the entire agency around cleanliness and a customer service approach. We have created Trash Dash, a weekly report and interactive dashboard to provide a detailed district-level view of 311 service requests, actions, and response times. Modeled on NYPD's CompStat, this tool, for the first time ever, gives managers at every level of the department an up-to-date information on service requests and will ensure that not just the executives, but the entire department have a relentless focus on customer service. Just yesterday, we held our very first Trash Dash weekly meeting and brought in the staff from the Manhattan Borough office. Senior ranking chiefs grilled superintendents on everything from miscollections to overflowing litter baskets to strategies to ensure compliance with the new set-out rules. We are continuing to refine our performance indicators and plan to make Trash Dash reports and weekly meetings with rotating boroughs available to the public in the near future. In March, Mayor Adams announced the transition of the Office of Street Vending Enforcement from the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection to DSNY. Legal street vending is a vital part of New York City's economy. However, vendors who do not play by the rules have an overwhelming impact on cleanliness and quality of life, and the city has never before had a meaningful strategy to address these issues. Our focus is on the infractions that affect communities the most, Things like obstructing sidewalks, curb cuts, and building and subway entrances, leaving equipment and goods out overnight, and creating dirty conditions. Since April 1st, DSNY officers have conducted 144 street vendor inspections citywide. This is a compliance-first approach rather than a license check-first approach. DSNY toured many communities with elected officials and who asked DSNY to help solve the vending problems with which their residents and businesses grapple. Many council members and community leaders know this is a cleanliness and quality of life issue. Sanitation police officers are accustomed to dealing with the intersection of public space and businesses and communities. They understand cleanliness and safety and are specially trained for this kind of issue. DSNY is uniquely qualified, in my opinion, to do this work. The FY24 executive budget includes $2.87 million to support this effort. This includes new headcount of 40 people in our sanitation police unit, including 35 officers, 4 lieutenants, and 1 inspector. This new funding grows over time to $4.65 million in FY27 and the out years. In addition, beginning in FY25, a share of this new funding is offset by the transfer of current funding for street vending enforcement from DCWP. As I mentioned at the preliminary budget hearing, Mayor Adams has committed to creating a universal curbside composting program for the first time in the city's history. This program is already running in Queens year-round and will roll out borough by borough over the next 17 months, beginning with Brooklyn this fall. The new program is built on a number of efficiencies that drive costs down, including the use of dual bin trucks and right-sizing of the workforce to reduce overtime. The leaf and yard waste first approach was designed based on an analysis of successful programs in other cities. In March, we issued a proposed rule to make yard waste separation mandatory, an appropriate first step toward a mandatory universal program. We expect to finalize this rule in the next few weeks. This citywide curbside program is part of a comprehensive approach to organic waste diversion. Earlier this year, we completed the installation of 250 smart compost bins across all 5 boroughs. We will install an additional 150 bins this summer in Manhattan, which will receive curbside collection last. These bins are accessible 24 hours a day via an app for iOS and Android called NYC Compost. The FY24 executive budget includes $23.16 million in new funding for this program, including $4.5 million for bin deliveries, outreach, and communications. This funding includes 289 new staff this year, including 233 sanitation workers for collection operations. In FY25, funding increases to $24.43 million, including 335 new staff. Last month, DSNY released The Future of Trash, a 95-page report that was the result of a 6-month intensive department-led study of the feasibility of waste containerization in New York City. Containerization, defined as both the use of shared containers and individual bins based on a street's residential density, is feasible in 89% of New York City residential streets, comprising 77% of the city's residential waste output. Like many good things, it will not come easily. Of the street sections analyzed, 39% would be appropriate for shared stationary containers. This requires repurposing up to 10% of available curb space on blocks with residential buildings and approximately up to 150 parking spaces total. On some blocks, up to 25% of existing curb space would be occupied by containers, but on most blocks, the share would be far lower. Another 50% of residential street sections would be appropriate for individual bins without eliminating any existing uses of curb space. These include substantial lower density areas of Staten Island, Eastern Queens, Southern Brooklyn, and the Northern Bronx. Containerization offers the potential to be among the most transformative changes to our city's streetscape in decades, and one of the biggest public infrastructure projects in a generation. As I mentioned, the path to containerization is not an easy one, and it will take time and some challenging trade-offs. But the path is clearer now than ever before. The FY24 executive budget includes $5.66 million in new funds between FY23 and FY24 to rapidly deploy the first scaled pilot of mechanized collection of shared containers in Manhattan District 9. This pilot will include approximately 10 residential blocks in a subset of the district, as well as up to 14 public schools, and we expect it to launch by the fall. This budget also includes new reductions as part of the program to eliminate the gap. The good news is this: these cuts do not impact direct service delivery, and we did not lay off a single employee. DSNY worked with OMB to identify greater efficiencies, but we were partially relieved of our target to ensure that no direct services were impacted. The PEG totals $45 million in FY23 and $23.5 million in FY24. These reductions include $45 million in FY23, $0.9 million in FY24, and $11.8 million in the out years to adjust the snow budget to reflect actual spending. I want to be very clear that this reduction will not tie our hands from responding quickly and forcefully to conditions in future snow seasons. $6.7 million in FY24 and annually thereafter related to eliminating snow training on Sundays and reorienting training activities on straight time. $7.5 million in additional revenue annually in recognition of increased issuance of ASP fines. $2.1 million and 33 positions in FY24 for a reduction in uniform staff assigned to solid waste management operations. $1.7 million and 19 positions in FY24 for a reduction in uniform staff assigned to non-frontline administrative units. $1.1 million and 24 positions in FY24 for a reduction to precision cleaning crews. $2.5 million in FY24 to reduce the scope of the waste characterization study from 3 seasons to 2 seasons. $1 million in FY24, $2 million FY25, and $3.5 million in the out years for a phased reduction of funding for food scrap drop-offs and community composting programs to align with the rollout of curbside composting, and $2.3 million in FY26 for the relinquishment of DSNY property. The executive budget includes $1.86 billion in expense funds in fiscal year 2024, reflecting an increase of $33.4 million from the preliminary budget. The fiscal year 2024 expense budget includes $1.08 billion for personal services to support a total budgeted headcount of 9,816 full-time positions, including 7,878 uniform positions and 1,938 civilian positions, and $774 million for other than personal services. DSNY's fiscal year 2024 preliminary budget includes $4.24 billion in capital funding in the 10-year plan, including $1.48 billion for garages and facilities, $2.56 billion for equipment, $72.6 million for IT, and $135.3 million for solid waste management infrastructure. The capital budget includes new funding of $76 million to purchase 158 new dual bin and rear loader collection trucks this year for the expansion of curbside composting over the next 18 months. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My staff and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. It's a lot of trash talk. We've been joined also by Councilmember Bottcher, and we've also been joined, we've been very busy cameos today. We've been joined by the Facing the History School from Councilman Bottcher's district. Thank you for coming. I want to jump right in. You answered a bunch of my questions in your testimony, which I appreciate. One of the things in the council's budget response, DSNY has quoted $31.8 million for straight time and $33 million for overtime as the cost for litter basket service. Can you confirm that these two costs are the baseline and one-shot costs respectively to provide a minimum level of service, which would be twice daily, 6-day-a-week litter basket service?
Can you just repeat the numbers?
Yeah, sure. So 31.8 million for straight time and 33 million for OT. What we're looking for is to get to a minimum level of twice daily, 6-day-a-week corner basket service in every council district.
So, as you know, and I've said many times before, not every litter basket is created equal, meaning there are some on very busy commercial corridors that even when we go at them 4 times a day, it still isn't enough on a beautiful spring day. And there are others in quieter locations where once-a-day service is certainly plenty. So when we look at the numbers, we don't look at universal twice a day, what does it cost? What I can tell you is today we run 793 weekly trucks. We've been doing that in fiscal year 23. That is based on a $22 million investment over our baseline, and our baseline is 452 weekly trucks. We are definitely open to working with council on adding heads to the Department of Sanitation for litter basket service as opposed to running the extra service on overtime. But I should note that straight time versus overtime is not so different when you account for fringe. As to the 31.8 straight time versus the 33 million for overtime, I believe that is the cost. Is that the cost we came up with? Right, that is the cost for universal twice-a-day service.
Okay, 6 days a week, twice a day, that's the price?
Mhm.
Okay. I guess, and as it relates, so there's something that comes up a lot at the community level and also through members here and my colleagues here, which is difficult to understand the baseline, not baseline in terms of the budget, but baseline meaning the basic service that's provided for every garage and how those decisions are made for, you know, what Midtown Manhattan gets versus what the South Bronx gets. Is there a basic pickup schedule that every garage gets and then you build from there? How is that determined?
Sure. There's 2 different collection frequencies, and those are mostly based on density, and they haven't really changed in quite a while. So part of the city gets twice a week collection of refuse and once a week collection of recycling. And the other part of the city, the higher density neighborhoods, get 3 times a week collection of refuse and 1 time a week collection of recycling.
And what
But
about
it's based on density.
What about the corner baskets?
The litter baskets is largely based on foot traffic and how trafficked the corridor is. What I would say about the litter basket service is we are always working to refine it and get it right within the budget that we have. I would say this year we saw the single largest decrease in 311 complaints about overflowing litter baskets. They were down something like 50%. And I think that is a testament to the fact, first, that we had more funding this year to use, but also to the fact that litter basket service is an art and not a science.
And how is DSNY working with the new rat czar? What's the coordination there?
Very closely. As you know, the rat czar there are so many different agencies involved in our war on rats. The NYCHA, DOE, DOH, the Department of Sanitation. Our stake in rats is that the trash on the street, in particular, the 24 million pounds of trash that sits on our curb lines every day, really is the main food source for the rats. We know from our last waste characterization study that a third of the material in those black bags that sit on the curbs is food waste. So that's just for residential trash. That's 8 million pounds a day. So we play a very important role in the fight against rats, but the fight against rats is much bigger than the Department of Sanitation, and the Rat Czar does God's work coordinating all of the agencies involved.
Does DSNY anticipate receiving any money from the state for FY24 based on the agreement that is currently public?
I don't think so.
Okay. The ARPA funds that covered waste export costs in FY24 and 25, were they transferred from another agency's budget?
I don't know if they were transferred from another agency's budget.
Okay. I think that's all I've got for now. I'm going to hand it over to Chair Nurse. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair Brannon. I'm going to start with organics, favorite topic. Do you have any new or updated data on the organics collection from Queens since resuming?
I don't, but I hope that we'll have it soon. It really just started about a month ago, so we wanted to have a meaningful amount of data, but we do hope to release some soon.
Okay. So the citywide curbside organics program budget for collections, outreach, and materials is $23.2 million in FY24, and then jumps to $37.1 million in FY27. Can you share a little bit more about the jump there?
Sure. It's the same number of sanitation workers. It's just as sanitation workers get more seniority, their salaries go up. So that's why you see the big jump in FY27.
Great. So I know we had talked in earlier hearings about some ordering of some of the trucks for organics that you needed. What is the timing of the additional 158 trucks needed for expansion of the program? And are the trucks that are needed for this fall here or already in motion?
All of the trucks are ordered. We worked with OMB to get an early approval to order the trucks so that we didn't have to wait for this budget to come out because we knew we were doing this. So we ordered the trucks months ago, and all of them, and I can confirm that all of the trucks needed for Brooklyn will be here in time for service to start in the fall.
Great. And that's great. And then you had started in Queens in the past because there was already this familiarity with the yard waste pickups, not so much in Brooklyn. So when are you all starting that kind of outreach and engagement? And can you share a little bit about what that looks like?
Yes. The budget does have, I think, a nice amount in it for outreach associated with the rollout of curbside organics. We have $2.5 million in FY24 for outreach, and $800,000 in FY25 for that outreach. I think that the outreach model that we used in Queens was actually a very effective model, and we did learn from it and we'll tweak some, but we started several months in advance, and the aim was to, one, deliver a mailer directly to every Queens resident. We plan to do that again for every Brooklyn resident. but also to do the door-to-door outreach, the in-person outreach for all buildings or all residences up to like 9 residence units.
And you're not bringing on outside contractors for that, or
We
you?
do. Last time, we did have outside contractors that we worked with, and we had department employees do it as well. But we do plan to have outside contractors help in the effort because it is so massive. I mean, there's over 2 million people.
Okay. In terms of bins and decals, we know you all gave about, just under 45,000 bins, a little over 7,000 stickers for people to use. What was the cost of that, and what are you anticipating for those types of materials for this upcoming fiscal year?
Okay, so maybe I can start with the second part of your question first. So in the budget for FY24, we have $2 million associated with bins and decals, and in FY25, that's $700,000. We have also already pre-purchased 90,000 bins, which are on hand. And just as a reminder, I think one of the innovations of the new organics program that we're rolling out is that we got rid of so many of the barriers to participation. For example, having to opt in, having to sign up, having to express interest, having to use a specific type, a specific brown bin. And so what we found in Queens is we said to everyone, we're going to give you 2 months, order a bin from us, we'll deliver it for free. It's a very simple form. Call 311, like make it really simple to order a bin. But if you don't want to use our bin and you have your own bin at home, God bless, use whatever bin you want. And we've actually gotten some really good feedback on how that flexibility has encouraged more participation in the program. So when I give you the numbers, like we've only ordered 90,000 bins, we think that that's what is more than enough based on the demand for those bins that we saw in Queens.
So you don't anticipate needing to order more for FY24?
What I can say is we definitely will order more if we need them, and ordering more has not been a problem, and we certainly have the budget to do it. I should also note that the bin budget that I quoted to you includes both purchase of bins, but also the delivery of the bins, which can be expensive.
Does the city currently have all needed contracts for organics exporting and processing?
Actually, we are working right now on bringing on new vendors to work with on organics back-end processing. We're working on procurement solicitation right now that we hope to have out in June.
What can you break down back-end processing?
Yep, we're looking for 2 different types of things: composting and digestion.
Okay. Composting for in-city or to be exported out regionally?
There is no requirement that it be in-city. I would obviously love to get some bids back for in-city. Is there a requirement?
There are no facilities in the city.
Right, but there are no,
Right.
we all know that there are no
Not much space,
facilities.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. For yard waste, we know that you are picking up together now. How much will be going to composting facilities, and where are these facilities located for the October 2024 launch?
Greg, do you want to answer that one?
So we anticipate most of the material collected in Brooklyn this fall will go to the waste management facility. They separate out the yard waste and send it to a compost facility in New Jersey. And then, some of the greener yard waste can actually be mixed in with the food waste and be digested, but the browns, the leaves and sticks and things like that generally get sent to the compost.
Does DSNY have an update on the planned citywide collection of organics from every school? Is this initiative fully funded in the executive budget?
It's fully funded, and we are right on schedule. We finished the entire borough of the Bronx just a few months ago. So we did like hundreds of schools this school year, and remember the commitment was to do it over the 2 school years, and we have a few hundred schools left to do next school year, but it's all going right on plan.
Okay. I'm just going to touch on community composting because that's where we're seeing some of the cuts. Community composters have lost space and capacity, and now they're cutting the budget. So which community compost sites will be receiving cuts? What is the timing of them? And does DSNY plan to completely defund community composting by FY26?
No, simple answer is no. I want to be very clear that all this cut is doing is taking funding levels back to the long-term historical baseline of $3.5 million a year. If you remember, an additional $3.5 million was added in FY 2022 when the administration paused the rollout of curbside composting to bridge the gap. Not only did the mayor commit to a full rollout, as we just discussed, of curbside composting for the first time ever in New York City, the administration put its money where its mouth is, and also for the first time in New York history, fully funded it at $23 million in FY 24. That's on top of the investments we have in smart bins. What this cut is, it's a phased reduction that follows or will follow the rollout of curbside composting and smart bins.
What direct impacts do you see that having? Is it in terms of collections? Is it in terms, I mean, can you illustrate a little bit more about what that will look like for an actual community composter in your network?
Sure. One of the interesting things we saw when we rolled out universal curbside composting in Queens, we had a bunch of smart bins that had been pre-placed before the curbside composting started in Astoria. And before curbside composting was rolled out in Queens, those bins were always full. And when we started curbside composting there, the bins were sometimes used, but certainly not nearly to the extent that they were prior. And so what we're trying to do in tough budget times is make smart, thoughtful investments and careful reductions where we believe that they will not meaningfully affect the overall goal of diverting food and also yard waste.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think there's, like, the logic makes sense. I guess I'm just saying, like, in terms of a community composting site, what does that mean for them? Like, what type of activity will they be losing out on or having to draw back on?
Well, I think that's really a question for the community composters, because my assumption is that each one is different. But I just want everyone to keep in mind that this is not being completely defunded by any stretch. There was a period of 1 year where the community composters basically doubled their funding due to a pause in plans for universal curbside organics. And all that's happening is they are going back to the funding level that they lived with for many, many, many years prior, up until 2022, now that we're rolling out and have made such significant investments in curbside composting.
You got something? You got something? Oh. So last time we had a hearing, we asked if you all have had a conversation with community composters about just kind of imagining what their role is moving forward. You said yes. They said no after you all left. They testified no. So has there been a conversation? If so, when exactly? And then if not, what's the plan to integrate them into the overall vision of a network of composting?
Well, I can tell you that I myself, I don't have the date and time right here, but I myself have had a number of conversations with community composters who have asked me generally about where do we exist? What is our role as curbside composting rolls out? And I was very clear at the last hearing, and I'll be very clear, and I was very clear in my conversations, that's something that we all have to figure out, because they lifted the city to where we are today to be in a place where we can roll out curbside composting. We're doing that on their shoulders for sure, and that service is not only commendable, but is to be honored and respected. And in my vision of composting in New York City, I've also been very clear that they should continue to play an important role. Right now, a lot of them do a lot of important work around outreach and education, which to me is a very obvious place to continue to invest, especially given the budget that we have now for outreach around composting services.
So will you, just one question around, will you continue to fund the Master Compost Certification program?
There's no plans to cut the Master Composter Certification program.
Okay, I have a set of questions on street vendors, and then I will give it back over for a little while. Has DSNY been working with DCWP on the transition of street vendor enforcement? I know we've met since then. If so, can you please share any details on trainings or preparation work that's been done to date?
Yes, we work with DCWP very closely on the transition of street vending enforcement. We have, for the past 2 or so months, Deputy Commissioner Marola can give more detail on exactly what that has been like, because he has been leading those efforts.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Commissioner. Chair, we have been working hand in hand with DCWP and DOHMH for the past 3 months. Both agencies did an enforcement knowledge transfer with our sanitation police to make sure that we understood their trainings and curricula that were given to their inspectors and enforcement agents, which have been turned into curriculum for the sanitation police officers. Sanitation police officers have undergone hours of training under that and field work too before going out. And DCWP and DOHMH also made sure that we had access to their data on who is licensed, when licensing occurs, and in particular with DOHMH, the online application they have to real-time check licensing. We have recently updated our website to include our own version of DCWP's checklist on guidance for vendors as well, general vending, mobile food vending, and the specialized vending licenses, and we continue to work with them. We were a silent listener yesterday in the Street Vendor Advisory Board meeting, because we don't have a formal role in that, but we're in touch with our colleagues every day on this.
Okay. The 40 new budgeted positions, those are specifically sanitation police and not necessarily sanitation enforcement, right?
There's 35 sanitation police officers, yes.
And the other 5 new positions?
They're also police, they're just the executives, 1 inspector and 4 supervisors.
And they'll do more than just street vendor enforcement, right?
That group is supposed to be dedicated and focused on street vending enforcement, although they will have all of the powers and authorities of sanitation police generally.
When will written materials about the policy transition and details on DSNY's procedure for street vending oversight be available publicly?
Commissioner Marola.
Chair, on the written policies and procedures, we inherited what DCWP and DOHMH had, which is reflected online right now. If there's further on that, I'm very happy to take this back and talk further about it. But at the moment, we have what our partner agencies had when they had enforcement, and we'd be happy to look into more.
Okay. And even if things are online, people ask us to put things on the record. Under what conditions will DSNY issue a vendor a civil summons versus having their materials confiscated?
One thing that hasn't come up in these conversations is that Commissioner Marola actually works very closely, I hope you know, with Mohammed and the team at the Street Vendor Project. And we appreciate that you've facilitated that introduction. I think we have found it to be a very productive, helpful partnership. Your specific question was what?
Civil summons versus having materials confiscated.
What we discussed with them and what I testified to is that we do not believe in enforcement for the sake of enforcement, generally. On vending, we are very much focused on cleanliness and quality of life, which is why, among the reasons the Sanitation Department was selected to take over this important responsibility, our sanitation police operate at the intersection of businesses, public space, and cleanliness. And sorry, one more time.
Yeah, I know. So when do you do, what conditions are for a civil summons versus confiscation?
I was getting there, sorry.
It's Friday.
And so we, every situation is different. But our approach to enforcement is we are looking for the quality of life issue first, not is this vendor a legal vendor or an illegal vendor, do they have a permit or not? We are looking for the quality of life issue. Is the curb cut being blocked? Is the entrance to the subway being blocked? Is there trash being left behind? Is there grease being poured down the sewer? That's what gets our attention focused on an area for enforcement. We have said, and we have, I think, lived this in practice, that we want to take a warnings first approach to enforcement. That warning can take several forms. It can be a posted warning in an area the day before enforcement. Those warnings are posted in many different languages. It can be a written warning to an individual vendor if they provide a valid ID, and we're very flexible on what counts as a valid ID. But there are certain circumstances where what we encounter is either so egregious or the property is abandoned when we show up that we do take either enforcement action through summonsing or confiscations.
Okay. Just, could you clarify, so these 40 folks are for vending. How many sanitation police officers are dedicated to brick and mortar enforcement?
So we have actually a fairly large, I would say, enforcement arm in the Department of Sanitation. There's 3 different parts to it. There are the sanitation police, which is by far the smallest part of our enforcement team. There are sanitation enforcement agents, who are our civilian enforcement agents. And then we also have every single supervisor in the entire department can write summonses. So our enforcement efforts on any given day are certainly hundreds, if not when you
how
count
many
the supervisors, thousands.
Go to brick and mortar.
On the total number of police, we have 76 sanitation police officers.
Okay, so about 30-ish or something. And these sanitation police are armed?
But the sanitation police, the 76 does not include the...
Other enforcement?
No, the additional police that were funded for
So that's 76
vending enforcement,
existing,
plus
now you're getting
35.
on another 40. And these are armed officers, right? They wear blue, they got the blue car with
They
the little
do,
sanitation.
and I just want to point out that the last time anyone in this department can ever remember the sanitation police making an arrest is never.
Okay. And can you talk a little bit about why the choice to put sanitation police on street vending versus sanitation enforcement, just for the record?
Yes. I think we saw in the model with DCWP that civilian enforcement was not effective for vending. And in particular, the sanitation police have special training on working at the intersection of businesses, communities, and public space. They go through a several-month, very intensive academy. And so we found them to be best suited to take on this work.
And do sanitation police wear body cameras?
They do not at this time, although it's definitely something that we are tossing around. When I was at the NYPD, I was the Deputy Commissioner of IT, and I oversaw the program to give every single uniform police officer a body camera. So body cameras are things that I believe in and I understand how to do.
Okay. 2 more questions, and then I'm done for a little bit. So sanitation police have the ability to issue criminal summonses. What are the conditions under which street vendors could be issued a criminal summons and/or arrested?
I have said this to the Street Vendor Project in your presence, I think, and I will say it again.
Yep.
We do not have any intention of issuing criminal summonses associated with our work enforcing the street vending laws, nor do we have any intention of making an arrest. As I mentioned, can't remember a time when the sanitation police have made an arrest.
Great. Last question. So ultimately, which agency will be leading on street vendor education around rules, regulations to follow, and those trainings that may need to accompany that?
Chair, in terms of education and outreach, it is a multi-agency approach. Our partners at SBS, in particular, DCWP and DOHMH, are forefront on this. SBS having its Business Express Solutions, its Workforce Center, and a number of its community business liaisons and hotlines available to street vendors is kind of the tip of the spear for the city on this one. And as I believe you know as well, SBS had made available a grant to the Street Vendor Project for this fiscal year to work with them to do trainings for street vendors on compliance and for de-escalation when it comes to any interactions with enforcement of any kind. That will continue to be the model and the approach, and I've been talking to my colleagues at all those agencies to find out what role DSNY can have in supporting that.
So just to regurgitate back to you, SBS at this, for this year, through this grant process, will take lead on that, and then DCWP is kind of the backup?
I don't want to speak for SBS or DCWP. I think what Commissioner Marola was trying to get across is there are a few agencies that are very much involved and invested in outreach and education associated with vending, but you'd have to ask, either of them as to which one is the lead.
Well, it's not you all, since you're not saying that. Okay.
It's not us.
Yes, great. Okay, Chair.
Quick question. Would DSNY be willing to expand its budget function areas categories to include a second enforcement program area for street vendor enforcement?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we'd be willing to do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we start with questions from council members Carr and followed by Brewer.
Thank you, chairs. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Just want to thank you and your team for all your work, whether it's the executive team, Chief Lindley, and everyone on down. In my office, we always know we have willing partners to help us with issues, so thank you for that. I want to start with the Staten Island e-waste program. For the second fiscal year in a row, it seems to be on the chopping block. The agency spanning all kinds of curbside programming, including some of that you were discussing earlier. So in light of that, and in light of that you were spared the worst of the pegs, I'm just kind of confused about why this program is, again, on the chopping block. It does so much to prevent illegal dumping scenarios, which I know you're very invested in, and I think it's been a great boon to Staten Islanders, and I'd actually love to see it spread to the rest of the city. But as far as Staten Island's concerned, we have the fewest number of dwellings eligible for e-cycle of any borough in the city. So this is really critical for us, and I'd like to get your support to keep the program in play for another year.
Understood, Council Member. I would just note, if I'm remembering correctly, I think that the Staten Island e-waste program was something that was included in the adopted budget as well last year. So the fact that we're discussing it now isn't like precedent setting. I like the Staten Island e-waste program. I would love for it to be more productive, to be honest, than it is. We tried earlier in this year to expand it within the budget to include pickups for things like textiles and batteries, and I have to admit that didn't go so well. That we didn't see a huge amount of uptake on that. But I would love to work with you and your office on ways that we can make Staten Island e-waste and potentially textiles and batteries a model for the other boroughs.
Absolutely. This started as a pilot for the rest of the city, and I love to work to make sure that it's successful and in place moving forward. A couple of other notions, set out times. I know I wrote to you with Councilmember Williams about this issue. You know, you talked about in your testimony the neighborhoods that you think of when you think it's going to help the most, and you kept using the word dense, not a word usually applied to Staten Island. So I've been asking for a differentiated set out time for boroughs or even garage service areas that don't meet the dense standards where this program may be helpful, and I'm rooting for you that it's going to help places here in Manhattan and other boroughs. But I don't think we need that in Staten Island. I get nothing from complaints, particularly from the elderly, about the later set out times and the differentiated set out times, because most folks put out their bins and then a couple of bags of additional waste too, and they're all at risk of being fined when there's really no reason for them to be.
Yeah,
so.
well, you know, we were thoughtful about it, and I felt very strongly that we needed to have a single city-wide set-out time. We know that every borough is different, every neighborhood, even every block is different, and so it would be, I think, quite challenging to do this by block or even by neighborhood, certainly by borough. There's just the diversity of New York City is one of its strengths, so we didn't find that to be workable. I would say on Staten Island in particular, for single family and like the lower density, that's why we gave the option to put your trash out earlier at 6 p.m. in a container, so that we weren't making just a massive change for everyone. You do have the earlier option. And I would finally conclude by saying, we looked at every major city around the world, and 4 p.m. was like a wild, ridiculous outlier. And I know change is very hard. I don't like change myself, and I know that this change affects all 3.5 million residences, all businesses in the city, and like basically all 8.5 million New Yorkers. But it's a change that is like decades past due. Like, it is wild to me that in 2023, it was acceptable in New York City to dump your trash on the sidewalk that other people walk on at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and just have it like sit and bake there and feed the rats. It's just, it's crazy. It's like the type of thing I think that once people get used to it, and I do think that that is beginning to happen. We see so much more compliance now than we even did at the beginning of April. It's like the type of thing we'll look back on in a few years and be like, oh my God, do you remember when we used to put our trash on the street at 4 o'clock and let it sit there for 32 hours a day every day?
Just a little latitude, chairs, just to follow up. First of all, I agree with you in terms of I'm a frequent visitor to Manhattan. I've seen the trash piles, and I'll be very happy if those become a thing of the past. The conditions you're describing were not present in my borough, and I know we can handle differentiated schedules for set-out times in the city because that's how collection is done. You don't do collections uniformly on the same day everywhere in the city. You couldn't. You don't have the manpower to do that. Or the workforce to do that. So I know we can do that. I would expect legislation from me about this issue coming down the pike, so it's not going away as far as I'm concerned. But I want to turn just to the other issue I'd love to work with you on, which is Pratt Paper. Very glad that your agency renewed its contract with Pratt. I know they take 100% of the city's recycled paper collection. They're an integral part of our recycling infrastructure. And they're under threat because of Local Law 97. I want to thank Chair Nurse for coming out to visit the facility along with Councilmember Hanks and I last year. And I'd love to work with you on making sure they're held harmless and can continue to fill the role they fill in sanitation's recycling collection effort.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have Councilmember Brewer, followed by Sanchez.
Thank you for all your hard work. The street cleaning. So you're doing the right thing, but the cars aren't moving in some cases. So maybe you have some suggestions. Sometimes PD can come and ticket. Sometimes your guys ticket. Sometimes the Block Association tries to do something. But I didn't know if this is just a Manhattan issue or is this citywide and what we could be doing about it. Technology might be down the road.
So this is citywide. It is a big problem for us. The mechanical brooms are the single best street cleaning tool we have in our arsenal. And when cars don't move, we can't clean the streets.
Right.
The opportunity and tragedy for me as someone with a big background in tech is that the technology exists.
Correct.
And it's not hard, but we need a change in state law to allow us to use the technology to do automatic ticketing for violations or failure to move vehicles for alternate side parking. It's not a massive change to the VTO law, but it's a change that has to be handled at the state level, and it's something that we are pushing for up in Albany.
Okay, thank you. Second, on the graffiti, I'm glad you're doing it. Years ago, EDC had graffiti trucks. I don't know if they're still in the garage.
We still do.
Where are they?
EDC.
They were my favorite trucks.
EDC still has graffiti trucks.
They haven't moved in a long time. Do they work?
Actually, we now oversee not only the trucks, but the people who work on the trucks.
Okay.
And they move all day, every day. That's what goes across the city to clean up the graffiti.
Good. All right. Now, do you have paint for the mailboxes?
Well, yes, the trucks have paint on them.
Okay, so the trucks do clean the mailboxes.
As to whether they clean the mailboxes, I don't think so, because my understanding is that those are federal property.
I know, but they will not. All right, so you don't do them, and the feds don't do them. They will not do them. So I just want to flag that as an issue. We do them ourselves, but nobody from the federal government will do them, just FYI.
Noted. Thank you for raising that, and I look forward to working with you on getting to resolution on that, because I agree they should be cleaned.
Abandoned cars, I have so many. We all do. They are, ready for the lien sale, ready for the crash that didn't take the, et cetera. So it is great because getting one moved by PD is, I don't know, took me 2 months, got one moved. So the question is, down the line, should you just be in charge with or without the license? Would that take a change in law? How, you mentioned that in your testimony.
So what I mentioned in my testimony is two things. First, the NYPD has detailed 6 officers over to the Department of Sanitation, which I think is like somewhat unprecedented.
Very.
And great, to work hand in hand with us as part of a citywide abandoned vehicle task force.
Yep.
That way, whether it's a derelict vehicle, a road tow, doesn't matter, we can get it off the street. And I think that will create like some immediate relief. We get 100,000 complaints every year about abandoned vehicles into 311, and so many of them are duplicates because the cars sit on the streets for so
I'm
long.
quite familiar with it.
So that is what we're looking to address. But the other thing we're doing is, as I mentioned, more joint operations at the garage and precinct level between NYPD and sanitation, so that it's not just this 10-person citywide.
But you have a tow truck? Who tows?
We do have tow trucks, but we also have, in the case of derelict vehicles, contracts with vendors that come and pick them up. We've only had 2, which was crazy, and clearly like not sufficient. We actually, Joe just put out new contracts to get more vendors to come in and help us out.
Because just so you know, when you call PD, the story is very different. No place to put the car, no person to tow the car, and months and months go by. So what you're doing is great. I'm just letting you know from the local level last week until I finally got the car towed, nothing's happening. So it's great that you're doing what you're doing.
I look forward to working with you on it.
And then in terms of the Parks Department, now, since you're taking over the world, which I think is great, the Parks Department doesn't do great. They take care of parks. But
Yes.
There's something called medians on Broadway.
Yes.
And that is basically the street. I know it's Parks Department property, but it sure looks like the sidewalk to me. So just so you know, they have overloading trash at the medians, which are, part of where the subway comes out. I don't know if this is unique to Manhattan. So Parks Department just doesn't have the staff. So maybe you could pick up their staff.
So council
their
member,
trash.
one of the things that I am most proud of in the past year is the creation of our new unit about 6 or maybe a little more than 6 months ago called TNT, which stands for Targeted Neighborhood Task Force.
Good, here's one right there.
They're dynamite. They were constituted to solve this bureaucratic mess of who's responsible for cleaning what. Like when someone needs something cleaned, it shouldn't be like a game of pick your agency. And so in particular, the TNT teams have focused on about 2,000 locations citywide.
96 in
medians,
Broadway.
greenways, so we can add that to our list.
And then finally, for Ryan Marola, the issue of, I call it the vendor generators, which are now diesels. And they are, to the credit of Mohammed Ati, whom we all love to death, he is looking at other alternatives, but support doing that would be great. So many complaints about the generator because it's smelly, it's got all the issues that you know, and I just didn't know, are you aware of that issue?
We are aware of that issue.
I know him
and
since
we-
he's little. Go ahead.
We are aware of that issue, Councilmember, and we do look into it when we receive 311 complaints about that or community callouts.
All right, we have to do more. Thank you very much.
I look forward to your podcast. We've also been joined by Councilmember Gennaro. Now we have questions from Councilmember Sanchez and Stevens.
Still here. Good afternoon, but I had a break and you didn't. I chaired my hearing earlier with the chair. So thank you, Commissioner, for your responses today. I gotta say, sanitation is just one of the coolest agencies. No disrespect to my housing agencies, but just your team is super responsive, and I just deeply appreciate how sanitation just shift gears throughout the year to meet from snow to cleaning our streets and everything in between, and the mail baskets and the litter and everything else. But my question is going to be focused around the concern around street vendor enforcement and it moving to DSNY. And I want to couch it in there was a sweep at around the Kingsbridge Armory, which is in my district, which we are working very hard to redevelop with the administration. And there was a sweep of the street vendors there who are a part of the Kingsbridge Armory process. And I shared concerns with the administration about sending the wrong message. These folks are an integral part of the community. And I think and I believe that what we fundamentally need to be doing is addressing the fact that the current system is just set up to fail, right? Not enforcing so heavily and punitively, but instead, just being frank and truthful about the fact that there are all these folks who are ready to vend and want to be a part of our city's economy, and then there's absolutely no way for them to be a part of it because there's no vending permits available. And that means that comes along with no access to education, not knowing exactly how to be a good neighbor, except if they happen to come into contact with the Street Vendor Project, which has limited resources. So my question is just intended to understand how DSNY is approaching this new responsibility. Can you describe the shift in enforcement to DSNY? Is DSNY conducting outreach or education with street vendors? How much of a budget change has the agency been given? How many officers are dedicated to street vendor enforcement? And what has been the enforcement approach to date, and what can we at the council expect moving forward?
Yes, and I covered this, I think, pretty comprehensively in my testimony, so I can just read it back, and then if I've missed anything, we can go from there. In March, Mayor Adams announced the transition of the Office of Street Vending Enforcement from the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection to DSNY. Legal street vending is a vital part of New York City's economy. However, vendors who do not play by the rules have an overwhelming impact on cleanliness and quality of life, and the city has never before had a meaningful strategy to address these issues. Our focus is on the infractions that affect communities the most. Things like obstructing sidewalks, curb cuts, and buildings and subway entrances, leaving equipment and goods out overnight, and creating dirty conditions. Since April 1st, DSNY officers have conducted 144 street vendor inspections citywide. This is for sure a compliance-first approach rather than a license check-first approach. DSNY toured many communities with elected officials who asked DSNY to help solve the vending problems with which their residents and businesses grapple. Many council members and community leaders know this is a cleanliness and quality of life issue. Sanitation police officers are accustomed to dealing with the intersection of public space and businesses and communities. They understand cleanliness and safety and are specially trained for this kind of issue.
I'm sorry, thank you, and
Okay.
I can finish reading that also on my own. But I guess, is there a difference in the way that sanitation is treating vendor based on whether they have a license or not, or are you focused on these conditions?
Understand your question. The approach is we focus on cleanliness and quality of life. So the areas that get our enforcement attention are the areas where there are real, clear quality of life or cleanliness violations. So for example, blocking a curb cut, blocking the entrance to a subway station or a building, making a sidewalk impassable, throwing grease down a sewer. Those are the types of things that get us to focus our enforcement on a certain area. As I also said, it is a warning first approach. Legal vendor, illegal vendor, doesn't matter in terms of the warning first approach. We are going to give warnings unless there is some egregious circumstance or some extenuating circumstance. As to the issue at Kingsbridge Armory, I have to say, respectfully, I saw those pictures. That sidewalk was absolutely impassable. There were tables on one full side of the street and then clothing hung up on the fence line a few feet away.
Thank you. And I walk by there every day, and this is coming from a place, I did not get a call, I did not get a warning. I understand that there wasn't a warning first approach in that instance, and that's why I raise it. And, want to make sure that there is that focus on education first, as you say, is the intention.
That is the intention, and in that circumstance, we took 2 enforcement actions, as my understanding. The first was on a vendor that had 6 or 7 tables set up that were like truly blocking access to the sidewalk. You're only supposed to have 1 table. So one vendor had 6 or 7 tables. The other one, we didn't intend to take any enforcement action on, is my understanding, but abandoned the table. And so we had to ultimately end up taking that property because it was abandoned there. But yes, warnings first approach, and look forward to working closely with you and your office. Ryan, who is our Deputy Commissioner of External Affairs, who oversees this work, is very invested in it, and we'll be right in it with you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I just have 2 quick questions. My first question is just around, I know there's supposed to be 2 litter basket pickups a day, but just trying to figure out, is that across the city or is that just in specific areas? Because I can say for sure right now in my district, we do not get 2 litter basket pickups. And then on top of that, all of my litter baskets in my district keep disappearing. Before my predecessor left, she purchased a host of them. We put them throughout, and they are gone again. I am not purchasing more litter baskets because it is my understanding that you guys keep removing them. So could you talk to me about how this is,
Sure.
this whole thing?
Generally, every litter basket in the city is different, and the frequency of collection is generally dictated by how trafficked the commercial corridor is, and or if a council member provides supplemental funding specifically for their district, they may receive extra beyond the baseline. Some litter baskets in the city require once a day collection. Some litter baskets in the city require 4 times a day collection. But if there is a specific concern about insufficient collection from litter baskets in your district, I would be very pleased to work with you on it. As for the question about litter baskets disappearing, I will tell you the reason generally, but we can speak specifically if you give me the examples. Generally, the reasons that litter baskets would be removed is if they are chronically misused for commercial trash. But again, I am happy to talk with you offline about any specific issue that you
No,
have.
I would definitely, I would definitely love to talk more offline. I mean, the whole city is chronically misused for commercial trash, so I think it's arbitrary to say if they're chronically misused, obviously, because everyone is dumping all throughout the city. And my next question is I guess to kind of like piggyback off of what Councilmember Brewer was talking about, even with the street cleaning rules, because I have a number of blocks where cars have not moved for months, which means the street has not been moved, and there's no enforcement, right? Like they're not getting ticketed or anything. Like literally and I've watched it, the street sweeper just rides up the block in the middle of the street and keeps it going, and that's it. And so there's a huge issue in my district where like we just have been ignored around like the cleaning and the upkeep in specific neighborhoods. And so I can definitely talk with you online and give you specifics, but I have like sat there and watched how it's just like no enforcement, no nothing, and for months now.
I'd love to work with you and would definitely dedicate enforcement efforts in any area that you suggest in your district.
Thank you.
Councilmember Velasquez, followed by Menon. We've also been joined by Holden and Osei, both on Zoom. Velasquez, then Menon.
Hi, Commissioner. Great seeing you again. I know this week was tough for us, and I thank you for working with our office on it. But to the chair's point about enforcement, unfortunately, again, here we are with one of our street vendors, all of her merchandise being removed. And so can you guide me through the process, what happened, and how are we working not only with the vendor, but the street vendor project in ensuring that this will never happen again to Diana?
Sure. Ryan can go into more details, but I can give you generally a high level of what happened there, and if you want more, Ryan can add in. My understanding is that in that circumstance, our enforcement officers showed up. There was a person there were 4 tables with a tent that went into the street, which is obviously something that would get our attention because it's on the list of things like that create quality of life issues and concerns in the community. We were actually directed there by 311 complaints. When our enforcement officers got there, they asked the person at who was at those tables if they were responsible for those tables. The person indicated that they weren't. We waited there, our officers waited there for an hour, and no one showed up. If the person who had been there had just given us an ID, we would have issued a warning. As I mentioned, we have a warnings first approach, and that would have been it. But because we waited there for an hour, because we didn't have anyone who was claiming ownership or responsibility for the tables and the tents, because we've been brought there by 311, and because it was creating a quality of life issue going into the street, the 4 tables and the tent, we did take enforcement action.
And that enforcement action was?
We took the property, but the property is all retrievable. We have it, and every piece of property that we take itemized out. We have our own facility where we securely store that property, so we don't leverage the NYPD's property system. That property is available to be retrieved.
Can you confirm if it has been retrieved by the vendor?
Councilmember, I will confirm that after this whether or not it has, but in terms of the property the commissioner was discussing, this is the tables and the tents, all of the produce was donated. So that's one of the things that we do if we find ourselves confiscating raw, untouched produce or fruits, vegetables, we do donate those. So that won't be there, but the actual physical implements would be, and I'll find out for you after this.
Perfect, and that's different than last time where everything was basically just thrown into the trash. So
that's right, and that's an important point that I did neglect to make about our vending enforcement. In the case of raw and untouched fruit and vegetable, we can donate it. In the case of cooked food, we will compost it.
Thank you. And then, can I ask one more question? Okay. When it comes to illegal dumping, it is very prevalent in my district. Do we know when more cameras will be coming into my district? Because I have put in the request, but they have not been put up yet.
Yes, you have 4 new ones already. Just newly installed, hot off the press.
Thank you.
Hooray. We are installing cameras now every week, citywide, and it's something that's going to be ongoing this summer, both the council member funded cameras and the cameras that the admin funded. And so my office can follow up with yours about where exactly the 4 cameras in your district are.
And then one more. Can we talk about the garages in my district right now? We know that all 3, 9, 10, and 11, have been struggling with the garage itself. Where are they with that development, and will it be reconstructed?
Or Greg, do you want to take that? Okay.
Yeah, so that project, as we know, we added additional funding in the January plan to bring the full funding up to $472 million. The construction is funded in fiscal year 25, but because that complex does host operations for all 3 districts, and those operations have to continue during construction, it will be a phased approach. So starting with the construction of swing space in FY25, then going to demolition of the existing garage, then going into construction of the new 3-district multi-story facility. So it's a long process. We do expect it'll be completed in 2030 overall, but we will continue full operations, full service delivery throughout that time, and that's our intent.
Awesome, thank you.
I just want to jump in on the camera piece. So I guess my main question is how do we get to a place where council members don't have to take their capital and put it towards cameras? Because, you know, especially for high needs districts where our schools are just never been fixed up, we really don't want to spend that money. And it goes for trash cans too, you know, trash cans, cameras. How do we just not have to pay for that out of our pots that should be going to social services and other things?
Yep. Actually, the cameras, the mayor made a big investment in purchasing cameras that are going in every borough of this city, including some in your district. Council members can fund if they want extra cameras or like cameras in a specific location, but the mayor did make a large investment in purchasing cameras of like almost $2 million. $2.9 million, sorry. $2.9 million, not in the last plan, the plan before.
How many cameras is that come out to?
We're putting up, well, the mayor funded 150 additional cameras, but this summer, we have like almost 300 cameras that are being planned to go up.
From this current fiscal year?
Not exactly all from this current fiscal. Some is like state funding, and it's weird like what the fiscal year is. But like our total plans are for funding that we have or we know will eventually come in is for around 300.
For the 300. And then in terms of those, the targeting of those, is that just based on requests by members?
Every council member and frankly every garage knows where their illegal dumping areas are. So we have a very good sense and list of where like the prime locations are. The other thing we have to look at is whether the location has the infrastructure to support a camera, because the camera needs power and a pole. So sometimes when we have one on the list, it won't necessarily have the infrastructure necessary to support a camera.
And so when that happens, what are you working with, like DOT or parks or?
When that happens right now, just because the cameras are so new, we choose, and there's plenty of locations that need one, we choose a location that does have the infrastructure. But as we exhaust the locations, this won't happen soon, but when we start to exhaust the locations that have the infrastructure, we'll figure out how to get the infrastructure installed. I will say that we've done a huge amount of work with DOT, Verizon, Con Ed, PSC&G, who are all in the poll game in New York City, to put agreements in place with all of them. I don't think PSE&G's is done yet, so that we can install our cameras not just on DOT poles, but so that we can be broad in the type of infrastructure that we use.
So for the 300 that you're planning to roll out, do you have a timeline of when you anticipate them all being up online?
Well, as I said,
where you have infrastructure.
As I said, we don't have the state funding for some of them, but I think like it's safe to say you're going to see like 150 cameras go up this summer. Like it's happening now.
Okay. So there's 150 going up now.
We had 50. up already. I mean, I'm giving you broad numbers. In the follow-up, we can give you like very specific
Yeah, I
by
think that would
camera
be-
type, but I think the headline is like, this summer will be a massive expansion of our camera network.
That doesn't include the 150 additional that the mayor has put money.
That does include
It does
them.
include it. Okay, so just for my numbers in which you've just said now, 300 are coming online. We don't have the full state funding for it yet. 50 are up. You're rolling out a bunch this summer, but that includes the 150 that the mayor.
Correct.
Okay. And so the same thing, so I think that would be really helpful to know a timeline, because I think members are starting to think about what they're gonna do for the next year, and it would be great for them to have that known, like, is their district getting it, where is it happening, so they don't have to allocate that money.
Sounds good. I mean, currently installed, 68. End of summer, 250. End of calendar year, 292. And the difference between the 292 and the 250 is because we don't have all the funding in, but it's a relatively small amount. And yes, we can also make available to council members how many cameras are funded for their districts.
Okay. And so the same kind of thinking for trash cans. How do we get all the trash cans replaced with better trash cans that we don't have to pay for?
So we, as you know, we have developed a new rat-resistant litter basket, the first several hundred of which are coming in imminently and will be put on the streets. But you're right, we have 20,000 litter baskets citywide, and every single one of them needs to be replaced. And it's something that we look forward to working with you as part of the adopted budget to address.
Okay, can you give me a little more specifics? You have 20,000 that need to be replaced. How many are you planning to replace by the end of this fiscal year? How many do you hope to replace by the end of next year?
So we bought, what was it, like 300? 330 initial baskets in this fiscal year, just like as the initial tranche. They all have to be in before June 30th. And so those will go out. But at this time, there is no funding yet in the budget for additional replacements of litter baskets. We have estimates for what that would cost. If you did like, I think it was like, there's approximately 20,000 citywide. If you did 10,000 this fiscal year, I think next fiscal year it'd be 10.3 million. And then you could do the other half would be another 10.3. What's that? Oh, and Joe corrected me that we do have current funding in FY24, but it's for a little less than 1,000 of them.
1,000 bins. And that's for that same dollar amount, the 10.3, or that's if you wanted the another 300?
Sorry. We've bought 300 in FY23. In FY24, we have funding to buy just under 1,000.
Just under 1,000.
There are 20,000 litter baskets citywide, and so additional funding would be required to go above the 1,300 that are budgeted.
And then you said you did 10,000?
I said if we were to do 10,000, it would be 10.3
Yeah,
million.
just trying to make sure I get it all down.
No, it's my fault.
We're good?
I wasn't clear
Okay.
enough. You usually are very quick with
Yeah,
this stuff.
I know, these are long. Okay, that's my question on cameras and things.
How many corner baskets are there citywide?
Approximately 20,000.
Okay, now we have questions from Councilmember Menon, followed by Hanks.
Great, thank you so much. So I have a couple questions. First of all, I'm concerned about the PEG. You mentioned, Commissioner, in your testimony, 45 million in fiscal year 23, 0.9 million in fiscal year 24, 11.8 million in the out years to adjust the snow budget to reflect actual spending. So while we didn't obviously have a lot of snow this year, I am concerned about how this will impact future years for all of our respective communities.
It won't. And I don't say that, I don't say that lightly. What happened was we saved a huge amount of money this year by the fact that it didn't snow, and we saved approximately half of our snow budget. As you know, the snow budget is set by charter, so it's an average across 5 years. And so we got credit in our PEG for the fact that by charter, the snow budget in later years is going to be lower because it didn't snow this year. But the mayor has been very clear. Whatever the snow budget is, whatever is required to address snow will be made available. The PEG that you're seeing in the plan is truly an administrative budgeting change, but not actually reflecting any operations.
Okay. Another question. On the new waste set-out times, how are you going to know if they're working? What are the data metrics by which you're going to judge that it is working? And have 311 complaints gone down since it's been, and it's obviously only been implemented a short time, but have we seen a reduction in 311 complaints?
I do think it's too early to even talk about or begin to look at in a meaningful way 311 complaints. I will tell you anecdotally, my eyeballing of neighborhoods in the city, it has already started to make a really big difference in certain parts of the city where compliance is higher. If you look at a commercial corridor, for example, in your district, like I drove up 3rd Avenue the other day, there was no trash on the street at 6 p.m. It was like truly a pleasure for like 15 blocks. So I don't have hard data or evidence or metrics at this time, but what I can say is absolutely and emphatically, if you look at what's not there, you will see there is a lot less trash.
Okay, can I just ask, when do you think we are going to have hard data and data metrics?
Well, we already kind of have hard data and data metrics, which is the average amount of time the 24 million pounds, or actually 44 million pounds of trash spend on our streets every day. In my testimony, I said that in the past, that could be up to 32 hours. We collected 20% of our trash on the 4 p.m. shift, meaning started to collect it 24 hours after it was set out. Now, all of our trash is collected either at midnight or at 5 p.m. and the bags go out later. So just like those raw numbers of like the significant decrease in the average amount of time that trash spends on the city of New York, I think those are the best metrics that we have and that we'll get.
Okay.
Councilmember Hanks.
Good evening. It's been a long day. It's really good to see you, Commissioner Tisch. Being from Staten Island, we have a lot of issues with our sanitation, but I have to say that I just want to commend the agency for doing such a great job in keeping the 49th District nice and clean. Anytime we call, you're there. It's wonderful. My question revolves around the zones and when we can expect to have the franchises go into effect, and if there are any budgetary implications for that. Oh, actually, you can explain it. I don't know if any of my colleagues know.
Sure. We are on track. We had a hearing recently, a few months ago, about commercial waste zones, and I committed to a timeline at that hearing, and I can tell you that we are on track to meet that timeline. That timeline has the first pilot zone going live in the second half of 2024. So you will start to see the first zone in the second half of 2024. We do want to pilot a zone before we blow it out larger, just because I think there will be things to learn about implementation. And when you're dealing with something as big and omnipresent as trash, you really can't get that wrong.
Thank you so much. That's all. Thank you.
Commissioner, do we have a cost for what it would be to implement e-waste pickup citywide?
Do we have that cost? Yeah, Greg can give it to you.
Yeah, so based on the PEG that we took at FY22 or FY21 exec, in April 2020, I think the PEG at that time was around 3.7 million for the citywide program, which was in 4 boroughs, every borough but Manhattan. So we'd expect it to be on that order. Again, that's on straight time baseline funded. As a 1 year, it would be slightly higher than that.
Right, like one shot.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, right now, the only borough that has it is Staten Island, right?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the capital plan, beyond the 158 collection trucks, are there any other large-scale equipment purchases that DSNY has committed to?
Well, this fiscal year, or like looking forward? Obviously, we buy lots of trucks every year. The 160 some odd were for the organics program. The 158 were for the organics program. Trucks are really like the main big piece of equipment that we buy. Is there anything else, Greg, that comes to mind?
Yeah, I think the short takeaway is this year, including the 76 million that the commissioner mentioned for organics, plus the 100 million that we added, that the mayor added at preliminary budget, plus existing funding, we have 191 million the current fiscal year for rear loader and dual bin collection trucks, and those, some of them will start coming in this summer, as the commissioner mentioned, ahead of organics, and will continue coming in over the course of several months after that. And then beyond this year, we have additional funding in FY24, 176 rear loader trucks, 17 dual bin trucks, and then the normal buying plan is in place beyond that.
Do we have EV garbage trucks? Are we moving towards more of those?
We have 7 coming in later this year. As I testified, I think at a previous hearing, we cannot scale those out yet because they conk out in the snow. And as you know, we use our fleet not just for collection, but also for plowing. So we can't make significant investments in electric collection trucks until the industry makes them work in the snow, which we're hopeful will happen, but we're also not in control of it. We have made more investments in mechanical brooms, where we've purchased 30.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have a few more topic areas. Highway cleaning, the precision cleaning, I think we're all excited that someone's actually going to clean these areas that no one ever cleans. For highway cleaning from DOT, is sanitation retaining the DOT workers currently assigned to highway cleaning?
Actually, the specifics of highway cleaning, the press got out a little bit ahead of everyone. So the specifics for highway cleaning have not exactly been ironed out. But what I can tell you is in the things that have been contemplated, there was never any contemplation of DOT losing a single worker associated with the move of responsibility for highway cleaning. The arterial maintenance unit has a lot of different responsibilities, lots and lots of them: mowing grass, fixing fence lines, potholes. So no, there was never going to be any DOT personnel moving to sanitation, and no loss of DOT personnel in anything that had been contemplated. But again, this hasn't been finalized yet.
Okay.
The specific plans haven't been finalized yet.
Okay. Is there any cost analysis being done with a switch from DOT to DSNY?
I believe that for either agency to perform those functions, it will take an investment. And I think that that was not included in the executive budget, so I don't know where that has shaken out yet.
Okay. So, and you might have answered this, but it's Friday, we haven't all eaten. Why is the precision cleaning initiative that was launched last year being cut by 1.1 million in FY24 and more in the out years?
So PCI was created in 2021 in response to emergency conditions caused by a complete decimation of the sanitation department's cleaning budget. So like things like litter basket service and street sweeping. So PCI was created to deal with these emergency conditions. I think the idea behind these cuts is we are now running, we've now not only restored the services that were cut during the pandemic, we are running each of them at the highest levels that this city has ever seen. So we thought in a difficult financial moment, a sensible place to take the cut was on 8 of 29 teams. Last year we ran 29 teams that just dealt with the emergency conditions, given that the emergency conditions are, given that our other services are restored.
Kind of back at normal, okay. The waste containerization pilot. Will all these receptacles for the pilot be mobile, or will it be any construction or sidewalk street alteration be necessary?
They will be on wheels, and they have to be on wheels because the truck necessary to hoist stationary shared containers doesn't exist today in the United States at any scale the way it does in Europe. So it will take time for the industry to develop an American version of the automatic side loader that is capable of dealing with a city as dense as New York. So to answer the question, they will all be on wheels. We will place what I call enclosures, but they don't really close over anything. They're more like docking stations in the parking lane where those containers will be to keep the containers on wheels in place. That's the only change, or it's not construction, but
an altercation or an alteration.
Yes.
So because that kind of leads to my second question about the trucks, I was going to ask you about the need for trucks to be retrofitted, refitted, and timeline, but
yeah, we've retrofitted. It's actually really exciting. We got our first retrofitted DSNY truck back from the manufacturer, and they just basically add a tipper at the back of it. It's much more complicated than I would have ever imagined. And we're sending about 10 more out to be retrofitted to support the pilot.
And what are the costs of those retrofits?
Do you remember the?
They were funded at $75,000 each.
Per truck?
Yeah, per truck.
To add the arms on?
Yes.
And do you have an initial estimate of what this would cost to scale?
Citywide?
Yeah.
No, and that's because first, the truck that we would need to scale citywide doesn't exist today. And in our capital plan, we turn over trucks every year. So I imagine that on the truck side, it would just be replacing old rear loaders with new ASPs if we were to go in that direction. The part that gets expensive, well, there's a few parts, but one of the parts that gets expensive is the increase in service frequency that is required to pull off something like shared containers. In one of the things that our study found is that containerization is viable in 89% of New York City residential streets. About 39% are the mid and high density. And those would be where the shared containers as opposed to the individual bins would go. But for cities where they use shared containers, like Barcelona or Paris, they don't collect 2 or 3 times a week. They collect 6 or 7 times a week. And so we don't have those estimates yet for what that would look like citywide or what that would cost. In my opinion, it's still premature to get there. I want to see how this pilot goes. And one of the things we're testing in the pilot in West Harlem is going to be the 6-day-a-week collection.
Right. Do you know what the cost of that pilot will be?
Yep. We got $2.5 million actually in FY23 to buy bins, do the retrofitting of the trucks and the enclosures, and then $3.2 million in FY24. A lot of that is staffing for the extra service level, but it does include some more enclosures and some of the truck retrofits as well.
Okay. One question on CWZ. What is the current staffing level in the CWZ unit?
The current staffing level is 17 civilian, 10 enforcement. At our last hearing, we told you that in June, we projected that we would have 3 additional people hired. We are right on track for that. One has already been approved by OMB. 2, I think, are about to go to OMB. So we're looking forward to bringing those new staff members on board.
Great. I think we asked this a number of times, and I always forget the answer when I'm here. Can you provide an update on the status of the women's facilities at the garages, and have they all been completed?
Yeah, so at the preliminary budget hearing, I think we said that we had just finished the second last, which was Queens West 2. We had one left, which was Queens West 4. The latest update I have is a little stale. It's a few weeks old, and I think that, and it's very detailed, that location is awaiting one part, which is an evaporator for the HVAC system in the locker room. That part was ordered. I don't know yet if it's come in or not, but that's the one facility that's not yet completed. But there is not, at this moment, a female sanitation worker assigned at that facility. But if it's not completed today, it's imminent.
Okay. And what is the timeline of repairs at Brooklyn District 15 garage?
I have that here. Hold on. Here we go. Sorry, you said Brooklyn 15?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Second. I don't see Brooklyn 15. I don't have that one. This happened last time, too. I'm so sorry. Oh, do you have it? Okay, we have it. Okay, we plan to replace an oil water separator at Brooklyn 15. Other than that, there are no other big plans for repairs as we continue to search for a potential site to replace these garages.
Okay. And then can you tell us about the progress of roof repairs on Bronx and Staten Island 3, which suffered a collapse last week, or this week?
Yes. So Staten Island 3 is paused as of today to address an asbestos condition that arose and was caught through air monitoring. I want to commend and thank the sanitation workers who work there, who showed up to work at a different location at midnight last night and again at 5 o'clock this morning, and were out on their trucks right after this happened. I think it does show their dedication to the community they serve. So unfortunately for Staten Island, that is on pause until the very serious situation is addressed. And the other one you said?
Bronx 3. I think it's listed here as Bronx 3. Someone had a question about it.
I don't think that we have a roof project there.
Maybe they
don't have them on.
missed it. And the timeline for construction of the new Staten Island garage.
the Staten Island 1 and 3 garage. Okay, 125 million was committed in 2021, and a total of 15 million construction and construction management change order funds were committed in 23 and are planned for 23 and 24. Completion of the new garage is anticipated in 2024.
Okay. All right, we're almost there. We're at the stretch. The fiscal 24 budget adds 1.2 million for the solid waste management plan consultants for FY24 through FY27. What additional funding does DSNY have in the budget for the solid waste management plan?
Just the waste characterization study, which is a precursor to the solid waste management plan. And as you know, that waste characterization study is well underway, and we're actually in the middle of our sort season now.
Okay, yeah, I had a question about how will the reduction in the 2.5 million in FY24 impact the waste characterization study?
Even with the cuts that we took in this plan for the waste characterization study, this study will still be the most robust waste characterization study that we have had since 2005. So basically, we're taking it from 3 sort seasons down to 2. But I just want to point out that not only can we achieve a statistically significant sample in 2 seasons, we are still fully correcting the shortcomings of the 2017 study, which did not have representative samples, as you know, across certain density and income stratas.
Okay, a few more questions. What is the address and current or past use for the DSNY property being relinquished in FY26?
Where our lot is?
Yeah, which one is it?
Oh. It's, you can say it.
427 East 87th Street.
Okay. How many budgeted positions are left in the splinter group unit?
A lot. Hold on. Do we have that in here? I don't think that I have that sheet with me, but we can very easily get it to you after this meeting.
Yeah, that would be really helpful to have, because that's something we've been hearing, that folks aren't feeling there's enough levels of support.
The First Deputy Commissioner has numbers.
So for the splinter units, we have 42 general superintendents remaining, 232 supervisors, and 501 sanitation workers assigned to various units throughout the agency.
And just to be clear, Chair, those units are not public-facing, and so those were areas where we could cut and not have a service impact. And just the other thing to note on that is, like, in this plan, despite all those cuts, it's actually a very small number of cuts there, we're still up over 200 sanitation workers in this plan, netted out.
Okay. I think I'm covered with everything. I'm good, Chair. Thank you.
I have a question here that was from one of the members that left earlier. Did the DSNY reject the council's call for more funding for illegal dumping enforcement?
I certainly didn't.
Okay. It seemed odd to me, too.
I will say that I'm not super familiar with what the council was looking for funding. I think For illegal dumping, we've gotten a lot of funding already recently to support it in terms of the almost $3 million for our cameras and the like. So we feel like we are making very good investments now.
And back to the e-waste collection, does DSNY plan to continue the curbside e-waste in Staten Island? I don't think the funding was there in the exec.
As I think you know, the funding was one time included in last year's adopted budget, so I guess that will depend on how this budget shakes out.
All right, I guess we're closing out. It's Friday. Aren't we all happy? Thank you so much, Commissioner, and all of the leadership team here for your candidness and really laying out and answering questions. We look forward to seeing you all not in June. I don't think we're having a June hearing, so happy summer.
Thank you.
Thank you all. With that, day 4 of executive budget hearings is adjourned.